From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The kick and the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball. Base knockout into right field. Smith scores. Duran racing around third. Here's the throw. He dives. He scores as well. Seager goes to third. A 2-run single for Nathaniel Lowe, and the Rangers lead 4-3.
And the reverse actually happened for once. Fist pump time from Peyton Russell. Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Tuesday on Sean and RJ. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Ralph James. We got Peyton. We got Ryan. I thought maybe we would have Bobby as a makeup for yesterday. Yeah. Not the case. Nathaniel Lowe, though, coming through was the case. First time winning a game after trailing after 8 all year long.
I know. I was very surprised to see that.
Right?
That's the way baseball goes.
Yeah, it is. It is, Wash. There's no doubt. That was a good win, though. I mean, they were dead in the water. After that Stewart character. By the way, the Mets have got a bunch of guys just built like a bowling ball.
Man, who's the big dude?
Vogelback, my spirit animal. Man, him and I, we have no neck. No. We're all chest, a little bit of belly. Looks like we work out. Looks like we eat pizza. Like, that's the body style I've been going for. I've been trying to cultivate that for quite a while now. Enjoys French fries and working out. Like, that's my guy.
Bartolo at the plate.
Bartolo, Luke Voigt, Daniel Vogelback. Like, those are the guys. Brian Dayball even. Like, just no neck. None of us have necks. None of us really have, any kind of definition anywhere. Just solid fat, right? Good stuff. The good fat. And that's what. And then after that Stewart guy pimped a home run that cleared the wall by 1.5 feet, I was like, damn, that's ballsy, man. You are pimping that thing. I was like, they're gonna lose again. They're done. They're gonna lose again.
The last 3 weeks, there's been like a hang on to your hat moment at the end. It's usually with the bullpen. This time, second and third, no outs. Second and third, no outs. Strikeout. That was a pretty bad call on Simeon. And then Nate Lowe comes up with the hit to right field. And you're like, oh, it can go the other way. It can happen with the opposite side, too.
I was screaming, just bunt. 2-1, second and third, nobody out, just bunt.
You wanted a suicide squeeze
twice. Do it twice. Just bunt, go 2 outs, go up by 1, because after the first strike, I'm like, man, this is not going to go well, because they're going to intentional walk Seager. That's the obvious choice. And Nate Lowe, I mean, I've been on him for a while for not being clutch, and then he comes up with the single, and
man, I feel
then
like
you had to worry
Nate
about the bullpen.
I feel like Nate Lowe is the most clutch dude of this team. Like, he really makes contact just about every time you need it. Like, I can remember at least a half dozen times where they needed to hit late, and he's got a big hit.
We have clutch numbers in baseball for these situations, like last 5 minutes for the NBA.
Yeah, it'd be in the last 3 innings of a close game. That's what the numbers would be. I could go look at them.
Well, we'll have to see what those numbers are. It was a 3-0 deficit, and Adolis Garcia started the comeback with a run-scoring double. Did you get it already?
Yes. Let's see. By inning, Nate Lowe. Oh, wow. Okay, so he is. All right.
You need a second?
7th inning. He's batting .293 with a .388 on base, 819 OPS. Good. 8th inning, .292 and 824 OPS. 9th inning, .279. His OPS is down that month. And then in extra innings, the OPS over 900. But I got to find the more detailed late game situation.
Bruce Bochy, thoughts on the comeback win in New York?
Oh, huge win. Nate, that's one of the biggest hits we've had this year. You go through a rut like this, you need somebody to pick you up, and what a great job he did. But it wasn't just him. The pitching did a great job. John Gray, really good stuff. A couple of mistakes left the ballpark, but really pounded the strike zone, and they held us at bay there. The 8th inning, we had a good rally. Guys were fighting, and then the 9th inning, Jonah gets us going. Duran, huge. I mean, a lot of good things happen there. You get a couple strikeouts. You're going, oh, no, woe is me type deal. But Nate came through in a big way. So, big team win.
Yes, he did come through.
It was big.
Seattle and Houston both dominate. Look at the runs scored from the Astros as of late, and Altuve hit for the cycle. First career cycle for Jose Altuve as they exploded again in Fenway Park. And then Seattle with the dominant shutout victory, 7-0. So the lead for the Mariners is still 1 over the Rangers and over the Armpit.
Yep, it was a no blood. It makes the game even more important from last night.
Yes.
I mean, it makes that comeback even more needed, and it was. And there's no doubt, like they've got to start piling wins on wins here. They want to, because Seattle doesn't feel like they're going away.
Max Scherzer will not pitch in this series against the Mets, but apparently there was a light smattering of boos from the 21,000 in the crowd, and Max said, "Look, I wish I would have pitched better." He went 11-5 with a 2.29 ERA and 23 starts.
Pretty good.
While helping the Mets to a 101-61 record, wild card berth last season. This season, 9-4 with a 4.01 ERA, almost a full run higher than his career mark. He said, "I don't like to point fingers unless I'm pointing fingers at myself, and I can definitely point the finger at myself." So that's where we stand after last night. Nathaniel Lowe is the hero, and I guess we have to talk about Leclerc. Leclerc coming in and shutting it down.
This is interesting because like we had said something to Bassick months ago about he hasn't, ever since the beginning of the year, he really hasn't pitched that poorly. And then I was rebuffed with great prejudice.
Yes.
Saying they were low leverage situations. It doesn't matter.
We all got the cell phone calls around the room yesterday in the 8:50 commercial break.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah, it's like it didn't matter. It doesn't matter if he did that in a situation where it's low leverage. It doesn't matter. But see, Bassick is a look, these athletes don't know what the hell they're talking about anyway. All right. There's no such thing as a clutch situation. We have enough. Maybe there is. Okay, maybe there is. I don't know.
We just went through Nate Lowe's clutch stats.
I know.
Jordan game 6, just clutch.
Oh,
Jordan game 6. Here's the thing. Jordan made basically every shot he ever took anyway. He didn't get any better in that situation. He just didn't get worse. Byron Russell got Byron. Byron Russell he got worse. He got pushed off. The clutch thing was that the referee choked on his whistle. He choked on his whistle there. But I don't care if Leclerc is pitching in 7-run games with no pressure. I don't care.
But you would acknowledge that's not the same as 9th inning up 1.
I would say that
versus
yes,
up 3 in the 7th.
9th inning up 1 in a World Series game is quite different than down 7 runs in July. And yeah, the 9th, there's a difference there. But I believe that's more performance anxiety than anything else. I believe in choking, but not clutch.
Either way, it still feels like it's a random pick of the litter. It's
got to do it.
It's not like Leclerc is the guy now, right?
Figure it out. Figure a way out to get through these next several weeks, get to the playoffs, and then take your chances.
All right, it's Sean, RJ, and possibly Bobby. A little bit later on, we have another Rangers ticket giveaway at 7 o'clock. So we're sending you to watch this squad try to retake first place in the AL West in the 7 o'clock expressway. We got a college football kegger. We will ask Reddit Patrick Walker, final hour of the show at 9:20, and everyone in the world reacting to Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy not being told about the Trey Lance trade. Mike McCarthy coming out yesterday and basically saying, not a big deal, not sweating it at all. But we have RJ Choppy versus the IRS and child-free flights. Are you signing up for that? It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ inside the Star, around the corner as well. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan. security guard incident last night.
Yeah, what was that all about?
Normally, these security guards get signed to 10-day contracts because of the spears and the tackles that they deliver. Not these two.
No.
Two fans going after Ronald Acuna in the Rockies-Braves game, and you are not going to see a more pathetic security guard attempt. As the video went viral, it was captured from the outfield. The one security guard runs on over. How would you reenact this? How would you describe this?
All right, so the you know how you can't engage when an offensive lineman is engaged with the defensive lineman, somebody else can't come in and block him, right? You can't do that. That's exactly what happened here. This one fan is all over Ronald Acuna. Like, it looks like he's about he's going to give him a hug, take a photo, and then bam. This one guy just hits Ronald, and he can't pry this little twerp off him. He can't get him. So somebody else has to come in, and then they grab him. Oh, but here comes a third one, but now there's also a second perpetrator.
The second security guard, though, goes to the ground slow motion, it's like the Jeff Van Gundy Miami Heat brawl.
Yeah.
And he's just down on the ground, wrapping himself around one leg. It's pathetic. It is sad.
It is so sad. They're trying to get these guys off, and they're trying to get these guys to the ground. They can't. This is the weirdest situation. This is Colorado. That's what this is. They're just built different. It's not 90 degrees there. It's 75 degrees. Everybody's calm. Everybody's chill. Nobody's really fighting anybody. They're not used to this. They're not used to, hand-to-hand combat.
Acuna's just standing there slowly. Okay, are you going to get him off me or not? But the security guards were acting like they were stoned.
Where are the teammates at? What? I see two guys walking over, 30 minutes after the scuffle breaks out, and I'm like, where are these teammates at,
Well,
man?
I think you assume the security guards are going to take care of it.
I'm not assuming part-time security guards are going to do anything. I need my teammates over there,
And then
man.
I thought the funniest part was when they're dragging him away. They're carrying him like he's messy, and he's kicking his little
He's
feet.
fighting back.
He's kicking his feet like he's my 10-year-old.
What happened with RJ Choppy versus the IRS?
Well, I won in the end.
It's good.
Man, they won the day. I won the war. They won the battle, if that's even possible. I had to call up. This is, I've been going on. I had my identity stolen earlier this year. Somebody filed a tax return on my name. Appreciate it. So I was like, all right, I got a letter. I did all the process. I went through the whole thing. It was a long, drawn-out process. Then I got a letter over on vacation that my tax return was rejected. They said, nope, we're not accepting this. So
this is not from a Dick's Sporting Goods purchase.
No,
okay.
This is real. So, it's a real letter from the IRS. The IRS, they never call you. They always send you these letters. So I call them up, and I get this one person, no hole. I go right in, get to her. We start talking. She goes, no, I need to send you to a different department. Now, this is after a 10-minute conversation. And by the way, they ask you really personal questions, which I'm happy for.
Like what?
They want to know the exact dollar figure on your W-2 last year. They want to know your mother's maiden name. They want to know, everything.
Okay.
What's the first address you lived at? What's the first address that you filed tax? What company did you work for in 2018?
That's not that personal. I thought you were going to say they were asking, what your preferences are in certain areas of the house.
Just questions that you would only know. Where did you work in July of 2012?
Sure.
Right. So, okay. And I appreciate that. I really did, because that was a safety issue. But then it got time to get transferred over. So the first one, about a 10-minute call. I get transferred. This time, about a 10-minute wait. Get on the phone. I go through the same process with the previous person. And then they're like, all right, hang on. We got to send you to a different apartment again. This time, it says a 30 to 60-minute hold. At the 30-minute mark, somebody goes to click on me because I can feel it pick it up, and it hangs up. They accidentally hit the wrong button and hung up.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to call back. And unfortunately, every time they transferred me, they gave me the new number to call. They were getting transferred. They said, so in case you get disconnected, just call back this number. Great. About 2 hours in of basically sitting on hold, I finally get to somebody. I go through the same process again with everybody else. All these questions, yada, yada, yada. And they said, okay, we've got it. We will mail you your check within 9 weeks.
9 weeks.
Within 9 weeks. So I'm saying, I'm going to say 9 weeks for here. So I win. I'm going to get my money. I'm going to get my refund. And it's going to go right back to them because I owe them about 10 grand right now. But it's going right back to them from previous years. I got a back pay, you know. You can pay it all at once, or you do what I do. I'm paying them $100 a year for the next 30 years at like 1% interest. Okay. They are not getting it. If I die
But your
young,
strategy in this is just to pass on the debt to your children?
Debt doesn't transfer.
No. Okay. So you're just going to go ahead and push everything back?
Yeah. Now IRS debt might transfer. They can deal with 10 grand.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're massively in debt.
No. I'm climbing out. IRS debt. I don't care about them. The creditors I care about. They have real interest rates.
Child-free flights. We're getting different sections on the plane where Pepe may not have to deal with the young, annoying brats on his way to Vegas or me this weekend going back to California. California.
Started in November. This airline called Corendon.
Never heard of it.
Never heard. It's some European airline. They are going to start off with a service which is going to allow adult-only zones for an extra $75. So this is good. Okay, they're charging an extra $75 to be in an area without kids on an airplane. The child-free area will be made up of 93 seats at the front of the plane, as well as an additional 9 with extra legroom, and will be sectioned off with walls and curtains. So basically, you'll have your first class, then you get the wall, the curtain, and then you'll have your adult-only section, wall and a curtain, and then at the back of the plane, steerage, as I would call it, with this, you'll have your kids. And
I can't remember the last time I was on a flight and I was really annoyed or disrupted by children.
I know why. You have a child. I've always felt, because I used to be annoyed by kids, then I had kids, and I don't get annoyed by kids anymore on planes. I tune kids out. Like, I do not hear babies screaming. I only hear mine. Like, I think that happens as a parent. Like, you only are conditioned to hear your child's screams. I don't hear any kid screaming.
I've also never, sat right next to one.
That's true. I haven't either. It's been a row or two back, a row or two forward.
I know this is going to come across pretty blunt, maybe insensitive. Would you rather sit next to a kid or a dog?
Oh, how big is the dog?
I don't know. Are they allowed to bring mid-sized dogs? Or are they just small?
I've seen a German Shepherd on the floor of the plane, on the floor of the seat.
Oh my!
That seems big, huh?
Little Chihuahua I've seen, but that's as big as it's gotten, really.
I think I prefer the dog.
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer the dog, but not a Chihuahua. I'd rather sit next to a kid than a Chihuahua. I'd rather sit next to a vomiting infant than a Chihuahua.
And have you ever heard? Has there been a barking dog on any of your flights?
Maybe once I heard a bark, but I can't remember. I don't think the dog is especially if they're trained, that could be, at first it could be fun.
Yeah, I'm not paying extra for this. I'm not. $75? Nah. Not doing it. Not doing it whatsoever. Now, I am flying a brand new thing to me that I've never heard of on Saturday. Have you heard of JSX?
Yeah.
I have not.
I think it's like the poor man's private plane. It's like you go right to Love Field, you walk on, it's on the runway, and
it's really, I've looked at this, it's really not much more expensive than a regular flight.
Really?
I mean, what do you think it would cost to fly private?
I mean, I looked into it during the pandemic, and then I looked out of it real quick.
Yeah.
It was like $15K at minimum.
Yeah, you can get these JSX flights to Vegas or whatever.
Yeah, because they're limited. They only go to 6 or 7 cities.
Yeah, and it's only if you book it far enough in advance, it's $600, which is quite a bit.
Per person?
Yeah, per person. But every seat's a first class seat. You don't have to go through security. It's basically double your cost. It's not crazy. And if I was just didn't care about money and all I cared about was hey, it's probably you probably have to get there much less.
20 minutes. That's it. All I have to do is show up 20 minutes before the flight.
And you park right there?
They don't want you to really park.
Uber?
Get dropped off.
Okay.
and then
But
bam.
you don't have to go through. Do you have to go through TSA?
No, not really. It's all set up like that. But here it is, $419, $420 a flight. If we fly to Austin this weekend, per person, you sit there, you go to Austin. So that's not too bad.
No.
All right? But it's supposed to be some different service, so we'll see. Hopefully no kids on there. Hopefully no dogs on there either. JSX, Sandler's wife, of course, has flown it. I got to find out where this. I got to find out where the Sandler money comes from. My Lord.
Man, charity, yeah, he's that's right. He's stealing money for the kids.
50-50 profit.
God.
What if? Oh, seriously, what if the story came out that Jared Sandler was like siphoning? He gets of anyone you would never think to happen. Jared Sandler is siphoning charity money illegally.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
I think the boss thought he was doing that with his karaoke event in Arlington. Spittl's like, oh, why are we talking about this house fundraiser so much? Remember his house kept getting flooded? Why are we doing that? I probably shouldn't relay the boss said that, but yeah. It was a good event. And
It was.
as Sandler's living large now and playing
Yeah, he is, man. He's taking trips to what is it, Matterhorn last year.
If you go through his top 5 experiences this year, I know that there's Napa, Aspen. He was at the U.S. Open last night, sending me pictures. He texted me. He goes, "I'm going to the U.S. Open tonight." I said,
Wait,
the
that's
Ranger
happening now?
What?
That's going on?
I guess so. He said, "I was going to see Djokovic tonight." I'm like, "What is it? Some event?" And he sends me a picture from the U.S. Open.
All right.
Bam.
I mean, down the street.
There it is, right there.
It is. It's down the street from where where the Rangers are. I mean, literally, it's it's maybe a mile away.
Yeah. So there it is with the Sandman following a Rangers win. The entire world is responding to the Cowboys Trey Lance deal. Bobby, you may as well come in at 620 because you and Dan Orlovsky are actually becoming the same exact person. That's next inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, y'all. Shout out to our top audience of the entire show. Now, Bobby Belt is fist pumping, and you look better than yesterday. You look like you woke up on a regular schedule.
Yeah, I woke up at 4:15 this morning, so I was up. I'm ready.
Good. That's good. Let's go inside the star here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby as we get you closer to the Cowboys and the Giants next weekend. So the entire world was reacting to the Trey Lance deal, and of course the national shows turned it into Dak Prescott slighted. Should Dak Prescott have been informed?
Yeah, this was, low-hanging fruit, which you and I have rebuffed. We have shunned the should he have been informed crowd.
Oh, I thought you were saying we have shunned low-hanging fruit.
No, we are. I will eat the low-hanging fruit. I don't mind about that one.
Yes.
But we have decided that, you know what? We are on the same page with the Dak information situation.
Yes, you and I don't care. Bobby is a little bit more offended that his guy, of course, was not notified. And yesterday, you had Dan Orlovsky, who I don't know whether he is following Bobby's social media, but they're like becoming one.
Yeah, they are.
They're starting to act the same. It started with the tongue. They're both putting out. There's no way you can convince me that Orlovsky did not just steal that and copy that from Bobby because he knows that Bobby hates his guts.
Trendsetter.
And then yesterday, Orlovsky said the Cowboys were dumb not to tell number 4.
This is so stupid by Dallas. Not the fact that they trade for Trey Lance, the fact that you don't tell in any way Dak Prescott that you might do it. So, goodbye San Francisco, made the mistake of trade. Dallas, it makes sense. It's a 4th-round flyer on a guy that's super talented. Dak Prescott's missed 17 games in the last 3 years. I've said this before. It's the only position in sports when the time you start playing quarterback as a kid, everyone tells you, take control, take leadership. This is your football team. This is your offense. So from 10, 12, 14 years old, when you start playing quarterback, that's all you think about. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. It's the way you go about leading the football team. This is mine. And then you go and make a move that is going to impact my room. If you, communicate with me. Let me know. If you want this to be my football team, then we can't make moves that are going to directly impact my room.
Bobby, give it up for your boy.
Blind squirrels and broken clocks, the Dan Orlovsky story. That's what that is. That's sure. Everybody trips into a correct take every once in a while. He's no different. But even still, look, I would say this. Dan played, right? Not well,
Kinda.
but he played.
Yeah.
So that's improvement.
Yeah, he played by CFL rules, believing the field was like 10 yards wider than it actually is.
Best UConn team ever.
Yeah. Dan played. Darren Woodson played, who we talked to yesterday. I think Dak appeared a little frustrated that he was not given a heads up. So these people that play within the league, it seems like at least those who have played within it do have an expectation that you would be told.
Well, what about Ryan Clark? My guy, not Orlovsky. My guy, Ryan Clark. Did he disagree?
Dan is super right, all the way correct. But you think Jerry Jones cares? Hey man,
That's my problem.
Jerry Jones is the owner. Jerry Jones makes the decisions. And let's be honest, in most places, this is what happens. Teams prepare for the future. You know what this makes me think of? You know what team always seemed to be drafting a quarterback somewhere to me over the last 20 decades, even though their quarterback who was there at the time is going to go down as the greatest QB to ever play the game? The Mickey Ficky New England Patriots. They were always drafting a quarterback. I can take you all the way back to my draft when in the 4th round, they took Rohan Davey from LSU. Right? They have Jimmy G, Jacoby Brissett, Matt Castle, Brian Hoyer. It's quarterback at the quarterback at the quarterback at the quarterback because you got to be prepared.
So Ryan Clark is also on board. I will say, Choppy, they are lining up against us. Even Mike McCarthy, who we tried to say, that's the person who should be offended. Mike McCarthy was not told, and Kevin Hagelin's like, why? Why does it matter that McCarthy wasn't told? It's just like, okay, I guess being the head coach doesn't mean anything.
Hagelin he is on a different stratosphere than all of us.
Yes. And McCarthy yesterday said, I was involved in the evaluation, but the actual business component of it, I am not involved. Those decisions come down to Jerry and Steve.
Okay, it is a courtesy, and it's all. But the problem is, I think these people are they're expecting this. You can't expect anything like that. I don't believe it's a it's a courtesy, but it's not an expectation.
Should you expect though that he would have talked to him after it was done?
Within what time frame?
I mean, they had gone a full day before he talked to the media. Jerry talked to the media before he talked to Dak. A whole day later.
Yeah, I would think someone would say something, whether it's Jerry, Steven, or McCarthy.
So and like I said, I understand. Dak even said it. He's like, I understand you're on a tight time crunch. You know, these things can happen sometimes where you don't have time to get off the phone and tell somebody that something's happening. So that's fine. He understands that. To me, I would be a little annoyed by it, but the bigger thing to me is that it did take 24 hours. You didn't talk to him until you're standing on the field after you talked to me. Jerry talked to me and other reporters before he talks to Dak. I think that's a little egregious.
Listen, I agree with that part. In the moment, he doesn't let him know.
So, just to be clear, we're talking about notifying and checking in after, not giving them the heads up that they're going to do it. Let's just be clear on that.
I think if you are working towards a deal that you know, like you're spending a full day working on a deal, I think it's a solid to give him a heads up and tell him. I think you probably should say, hey, we're working towards this. Now, I understand if a deal comes together in 5 minutes, then that's a different story. But once it comes together, you don't talk to him even after it's announced. That seems that's the most egregious part of it. But my thing is, like I said, 11 a.m. on Thursday, somebody says, is it true Dallas is in on Trey Lance? The deal gets done Friday at 5. Does not sound like it was a 5-minute phone call like has totally been represented.
The good news from yesterday, in my opinion, is after talking to the 49ers insider, man, he was pretty clear. He thinks this is just an instance of lack of reps. He didn't say something was wrong with Trey Lance talent-wise. He didn't say something was wrong with Trey Lance attitude-wise. I heard Mickey on KMC. Of course, I already knew what he was going to say. But the 49ers insider, he was just saying reps, man. Injury and reps were his problem. Now, how is he going to get those reps here? It's really no different from San Francisco. He's not going to get those reps here. One would not think. I'm also interested, I would love to be in the offensive room with Mike McCarthy explaining how he would develop a quarterback differently from what San Francisco did. Mike has to, because he was regarded as a QB guru. So I'm kind of interested to know how McCarthy raising a quarterback would be different from Kyle Shanahan with his teachings in his QB school and all that stuff, because he has to think he has a different and better plan than what John Lynch and them did.
Could be scheme too. Like it could be fit, and this maybe not be a great fit either for him.
It's a worse fit. But I told you that yesterday. This is going to be like more pure drop back. Trey Lance is an athlete, and more pure drop back would not seem to make sense versus what I won't go as far as Philly, but
I think Mike. My perception is Mike is more open to changing his scheme than Shanahan. Shanahan, I have a feeling, is like, that's my scheme. It's the greatest scheme that's ever been invented, according to him.
Really? He had pure drop back in Atlanta.
I know he's got pure drop back. He's always had pure drop back.
Yeah, but they also do. To me, it's not even close that Kyle Shanahan would adapt more so than Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy changing things up to a Philadelphia style offense. Like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I would think more Shanahan adapting.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Shanahan never had to go sit in a barn for 6 months with PFF and, reevaluate his whole life or whatever. So, I mean, there is that.
He's been gifted every job he's ever gotten.
Yeah.
Even the one right after he blew the biggest lead in Super Bowl history, they're like, you know what? We really like him. We're just going to find somebody else to blame.
Look, I mean, he tricked you into thinking Jimmy Garoppolo was good. So he's got to be good at something. He's a pretty good salesman. But I will say this. Brian Schottenheimer's also involved in installing this offense, and he did design an offense for Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson is a more mobile quarterback, and they worked in aspects of that for Russ. And so now Russ became more pure drop back as he went along. But, I mean, those aspects are there. But to your point, you say Mike clearly must think he has a better plan for doing it in San Francisco. I don't know, does he? Because he wasn't asked if they wanted to finalize the trade. He liked Trey Lance. He had a good evaluation on Trey Lance, but he was not asked, do you think you could make this work?
That part's ridiculous. If it's true. Who knows what Jerry is exaggerated?
Mike said it. Mike seems to say it's true. He's like, doesn't bug me. It's and to be fair, when he got hired in 2020, in his meeting, there were Andrew Brandt, who used to work with him in Green Bay, had been consulted by 2 other teams who interviewed McCarthy. And McCarthy was telling teams during his interview process that he did not want to control personnel. He didn't want to do personnel at all. He said, you guys buy the groceries, I'll cook dinner.
Ryan Clark, did he really say that Dak shouldn't feel secure after this?
Everybody has insecurity, especially at that position, because there can only be one. There is no nickel package for quarterbacks. So the problem with this isn't necessarily that Jerry Jones has to consult with his starting quarterback all the time. This is a problem with security. This is a problem with making me feel like I'm the man and I have nothing to worry about no matter what.
You have nothing to worry about.
What a
$40
joke.
million a year. Like, that's the security. $40 million a year.
Sam Darnold is the security. Sam Darnold beat this guy out. Sam Darnold beat this guy out. Like the notion, the suggestion that he's a threat. It's so funny.
Would you have? I'm curious.
Like the Cooper Rush talk.
It's the same question pretty much, but would you find it any more of a leverage point or anything else if this deal, we're not talking about Trey Lance, if this deal was they traded for Zach Wilson, who went a pick before Trey Lance? Is it any different to you? I'm just curious.
No.
So you think it's the same, like you view them
same
as,
level of threat?
Yeah, like they're similarly damaged prospects that have no.
Yeah,
I would say Trey Lance is less damaged.
I would say Trey is less of a threat, even like slightly in the same category, but Zach Wilson to me would have more of a chance to play than Trey Lance.
That's the thing. We don't know. Like, we've never seen Trey. Like, at least I think Zach's more damaged because we've seen him play.
Yeah, I mean, the little bit Trey played.
But they have also, the thing Michael Lombardi is going to come on here and say, former NFL GM, he clearly has some connections in San Fran. They did watch Trey Lance practice, and they're like, it's time to get him out of here. He can't beat out Sam Darnold. Yeah, we have not seen him play ourselves enough, but San Fran people are like, oh my God, the Niners didn't give him a real shot. Well, we can't forget about the practice reps.
Right.
Too.
I think the issue there is like some guy. I think practice. If you're a true mobile quarterback, I think practice doesn't necessarily show your strengths. There's not running like Dak. Even Dak rookie year was so much better in the games than he was in practice. He was like very pedestrian in practice.
Yeah, now that's also a little bit of a rarity. Like, teams generally do get a sense in practice pretty fast. There's a story that always goes around when people chat around the league that when the Saints picked Alvin Kamara, they had signed not Ricky Williams. They signed Adrian Peterson. Right? No, they'd signed Adrian Peterson that year to be their starting running back. And it was during the summer Sean Payton saw Alvin Kamara and went, "Oh, we got to get Adrian out of here because we need to free up reps for him." And they traded Adrian Peterson like 3 weeks into the season to Arizona so they could free it up. So you can tell sometimes with these guys in practice.
Do you think that Dak is irritated about this topic?
I don't think Dak is irritated about bringing Trey Lance in. I don't think he's threatened by Trey Lance. I would imagine just reading body language only, not hearing anything. When he was talking to us, he looked a little annoyed that he wasn't given a heads up, but not like devastated by it. I think the biggest irritant he had the other night was about Will Grier.
And Jerry was asked the other day, does any of this give you leverage? Does this change how you negotiate with Dak's next deal?
Didn't cross my mind, period, about an impact here regarding Dak. I know that Dak wants to do anything we can do to improve this team. And we're going to do it. The facts are that the decision to bring in as high a quality of talent as we could, that's evolving, or a young talent that is basically gaining, improving, getting better, that you would be as a young talent. That's something that we've been trying to do, but it's just never, the opportunity seems to be there so often. But we've been trying to do what we did today with this trade almost every draft since I've been drafting.
So there you go. There's JJ the other night, and we'll see Trey Lance maybe when we see Jacob DeGrom. We'll see Trey. We'll see Trey
20,
Lance.
25.
We'll see Trey before Jacob DeGrom in next year's preseason.
Trey Lance, his contract with the Cowboys will expire before we see Jacob DeGrom.
Oh, don't say that, please. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We want you to win the Rangers ticket giveaway at 7. But they finally get a win that's been haunting them over this awful losing streak. And where are they now in the power rankings? Plus, we do not let Zach Wolchuk interview the Rangers general manager anymore. That's all on the way on Sean and RJ.
to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Leclerc ready with the 0-1. Here it is. Swinging a drive into right field. Going back is Garcia. He's there and has to reach up and make a little leaping grab at the edge of the warning track. And in needlessly dramatic fashion, the Rangers will come away with a victory here tonight by the final score of 4-3.
Mariano Leclerc getting it done last night in New York. The tables turned for once. The Rangers steal one. 4-3 against the Mets. First time this season winning a game after trailing following 8 innings. I wonder.
Pretty stunning.
I wonder how late that is compared to other teams in baseball history. For a team this good that has this many wins.
Yeah, that would be the one. I mean, it wouldn't be uncommon for a team to not have a comeback win, but
with 30 games left.
Yeah, I mean, look,
even down one. I mean, after 8, I don't know about that.
There's been teams that haven't blown a save all year. Have never lost a game all year at late in the season. It's interesting stat. We want to go do a little research on, but this is for a team this good. I would say it's an anomaly.
I bet if we were to look at the, because I don't know what the exact number is, but I bet if you look at the number of games they've lost leading in the 9th inning versus now the games they've won, which is just one, I bet it would be sickening. Well, it'd make us sick, I bet, if we saw the actual number.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is it's also the amount of chances. Like, how many times have they lost in that situation? Like, have they lost most of their games by 2 runs, 1 run? What? I know early on in the year, if they were losing games, it was by 1 run.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be a loss. I was like, okay, John Gray, he's just giving up some home runs here and there. Offense has completely disappeared again. And then Nathaniel Lowe ends up being the hero. Clutch.
Yeah, look, in high leverage situations this year, he's batting .272 with a .758 OPS, which that OPS is not great. But, .272 in a high leverage situation, that's above league average. It's above league average in that stat. When they were in a no-win situation, the Mets. They had a choice of Seager or Lowe. Seager will hit one out on you, and Lowe's a pretty good contact guy. So that's
a win situation. I mean,
Lowe over Seager for sure.
Yeah,
but
you're getting a 50-50 call.
It's not, but you're getting a contact guy. The guy you would want up there is basically anybody other than those two and Simeon, who they got Simeon. Now, I thought they got a little bit of a fortunate call on one of the pitches.
Yes,
the strikeout pitch. I mean, that was just nasty. That had filthy movement on it.
By the way, I think we're starting to see that Nathaniel Lowe has a little bit of the Rusty Greer gene. Remember, Rusty Greer used to start out the first 2 months of the season. He was bad. It felt like he'd hit like 250 and then he'd click. So last year, Nathaniel Lowe was awesome the second half of the season. Quietly, he's doing it again. So first half of the season, his OPS was 781. So far in the second half, he's 909. He's hitting 310 since the All-Star break.
So they get the win. Unfortunately, so do the Astros and Mariners. Altuve hit for the cycle. Seattle dominated. So the Mariners still lead the division by 1.
24 games in a row now that the Mariners have been tied or leading in the 9th inning.
Wow. 24 what in a row?
24 games in a row, the Mariners have been tied or leading in the 9th inning. Because 3 of their last 4 losses, they've lost 4 times this month. 3 of them were in extra innings, and then 1 of them was a walk-off where they were tied.
I mean, they're blowing some saves too, man. If you've been leading for 24 games in a row and they haven't won 24 in a row,
nope.
That means you're blowing some saves. Like, that bullpen's got some issues too.
One of the benefits of being the home of the Rangers, not just the ticket giveaway that we want to hook you up with at 7 a.m., changing it to 7 a.m. this morning because I want the 6 a.m. club to win it because you all have been our highest rated audience of the entire show. So thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. You're appreciated. One of the other benefits is getting on Chris Young, the Rangers general manager. And it's very important to listen closely to what Chris Young has to say in the midst of this losing streak. Very, very important. What are the corrections? What are the solutions? What are the possible moves that CY could make? And Zach Wolchuk executed that perfectly yesterday.
Team's still not healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Well, obviously a huge impact. I mean, those are two critical pieces to our team. We lost time for a period of time there, and then Josh shortly thereafter, and Nate as well. And so those are, three big pieces to our group. That said, I believe we have the depth to sustain or withstand injuries like that and sustain our performance. And we're excited to get both those guys back. Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most, and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
Well, that was the update on Evaldi, is that he's he had the little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
Nope. I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's on me. That's on me right there.
I think the pressure got to Zach a little bit.
Yeah,
the big interview for us. It's been tough on all of us.
Don't send me back down just yet.
It's amazing.
This is my biggest fear.
I'm with you.
Is that I'm going to ask the same question. Like, it's bad enough to ask the same question. Like I did to Zach Wolchuk's girlfriend, Maya, where I asked her the same question a minute later when I was interviewing her
in bed?
drunkenly.
Oh.
No, I was like, what's something we don't know about Zach? And then 3 questions later, I was like, what's something we don't know about Zach? But man, I'm terrified of this happening.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
Especially with like Jerry. Because when we're talking to Jerry and Jerry starts answering, there's a lot of times where it's like, okay, what did he just say?
Yeah, he just
and you're trying to make a note of, okay, he just said this, and I feel like it's going to be easy to miss something, miss a word or a part of a question, and then I'm gonna repeat it.
Absolutely, biggest fear at press conference. You'll never see me ask a question at a press conference, ever. Not a chance.
Because you're not listening to the beginning of it.
I'm not. Well, it's because part of the time is like. Have you ever walked into the middle of where the guy's already doing an interview and you walk into the middle of it, of a scrum?
Right.
There's zero chance there.
Yep.
All right. Because I'm not going to be the guy, I don't know if this was asked before, but I'm going to ask it again.
That's on me.
See, I'm not doing that. I'm out.
You know who's the king of that? And he'll own up to it. The king of that is Chill. He walks up. He did it the other day with Jerry. He's like, Jerry, I wasn't here for the first part. You probably already talked about this, but just in case, blah, 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 blah. And Chill loves that one. He was like, well, I need to get the quote. Sorry.
Play it from Wolchuk's question on one more time. The Wooly Bully taking responsibility with CY.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
Well, that was the update on Evaldi, is that he's he had the little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
Nope. I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's on me. That's on me right there.
I think the pressure got to Zach a little bit.
It did.
The big interview for us. It's been tough on all of us.
Don't send me back down just yet.
That was good.
The next time we get him drunk, this will be what he gets emotional about. I see why I felt so bad. That'll be the next thing he gets upset about.
Is there anyone else in the building that gets like this deep and sentimental? They've had a few. I'm trying to think who else. I want to see Peyton drunk.
I've seen it before. Corey will get a little sentimental.
Yeah.
But Zach Zach is not emotional, like sit there and want to like bawl his eyes out. It's just more like, I love you, man. I hate all the times that we've fought. Like that's Zach.
And is he being genuine with it?
Yeah. No, he's sincere. He's absolutely sincere. It's just he chooses to tuck that away when he's sober.
What's this one like? Having a few or buzz?
I just get more funny.
Man.
Yeah.
I think
your game gets worse.
I think what that should tell you is if he thinks he gets more funny, that just means he gets like louder. And he's talking more and he's saying more stuff. He does get a little louder. There's a lot more there's like a slower, more deliberate way of talking and stuff like that. But he's not bad. He's not a sloppy one.
So last night the Mets played a little video tribute for Max Scherzer.
So sweet.
And diehard Mets fan Frank the Tank. Is this guy from Barstool?
Barstool guy at Tank.
Mets fan Frank the Tank was not happy about it.
Are you kidding me? Scherzer was a nightmare. He ripped the heart out of his team. Now they're going to lose Alonso. And then the Cubs are going to split again. And he gave him a video tribute. Are you kidding me?
There were those Mets fans were not happy with that tribute. He got run out of town. I'm stunned they did it.
Yeah.
I am stunned too.
What's softer, that or
kidding me?
Max video tribute or Fenway standing O for Mookie?
Fenway standing O. Because the team,
I think,
the fans saw right through the BS and they booed him. Like my buddy texted me yesterday because he lives up there because the Mets fans are so upset. Like they are just beside themselves that the Met fans gave him a tribute. And so they're seeing through the team BS. Some of these teams, they got LDE, little D energy, and that's what the Mets they showed last night.
But you're saying the Red Sox are worse.
Because the fans.
Yeah. This was
But
the
at least
team.
they won a title, though.
But this was
the act.
Yeah, the Mets were the team, though. The team did that. And so in this instance, the fans
I'm asking which act is softer.
The fans are softer.
The Red Sox fans.
The fans are softer than Mets management that decided to throw the video up. Because the fans celebrated Mookie. The Mets fans booed the video that was being put up. They're like, what the hell are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, Mets fans checked them. They were the system of checks and balances here in this situation.
Boston is supposed to be one of the tougher sports cities in the world, and to be fair, I think there were some boos mixed in there. I don't think it was all Mook, but there was definitely some cheering. You heard it.
Does Tony Romo care about the boos?
Nope.
His mindset, thanks for ruining the tease, Bobby. Tony Romo talks about all the fan criticism, and Jason Garrett is catching some heat as well. The Cowboys on TV next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you some FAQs when it comes to hopefully that car accident that never happens. But is it
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway to hook you up with at 7 here on DFW Sports Station. We will ask Reddit at 7:20 during the Expressway, but we got some Dallas Cowboys in the news when it comes to their broadcasting careers. And the first is going to be Tony Romo, who did an interview with The Athletic to talk about some of the criticism from last year. But apparently, he does not care. Quote, I remember reading in the comments section of the newspaper in my second year playing, and people were saying he throws it too late, he'll never make it. So I went and tried to throw higher arm angles because some guy wrote an article or said it in the comments. I mean, how dumb, right? It's like that guy had no idea what he's talking about. What's said is not always reality. So this came with some of the criticism last year that Romo had not watched as much tape, that he was too loud and too giddy over calls, and that CBS even had to have an intervention with him.
Yeah.
Remember that report?
Yeah, and that was a report out there, and like Richard Deitch and Jimmy Traina, some of the media watchdogs that are out there were going at him. And listen, Romo was always going to be, and look, Matt Ryan will be really, really good at this year because he already knows the scouting reports on all these teams. He's just fresh out of the league. And Romo, I mean, how many guys are still in the league that aren't quarterbacks that Romo played against? And we're talking about almost 10 years since he last played an actual snap.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's a long time. So you do have to do your homework unless, and maybe, look, and I wouldn't hate this because I like the talk show aspect of watching a game. Right? I like the Bill Walton style. Fish and I try to do this with the legends, just do a talk show. Because I don't care about what the announcer has to say. I don't need Jim Nantz to tell me what play is happening or call the play. You know what I mean? I don't need that. So I like that. If they want to do that, if Romo just wants to get giddy, cool, man. I'm all for it. Oh, Jim! That pass!
I would like to hear him show off his big football brain. I'd like to hear him explain why this happened, why this is setting something up for down the road in the game, why this is not happening. I would like to hear him do that. To me, I think someone got to him. He got scarred by people saying, stop predicting things. And then the giddiness is too much. I love football more than anybody else, and I'm just so much more enthusiastic. It's corny. It's cheesy. So he's saying, no, people come up to me on the street and said, we're doing a fantastic job, so I'm not listening to any of that criticism because the same thing happened when I was playing.
Yeah, this feels a little tone deaf. Like one of his quotes here,
Tony deaf,
where he says, people come to me now, they say they love our crew, they love how we do it. But he goes, like anything, the CBS crew has been at such a high level doing this for so long that it doesn't matter who you are. People are not going to continually write the same article about how great you are. I mean, you wouldn't do that. You're not going to continually write they are the best over and over again. They might still think it, but people have to find things to write. So basically, his insinuation is, well, all the criticism about me is because they were bored of having to write about how great I was and how great our broadcast was.
Yeah.
They needed some new in their life.
I guarantee you he adjusts a little bit.
He has to.
I think he's acting thick-skinned, but I guarantee you he adjusts just a little bit. Well, maybe there's a lot of people who are fine with it. Again, it's subjective, right? You talking about Tony Romo yesterday? Blew up on Reddit?
Yeah.
Ask Reddit. Why are Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus talking about this? Love of the Star?
Yeah, ask Reddit. 7:20 later today in the Expressway. So it's we were talking about the Trey Lance trade on Love of the Star, and Peyton posted the episode yesterday morning, and in it, Brian was talking about I don't think he'll be a bad teammate. Like even if Dak were to be annoyed by this, Dak is gonna help out Trey Lance and help him the best he can. He's not going to be threatened by him or do anything like that. And he brought up the point about, during his rookie year, as I think most people are well aware of by now, the guy who helped Dak the most was Mark Sanchez. The guy who helped him next was Kellen Moore. Tony Romo was
John Kitna there too at the time.
He was not, but Kitna came around later and fixed his footwork. But Romo was completely removed from helping Dak. He didn't want to help. He didn't want to train his replacement, which is fine. But there were times it was even more difficult than that, than just, I don't want to help. And so we were just talking about that, having that discussion of, oh yeah, Romo was difficult in 2016. That was hard for the team. And somebody clipped it out on the Reddit Cowboys page and was like, what is this? I've never heard this before, which I thought people had heard, that Romo was somewhat difficult during that year. But I guess people were chattering over there. There were like 400 replies saying like, wait, what is this? What is going on here? But somebody mentioned there, and I didn't know this, Des Bryant, I guess, said the same thing last week on a Twitter space.
Really?
And said specifically, he said that Tony stopped showing up to practice once Dak took over. And so that's difficult.
Now, when you say those things about Tony, do you get a ton of do you get more backlash for loving Dak or saying that stuff about Tony?
Same, because it's the same people. Generally, the people who really don't like Dak even today are the ones who really didn't like him in 2016 because he took their favorite quarterback's job.
Yeah.
Same people. I mean, they're still out there. Those Romo fans are still out there that say, and look, going back on it, I mean, could you have made the argument that, Tony was a better player at the time? Yeah, he was a better player than Dak. He was also broken.
Yeah.
Like, and then next time he went out there, he probably would be in a wheelchair.
And they were on fire.
And look, there's a reason Tony didn't try to play again. All these quarterbacks, from Aaron Rodgers to Tom Brady to Joe Montana to Peyton Manning, when their first team is like, we're done with you, they go somewhere else.
Well,
they all go somewhere else, except Tony. Why didn't Tony go somewhere else? Not because, oh man, I just love the Cowboys so much. He didn't love the Cowboys any more than Tom loved the Patriots or Joe loved the Niners or Man loved the Colts. He was broken and he didn't want to play anymore because he wanted to walk. Because Candace is like, dude, I'm not going to wheel you around the rest of your life.
Tony could still play. Tony was better than Dak at that point. Tony had seen more football. He was broken, but the bigger issue there is that organization knew if they switched quarterbacks, that was going to be a culture killer for them. Because the team had bought into the other quarterback, and the team would have been deflated by the other one going in.
What happened with Jason Garrett opening the college football season?
And so Notre Dame was in Ireland, like we mentioned yesterday, taking on Navy over the weekend, and absolutely trounced them. Sam Zaddy,
baby,
as RJ Choppy likes to call him.
I hope you got your future Heisman bet in. Sam Zaddy should be named Sam's Mission.
I was listening to Bruce Feldman yesterday. I was listening to his podcast, and he was talking about Sam Hartman, and he said Hartman will definitely be the best quarterback Notre Dame has had since Clausen, and he said, I think he'll probably be the best they've had since Brady Quinn, which is pretty significant statement to drop there. But Jason Garrett was on the call.
Not really. I mean, they've pretty much had kind of bums.
But Brady was to say he's going to be around Brady is Brady was a Heisman contender.
But name the Notre Dame quarterback since Brady Quinn.
Ian Book, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, it was Jason Garrett
Ron
and
Pallas?
Noah Eagle. How would you, him being Ian Eagle's son, how would he mispronounce Noah? He's got to find a way to do that so that he can stand out.
Noah.
So it was Jason Garrett, and Jason Garrett had gotten killed for this broadcast on social media for a few different reasons. One, Jason Garrett said that Sam Hartman has never had a running back like Audric Estime, the running back for Notre Dame, who's a good player. And people pointed out Sam Hartman literally played with Kenneth Walker, who was a really good running back and went high second round, is playing really well in the NFL now. People were complaining that in a 42-3 game, he kept talking about Navy's mental toughness. Like, boy, look at this mental toughness. One person said,
did you say Sam Hartman played with Kenneth Walker?
Yep. Wake Forest. He transferred to Michigan State.
I was like,
last
he's a
year.
Michigan State guy.
Yeah, but he started at Wake Forest and they played together. Somebody said, if Jason Garrett brings up Navy's mental toughness one more time, I will turn on Bluey. And then the thing that he was really getting crushed for, which I think this would have been everybody's concern with Garrett initially, lack of enthusiasm and energy. So you got like Barstool Big Cat said, Jason Garrett really makes this feel like week 0 in Dublin. There's no juice. And just consistently, Jason Garrett might be AI. Jason Garrett has been brutal today. I mean, it was.
He is AI.
JGPT.
Aaron Rodgers in his Jets debut against the Giants. 2 series, a touchdown to Garrett Wilson. Hard Knocks tonight. It was Aaron's first preseason game in action since 2018. 5 of 8. 47 yards, a lot of quick throws because the Giants, got to bring their blitz heavy package, but he was not knocked to the ground. Good protection. What?
I just was going to give you something that should make you feel good because I don't feel as I did get a small piece of worry about our Aaron Rodgers bet.
Why?
Ben Fennell, who I think does a great job. He works for NFL on CBS, NFL on Prime. He's done NFL draft stuff for NFL Network before. He's a producer. But I trust the way he watches tape and the things that he evaluates. And he had tweeted yesterday a series of throws from Rodgers to Devontae Adams. And he said from 2019 to 2021, Devontae Adams led the NFL in RPO receiving. He had the most catches, most yards, most touchdowns in the NFL during that time. And he goes, this Rodgers to Garrett Wilson connection on tape feels scary similar in 2023. One-on-one out there, good luck this year. So I was like, okay, crap. The fact that Ben's buying in here,
well, me saying
makes me
it,
a little concerned.
I've been saying it.
I watch more football than you.
A bar in Wisconsin is offering a deal, RJ Choppy. Jack's American Pub, Milwaukee-based bar, says every time Aaron Rodgers starts the game and loses, they will pay whatever your bar tab is. Now, there's a catch. In order for them to pay your tab, you got to hit these stipulations. The covered tabs must be open at least 15 minutes before kickoff. It doesn't include food. The offer only applies if Rodgers is starting and the Jets game does not coincide with the Packers game, something that's scheduled to happen only 4 times this season. You also have to be present the entire game to cash in that ticket. So 4 times this year, they're rooting against Aaron Rodgers at this pub to pay your tab.
I love when rivalries pop up out of nowhere. This is it. This is not a rivalry. The Jets and Packers aren't a rivalry.
Right.
The Jets are where Packer quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah.
That's what the Jets are. But this is going to make some Wisconsinites very happy or very sad on any given of these, 4 to 5 weeks, because the bar is either going to be very, very rich that week or very, very broke.
And you were asking, where was the Jalen Brunson bar set up for this last year?
And that's what we are not angry enough, I don't believe, when it comes to our players when they leave. I think the only one that I can remember in the 25 years I've been here and mostly working is C.J. Wilson.
DeAndre Jordan was a disaster.
About them leaving?
Yes, about players who played here, so DeAndre wouldn't have counted.
A-Rod.
Josh Hamilton.
But okay, so Hamilton, I was thinking about
DeMarco Murray
CJ got more hate than Josh.
But the Cowboys, didn't they get rid of DeMarco?
They didn't re-sign him, but him signing with the Eagles, they hated him after that.
Yeah, that was dumb. Why would you hate him? He sounded so what he said. You didn't want him. A-Rod and Teixeira. The thing is, A-Rod, they were traded. They didn't even sign somewhere else. This is a guy who wanted out. A-Rod, they were trying to trade him. There was a fairly amount of mutual wanting to leave. A-Rod wanted out, and the team wanted to get away from the contract.
Let's hook up the 6 a.m. club with our Rangers ticket giveaway. It's cut down day for the Cowboys and the National Football League, and Sark responds to the Big 12 commissioner rooting for my Red Raiders over the Longhorns next. But first, it is clearly
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The kick and the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball. Base knockout into right field. Smith scores. Duran racing around third. Here's the throw. He dives. He scores as well. Seager goes to third. A 2-run single for Nathaniel Lowe, and the Rangers lead 4-3.
Pixie with the call. Admit that none of us, we all said L. They're going to blow second and third. Nobody out. Nathaniel Lowe comes up big, but we all. I didn't even feel bad because I had the egg on my face. I'm like, they're not going to score, are they? And every single person in DFW said, nope, they're going to blow this in spectacular fashion.
I thought that they were not going to come back. And then, the second and third, they start getting a couple outs. Like,
I don't feel pressure.
Me. But after all that, and I gotta be perfectly honest with you, I thought there was no chance they were going to come back at the top of the ninth. I thought there was no chance they were going to score after they had gotten down to 2 outs with the first two guys on second and third. But once they took the lead, I can't believe it. I thought for sure, I was like, there's no chance they're losing this game.
With Leclerc?
With this bullpen!
No way.
I turned the game off.
Were you drinking?
No, I hadn't drank.
You turned the game off?
I said, click, game over, we win.
That's great prep right there. Way to follow through. I'm turning it off with the bullpen in the ninth after we take the lead. Where did you go? What'd you do? You went to dinner?
I went in the bedroom. Dinner? It was 9 o'clock at night.
They played it. They started 6?
No, so it was about 8:50. What I really did, I went in the bedroom and put it on my phone. And I saw the,
So you saw it there.
Yeah.
You turned off the TV and just turned it on your phone.
Well, I wanted, it's like the hang up. Okay, you can't hang up a phone anymore, right? There's no hang up. There's no click. I needed the alpha click on the remote. Game over.
Makes sense. No, I was convinced they weren't going to score. And then once they score, I thought they were going to score runner on second and third, nobody out. Once there's 2 strikeouts, I was like, okay, now you're screwed. But then when Leclerc came on, after I talked up Leclerc yesterday, and Mike wanted to set me straight, I was like, well, Leclerc will probably give up a home run here. He'll hit 4 batters in a row. This is just how things have gone lately.
Should we troll Mike today?
Yeah.
And be like, good Leclerc take.
Yeah. Yes.
See how far it can seriously push him?
Yeah. We got to really lean into it, though. And just be like, Mike, I just thought you knew how to evaluate pitching better.
We'll certainly go off the rails if we're like, he'll be, okay then. He'll start fighting back with it.
Yeah. But this is, because he had talked about low leverage, all that stuff. It doesn't matter. Are you pitching well? Are you hitting your spots? Is there good command? It's like it's going back to the drawing board. That's what you have to do. They weren't going to send him down. They were just going to send him to back to the drawing board at the major league level. It's just pitching in low leverage situations. Get your stuff back. Game doesn't matter. Game's out of reach. We're up 7. We're down 7. Go in there and pitch. He did that for a while. And we had talked about this back in June. How since the middle of, May, he had been pretty darn solid. And then he had a little bit of a blip. And only 3 of his last 20-something games were the only ones that allowed runs. The rest of that, they were clean. So maybe he is back and this is his new spot.
No, his peripheral statistics have looked really good since, basically since Chapman got here. He and Chapman have both pitched really well. He's essentially right in sync with Aroldis Chapman in terms of their numbers, other than Chapman, of course, has about 10 more strikeouts. But everything else on the peripherals looks remarkably similar.
Chris Young, Rangers GM, was repeating himself because of Zach Wilczuk on the G-Bag Nation, and they asked CY, what do you make of this slump over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think everybody's trying to stay upbeat. Certainly, we don't want to. There's no panic in terms of the last week and a half has been tough, but it's also why you play 162. I think the key for us is now how we handle it moving forward and how we come out of this. As I look at it, we're still a really good baseball team, and we're in a great spot as we kind of wrap up August here and go into the month of September. And my hope is that we turn this around and our best baseball is still ahead of us.
Do you feel like you should have been more aggressive? The only CY criticism, really, besides signing DeGrom in the offseason, and that didn't even catch as much heat as you should have added more bullpen help. Does Chris Young agree?
Some of that's dictated by the market. And so, we felt like we had needs in the rotation. We added both Chapman and Stratton. We felt like, by adding to the rotation and being able to get our guys healthy, that we would potentially make our bullpen better. And I think we saw a stretch where that really happened, where we pitched very well. We were pitching deeper in the games, and then as our starters don't pitch as deep in the games, we need to rely on the bullpen a little bit more. And really, the compound effect of that is that the next day you're not as fresh. You play back-to-back tight games, and you're relying on guys who have been used back-to-back nights, and it gets a little bit more challenging. So the market was a tough market. I think we really identified starting pitching as the biggest area of need. We did our best to upgrade the bullpen, but we also feel very confident in the group we have. I mean, we have some arms in our bullpen that at times have performed very, very well. All of these guys would be in the bullpen for other organizations, other teams, and so can we put that together all at once? And that's where I have a real belief that our best baseball is still ahead of us, is that our guys all click from starting pitching to our bullpen to our offense here in this last month. Great things can happen.
Unfortunately, Mariners and Astros both win, so the Seattle lead over the Rangers in the armpit is still one game as Jose Altuve hits for the cycle. Bobby, Cowboys insider, cut down day in the National Football League.
It is, and we got two releases yesterday to start things off. So Alec Lindstrom, the brother of Chris Lindstrom, the Falcons guard, he was released, and they also released former TCU edge rusher Ben Benogu. So those two have started the process. Guys, you're really going to be watching closely today in all likelihood to see how tight it's going to be for them. Kelvin Joseph, Jabril Cox, Nashawn Wright. Those are the type of names that we're looking at. Defense is going to be really tight. Neville Gallimore, Quentin Bohanna. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to make the roster, but another one we need to probably watch closely is what they're going to do with Chauncey Golston. I think Chauncey Golston's on their third-round pick from a couple years ago, but I think the heat's turning up on him a little bit.
Bobby will give you the cut down day predictions and below the belt at 8:40 this morning.
How mad is he going to be when Kelvin Joseph makes the team?
I mean, he's been on the team the last couple of years. It is what it is.
Look at that. Look at a high road response. Wow. What's going to happen with Jonathan Taylor today? Bet online with the Vegas odds of where he ends up, if not Indy for week one. Where do you think? What makes the most sense?
I mean, from the standpoint of giving up picks, gosh, Miami.
Miami is the favorite at 2-1. Then the Bears, Bills, Ravens, Broncos, Cowboys, Commanders, Bucks, Vikings, Eagles.
Man, the Bucks make no sense. I mean, they have no team. Like, makes absolutely no sense. These people who say, "Well, you got a bad team, you need a guy like Jonathan Taylor." No. If you have a good team, you need Jonathan Taylor.
The Colts are doing the smart thing,
right? Like, this is having Jonathan Taylor on a bad football team is like having the best closer in baseball on the Royals. They don't need a closer. Trade him. Like, get something for him. You don't need a closer if you're bad.
Do you think Jerry going old school cowboy, trading for Trey Lance, do you think that moved the odds up at all on Taylor? Like, they were like, we got a guard against
what do you mean
Jerry,
old school cowboy?
Like playing the way he used to be, where he was just kind of the wild cowboy who would just make deals and sign guys to contracts and make trades. Like, nobody was talking about Trey Lance. So I'm saying that, do you think that the surprise of the Lance deal had them going well, we probably should guard against them just doing something wacky?
No. Fourth round picks, not old cowboy Maverick Jerry.
Man, shoot for the hip, man.
For a third round quarterback. Third
overall pick, though. I'm just saying.
You're going to end up looking so dumb about it. You and all the Dak defenders are going to look so stupid when this guy doesn't even sniff the field. It's going to be so ridiculous. You sound like a Cooper trooper.
I bet you
sound like a Cooper Rush fan.
Here's our next bet. They trade him for at least a third or better in the future.
Trey Lance?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That's a hot take.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't think he plays here, but I think they trade him for a third or better.
So he doesn't play, but his value increases as he got older?
Yes. That'll be because you're going to find it's the same method that caused people to wonder about Jimmy G or whatever else. They're going to start their chatter. You're going to get these leaked reports of how good he looks in practice. It'll be part of these Dak Prescott, whenever the contract's going to come up, you're going to start hearing stories leaked about, well, Lance has looked really good because they want it as a leverage point, even though you don't think it's viable. So you will start hearing people chattering about that. But it'll create interest from some quarterback-starved team that'll go, all right, we'll throw a third. That's better than a quarterback we could pick in the third round. Let's do it.
But Jimmy played in New England, like when
briefly.
I mean, he was what?
Yes.
2-1, 3-0, something like that.
Yeah.
Like he played quite well. And though there was at least there was enough for teams to be like, okay,
right,
we could do this now.
Legitimate intrigue.
Yeah, there was legitimate with Trey Lance. It is all projection upside. It's basically 1,000% on where your evaluation of him was to begin with. And the Cowboys had what, a 2? So like, how many other teams had a 2 on him?
Third or better. Third or better.
Hot take. Sign me up for that bet. I hope you're right. Sign me up for that bet. I also want to sign you up for Rangers tickets. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on your home for Rangers baseball. Hit it, Pepe.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets as the year Texas Rangers take on the Houston Astros next Wednesday, September 6th. And not only will you be sitting in the world-famous Section 133 for the big rivalry game, but it's also Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dog Day at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The commissioner of the Big 12. Last week, we played you this audio, very unbecoming of a commissioner rooting for the Longhorns to lose to my Red Raiders.
In addition, candidly, we were able to get Texas and Oklahoma out a year early. That was a big deal for us, and I think all of you, okay? And Coach, I'm not gonna put any pressure on you, but I'm gonna be in Austin for Thanksgiving, okay? And you better take care of business like you did right here in Lubbock last year.
Whoa! Well, yesterday, Steve Sarkisian, head coach of the Longhorns, had his response.
Jokingly aside, but not. I got a letter from the commissioner about sportsmanship the day before that speech. And so I'm trying to figure out what are we promoting to our student athletes and then to go say those types of things. So I'm not guessing he's going to have his Thanksgiving dinner with us the night before that game. But the reality of it is, that's, a lot's been made about that. A lot's been made about a T-shirt being made. Let's not make this more than it is, man. This is about us. We're focused on what we get to do and why we get to do it. We're proud to be part of the University of Texas.
All right. That was a great answer.
What's the T-shirt?
Embrace the hate, because they get hated on as the University of Texas. So they've been printing these Longhorn shirts, just like the all gas, no brakes, which, by the way, Robert Saleh stole as his finish line for the meetings on Hard Knocks. But Sark has made these, or Texas has made these embrace the hate shirts. And so social media started freaking out. There were some folks who didn't like that, say, out of context, wearing a shirt that says embrace the hate in this climate, this social climate. Like you're advocating embracing hate. And so
I hate
they were getting killed for it. And so he had to respond to it there.
Oh, I hate people. Like USC's got these shirts that says the farewell tour. It's great, right? They're great. Because they're leaving this is their last year in the Pac-12.
Oh, okay.
It's the farewell tour that has a schedule on it. I thought this was a good answer by Stark. All right, he owned your mark there because Brett went and said something very unbecoming of being a commissioner, and here is Sark for once in his life, the adult in the room. Look at that. That was a good answer.
I agree with both sides though. Honestly, I have no problem with what Yormark did, to be honest, but it is a little funny that he sends a letter about sportsmanship, and boy, this is quite a turn. 2 years from the Big 12 saying, you guys can't do horns down. We will throw flags on you if you disrespect Texas.
That's right.
To now it's like beat their ass.
Will the Cowboys be able to capitalize on maybe the worst NFL trade ever? Plus, it's the expressway, so that means Ask Reddit on a Tuesday. We are commercial free for the next 40 minutes after this on Sean and RJ. But if you're new to IT, that is information technology.
It's Tuesday, it's the Expressway, which means it's time for Ask Reddit. This is where we kick around some of the most viral questions over at Reddit during this past week. We get answers from RJ Choppy, Sean Sharif, Peyton Russell, and you on the truckwreck.com. Fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as well as the Twitch feed and the YouTube. So you guys get active in those comments. We want to hear from you as well. First question here. RJ Choppy, you pride yourself on being the manly man, throwing the door open when you're heading out so that it'll slam shut, just grunting, food is fuel, all that. What is an unwritten rule of being a man?
Oh, man. I think the first thing that comes to mind is Erica Bagu.
We must protect this house?
We must protect this house.
Oh, you're the protector of the home?
Yeah, like... If there's
you said she was the man of the house.
Well,
she just killed a scorpion.
She killed a scorpion with her bare hand. Didn't even use toilet paper. But I wasn't home for that. There's no saying. She would have called me into action, and I'd have done something with that. I would have stepped on it because it's a bad move too. You gotta take your shoe off and then slam on that thing. But there's a snake in the backyard. You gotta go get it. If the sprinklers are broke, you gotta dig the hole and you gotta fix them. If the tire's flat, you gotta go whatever. You got, my next project is the dishwasher. I open the drawer and it just falls to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Some springs broke. I don't know how to fix it.
My oven
I'll
door
YouTube
handle, like the one side of it comes off. Like I've tried
So you probably
Gorilla
gotta
Glue,
take
all
the
of
panel
it.
off or something like that.
I'm not going to do anything. I'll hire someone to do it.
So
bribe someone.
It's I think that's it. Like you hold the car door open for her when you get in the car. It's just just be a man.
Yeah, that's good. Sean, unwritten rule?
I mean, I guess it's let her win or pick the battles.
Yes.
Like last night, she irritated me as I got my dad won a big legal case back home, and
hell yeah,
I had that Glenn Levitt that Zach Wolchuk topped me with when he brought the 1942 over.
12 or 18.
I don't with the cheaper one. So I had is it two knuckles? What's Aaron Rodgers say?
Fingers, 2 fingers.
It was probably 2 fingers. My fingers. Less. And
if you got some sausage fingers, you're going to be drunk after about 2 drinks.
Right. Oh yeah, I get hammered, bro.
and I get into bed and she's like, "What are you drinking?" I was like, "This scotch." Is that what it is? Choppy Glenn Levitt?
Yeah, it's scotch.
I was like, drinking this scotch. She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because I feel like it."
Yeah.
And it was, well, you had a glass of wine while you were cooking the other night, and 5 years ago me would have said, and that's why I love having a radio show because I can say it through the radio. If I want to have a glass of wine every day, one a day, deal with it. It's fine. It's not going to kill anyone. If I'm sitting here dealing in high leverage situations, which, I've been stressed out about this court stuff going on back home with these little snakes in my dad's practice, then I'm going to celebrate it. And I like having a drink at the end of the night, take the edge off. It's called a nightcap.
It's called a nightcap. That's right.
I don't want to hear any more about that.
It has a social name for a reason. If it was that big of a problem, they wouldn't have named it.
Yeah.
214.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
But I didn't go into that. I'm just saying it now.
Sure.
Away from her.
Sure. Man rule from 214. If you scratch your downstairs, you don't actually scratch. It's a pinch and roll.
It is a pinch and roll.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's definitely a pinch and roll.
What do you mean pinch and roll?
You can't really scratch.
You just go like this with your
skin's too loose.
Show it on the fan cam.
Yeah. Give it like right there. Pretend you're playing the smallest violin in the world for someone. That's what you're doing.
It works.
No, some of the other answers here. Do not C block. Not the one with Corey Majors. The other one. More specifically, 817. One must never ever roast a friend trying to impress a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that.
Which you probably doing to Zach, to Peyton. What'd you think about Bobby as a wingman, Pepe?
So I didn't get the chance with him.
He had some pep talk to me, while he was talking with Kristen. But I mean, no, it was fine. It wasn't bad.
I pep talked and I told him when things didn't work out, what I told him was, I said, it doesn't matter. It's still a win. Like, you're just here to get your reps in. So it's a win. It doesn't matter what the result is. We're here to stack good days on top of good days. It's a process.
Yeah.
Okay. 510, walk outside of her. Yeah. On the sidewalk or whatever else. You walk to the outside, your street side. That's one I think that you got. I don't know about this one. I've never done this one. 817, making sure your wife has gas in her car.
Oh gosh, I always do that.
She does this for me more than I do it for her, I think.
What?
She'll go take the car out and then fill it up because she knows I'll forget. I'll be ready to drive in here and I'll go, oh crap, I'm almost empty.
The other important one I think is like the tires. Check to make sure the tires are like you're not running out of tread. Like just go over there, stick your finger in the groove.
I think you're the worst person to take advice on in terms of car maintenance. Your car basically broke down a couple months ago or a couple weeks ago. You said you're not checking anything whatsoever.
Oh, because it's got 200,000 miles on it.
Right.
Yeah, I've stopped on the. Now I got new tires and I got a new transmission. My tranny blew last year. And I was on a trip to Oklahoma. So I had to get a new it was really the sensor of the transmission, but so like that was the issue. But no, my car's in good shape now. I got it all fixed up.
Okay.
Hers is getting, I think she's about to need a new one. I think so.
Archangel X3 on the Twitch. Unwritten rules. Guys must cook the barbecue outside. Steve from Tyler, open doors for your woman. Peyton, do you have one?
Yeah, I actually agree with the 682 on this one on the truckwreck.com fan text. Never pee in a urinal next to another man. You always have to skip one when there's room. And I agree with that.
Yeah, when there's room.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have a choice, though. But, like, generally, yeah, you try and get a stall worth of space between you and the other. All right, next one here. Sean Sharif, what is a sequel you refuse to acknowledge the existence of?
Oh, dang. That is a good one. Oh. Godfather 2 I can watch. Now, Better Call Saul. I know I get confused whether it's called the prequel.
It's a prequel.
But the series that came after that, or Better Call Saul, actually, I was so hyped up for that and so excited, and I quit. I quit watching it. I bailed. So I consider that is the sequel to. This could be a movie sequel, but that's my TV sequel to Breaking Bad, and I was so disappointed at how slow and boring it was.
I mean, one of the answers for me would be the movie sequel they made a couple of years ago to Breaking Bad, El Camino. I won't even watch it.
I haven't watched it
and it's, I don't know, it could be good, it could be bad. To me, it's just like Breaking Bad ended so perfectly and tied up every loose end, and I felt comfortable with where it was, that I didn't need to know, well, what happens to Jesse after he drives, spoiler alert, a decade later, sorry guys. But I don't need to know that one. A couple answers so far on the truckwreck.com fan text. A lot of Dumb and Dumber here. 903 Sandlot 2, 214 Joe Dirt, 817 Boondock Saints. That is a good answer. RJ Choppy, you got anything?
Oh, it's Tokyo Drift.
You don't even acknowledge that one in the.
Acknowledge it. I won't even let my kids watch it.
Wow, you let your kids watch everything.
They can watch whatever they want. No, joking. I do let. They can watch what they want. And look, it's not even that it's that terrible of a movie, because I mean there are some good things. I think it's actually aged quite well, but at the moment, you couldn't make a Fast and Furious without Vin Diesel and Paul Walker. You couldn't. That was sacrilege. That was sacrilege in our world. Yeah, the street racing world that I'm a big part of.
You are.
Okay, so that was sacrilege, man. So I don't acknowledge that one. Again, standalone, it's fine, but that's not a part of our franchise.
For the kid answer, Cars 2 has kind of been banned in our house. My boy doesn't love Cars 2. Cars 1 dominated.
By the way, I found out that, was it Radiator City? Is that what it was? Radiator Falls, whatever the name. That's actually based off of a real town in Arizona that was abandoned because I-40 came in and Route 66 basically died out.
Really?
I had no idea, but it was, and they had there was that hotel with the kind of the A-frame.
Yeah.
It's actually a real hotel out there. It was really cool. I want to go check that out. Actually, go surprised if we ever go again.
All the scary movies afterwards, I don't acknowledge. I loved Scary Movie 1 as a classic.
Yeah.
Pepe, You haven't even seen the original, so how are you going to say a sequel?
Yeah, no idea. But the one sequel I have seen is Finding Dory. You know, once you had Finding Nemo, you stop it right after that. This one's for the kids as well, Sean. So Finding Dory, you stop it right there. Sandlot 2 is another one. That show was awful. The movie was awful. The first one was great.
Yes.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. We're going through the most viral questions over on Reddit this past week, getting your answers on the truckback.com fan text, 877-881-1053, as well as the Twitch and the YouTube. By the way, the Twitch, Swaggy Booty says American Psycho 2, which was initially, fun fact, not supposed to be a sequel. It was supposed to be a separate movie, and the studio screwed it up and decided to put rewrites in there to turn it into a loose sequel. Space Jam 2 from Mike Cowboys. What else do we have here? John A. says, on the YouTube, says all of the Fast and the Furious sequels, or Fast and Furious. He says after the first, none of them are good at all. Next one here, Peyton Russell. What item of clothing does everyone look stupid wearing?
Oh, I got one.
Oh, it's easy.
Oh, I've got one.
It's the jorts, the jean shorts. They're out of style. Don't wear them anymore. Jeans are meant to be worn long and as pants. Do not cut them halfway and wear them as freaking shorts.
Okay, strong take
Do
there.
you see them out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wait, you're talking about for guys wearing them?
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, come on. Girls can wear whatever they want, and they're really short.
Yeah,
for
those
girls.
are called Daisy Dukes.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
But yeah, no, just for guys.
Sean?
Birkenstocks. Period.
Anyone?
They're back now,
Anyone.
man.
I don't care what you say. I got to see them out on the street. No one can. I'm talking about the double straps. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I know
not
what you mean.
these.
Yep.
Birkenstocks.
I hear you. That's exactly what the kids want. You know what the kids want them now? They want the tan line. The tan line of the Burke is in.
What?
That's so weird.
The double strap tan line on the foot is in style.
What's that new TikTok word that came up last week? You were saying
Corn.
in the break.
Corn.
That means like cool or
Oh,
something.
the spiced or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like lit. Yeah.
So that's what that is. It's spiced.
Yeah,
like on TikTok.
oh, we're getting spiced. Yeah.
For the Birkenstock. But I said the same thing about fanny packs. I said, no way, no how will it ever. And then when I do see a fanny pack, I don't judge it the same as I used to. But I don't think my mind can change on the Birkenstocks.
Yeah, I don't know.
ever.
I see fanny packs and I'm like, you just trip out of Xanadu or something. Like what are you doing here? This
Yeah.
seems like 80s roller skating culture. Chop.
Look, I think tank tops are generally on a guy. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them.
Why?
I think it's
like they're made for you.
I know. It's even too douchey for me. I'll tell you this. Now, look, I don't like the baggy clothes trend or whatever that, the baggy clothes, but y'all that wear clothes that are like 3 sizes too small, that doesn't look good on anybody. Our sales guy, Cody, does this, man. He wears his pants that are 6 inches too high, no socks, shirts that are too tight.
He doesn't want to be referred to as sales.
Oh, I'm sorry. Marketing executive intern person guy. Top buttoned on the collared shirt.
Yeah,
bad
you hate
look.
Chris Sims for
Nobody
that.
looks good with the top buttoned. It's just like if you look like you're uncomfortable, that's a bad look.
I was going to say like Crocs or something like that, but then I was like, man, Birkenstocks is going to answer Crocs. I like that. But the thing is, I'm thinking, okay, well, like what's a universal item of clothing I can go after? And it's the rompers / rompims. I don't think that I don't like rompers on, like, I think it looks weird on guys and most girls. I don't think it looks like it works very well.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre design, a onesie for an adult. I'm not a big fan of that.
Shorts are short. It's
Even
sexy.
for women?
Yeah, I don't like them. Sean, what is a small, seemingly insignificant decision you've made that ended up having a huge impact on your life? So like a butterfly effect moment for you.
A small, seemingly
It's
insignificant.
a tough one for me too. I couldn't think of anything either. I'm thinking like graduating college because all that did was lead to work and bills and adulting and all that stuff.
I mean, I already know of 2 right off the top of my head. So in 2015, when I first started podcasting, I went to a message board that I hadn't posted on since I was like 19, and I just shared it there. The first one that I did. And if I hadn't shared it there and other people wouldn't have started talking to me about it, I wouldn't have gotten connected to a certain person who then tied me into somebody else. And it eventually started everything that led to me working with Jane and then getting here. Like, I mean, that was, if I hadn't posted there, I probably would have stopped recording that podcast after like 3 days or something like that.
Wow.
But that kind of spurred it. And then, I think I've told you this before. I've never said it on the air though. the whole reason I went out on a date with Kristen for the first time was to spite someone.
Who?
Well, I mean, we don't have to say who, but it was a girl, and I was like, all right, fine. Well, I'm gonna go on a date with this girl. And then I went, and then I realized, like, at dinner, I was like, oh, I kind of like her more, actually.
Revenge marriage.
Yeah, I mean, like, now I'm married, kids, like, that's, yeah. I mean, this shows, like, if you guys doubt I'll commit to a bit, this shows how much I'll commit to a bit.
I'd probably say first job out of college, Rockford, Illinois, play-by-play. I was like, I don't want to do play-by-play. I always thought it was play-by-play. And then I was like, nah, I'm not getting to really say anything. These games, what if it's a terrible, boring game? So then I was like, let's do hosting. Let's do sports talk versus play-by-play. So going to Rockford, Illinois, worst city I've ever lived in my entire life, I'd probably answer with that.
Good that you actually figured that out early. Like that you had the foresight to make a decision.
Well, they also made me wear like the mascot a couple games because we were so poor in this organization.
Kenny.
So that probably scarred me.
What was
too.
the mascot?
The Rockford Lightning. Oh, the Texas William has found it. I can't remember if it was a bear, like a raccoon or something. Oh, man.
Was it hot? That stink in there? It was hot as hell. Oh,
awful.
God, it's awful.
Awful.
682, getting drunk and taking my now wife home on the first night. So you got that one. 940, asked a girl who answered a question of mine in a study group out for coffee. 14 years later, we've been married for 10 and have 2 kids. Peyton, you got anything here?
Yeah, real quick from the 214, I met the owner of my company at a gas station. Now, 6 years later, he's the lead of our sales team.
Wow.
Marketing executives.
That's right. No, for me, I mean, I'm thinking back. I mean, it was clear as just agreeing to wake up at 3:15 every morning and work with y'all. I mean, and I think we're almost at 1 full year, guys. So
you hear
happy
that?
Anniversary.
It's
worked
worked
out.
He considered joining this show a small, insignificant decision.
Well, I think it was the agreeing part to wake up.
Yeah,
But
sure. However you want to spin it, buddy. Chop, what is the most, and I already know what your answer is going to be. What is your most expensive mistake?
Well, it wasn't. I don't consider it a mistake necessarily. I mean, I made plenty of mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes that led to that. Okay, that was my issue. But the expensive mistake really was I put it all on a credit card. Oh, I'm going to get all the air miles.
Oh.
I'm going to put the divorce on my credit card, and I'm going to get all these air miles. And then you realize that, like, I don't know, $20,000 of court costs and lawyer fees adds up at 18% interest.
Oh,
okay. And here we are almost 10 years later, and checking my balance. I mean, I've cut it in half, sort of.
That's good.
Sort of. So yeah, that's rule number one. Like I realized real quick, like I'm done with credit cards. Like I don't use, and Sarah hates that because she's like, well, how are you gonna get rewards? Don't use cash, don't use debit, use credit. I'm like, yeah, well, like the reason I'm here, like, I know eventually I will do that again after I pay all this down on the, check my notes again, 18% interest.
Who gets paid off first, the IRS or your credit cards?
Oh, the credit cards. The IRS interest rate's like 2%.
Sean, what do you got?
I would probably at one point in time, I would say the stock market.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a mistake?
Some of them have been.
Well, I do see a lot of red on your phone at 8:30 every morning.
I know, that's right. That was before Trajan Wealth, of course.
Yes.
But basically, I should have sold what it was all lining up for me the week of my marriage back home, and I had a good 6-figure profit in a tap away if I would have hit sell. I had it.
You had it.
And now I don't.
Damn.
Are you catching knives?
What do you mean? What do you mean catching knives?
Isn't that what you mean? Like you try to catch it? It's like when you try to sell when the market's tanky, you're trying to catch knives or something like that, falling.
Well, buying the dip.
Yeah.
Is it a loss now, or is it just not as good as it could have been?
It's a loss.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, it was six figures.
How do you wake up every morning? That hurts.
Well,
that hurts me.
But my mindset was, I'm in this play.
Yeah.
It was like the meme stock craze. I'm in this play to retire.
Yeah.
I wasn't in this play to, I was like all or nothing, and it became nothing.
Yeah, I have like a buddy who does finance and stuff like this. And he goes, only if you're doing it for like to make money, only sell if it's life changing. If it's not life changing, just eat the loss.
682.
Now you may be in for so much that it hurts to eat.
682 paying on someone on Craigslist before they performed the job and task and ran off with my money. 817, not changing the oil in the car. My sister never checked
That's
her.
a great one.
She bought a brand new Explorer 12 years ago, never checked the oil, ran the thing until there was no oil left in the car, destroyed the engine while there was still 3 years left on the car note. And that's just screwed.
That's a great one.
Yeah, so mine.
I put diesel in my dad's Mercedes by mistake.
Oh.
Mistake.
Oh, no.
What do you mean mistake?
Did he not let you go out or something?
Oh, no. I snuck it out.
Oh, I got it.
When I first got my license, I was like, oh, I'm sure this car like takes diesel. And then on the way home, it's like I was riding a horse on the way home. My buddy siphoned it out, cut a hose in the backyard, siphoned the gasoline out.
Jeez.
What a high that was.
Peyton.
So mine is freshman year of college. I knew, but I didn't have a job, and so I was like, well, how am I going to make money while still going to school? And I got caught up in the pyramid schemes. A buddy of mine said, hey, man, for $200, I can get you, we're making over $1,000 a month just sitting in your dorm. You can make money. And I think in a matter of a month, I lost probably $500 before I got out.
And what was the product?
Oh, I mean, it was just, use our website, pay this money, and you get all like the books and everything to like how to make money on the Forex market. And yeah.
And a DUI is also a very important lesson that I needed to have. Otherwise, I was just going to keep drinking and driving. So I'm the type of person I need it to happen to me.
Got to touch the stove.
I got to touch the stove. When I do touch the stove, I'm not going to touch it again. But I got to learn the hard lesson myself. Ask Credit every single Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ. The San Francisco 49ers learned a very hard lesson with the trade for Trey Lance. And before we project him and talk about him as a future Cowboy, all-time trade lists have come out.
Yeah, this is the worst draft day trades in NFL history. And now, look, NFL history is relative because we're doing kind of modern history here. Not dating back to when Dick Butkus was drafted. Because remember we saw that? What was that 30-30 on the 83 draft or whatever it was? Right?
From Marino to
Elway
to Marino.
Yeah. How small time the draft was back then.
Yeah.
It was in a little conference room. Nobody showed up. But that is part of it. So, number 10, 2012, the Browns trade up for Trent Richardson.
Oh, yeah. Michael Lombardi.
They moved up from 4 to 3 to select Richardson. And this would be higher on the list, but at least they were able to trade him for a first-round pick a year later. So they actually I forgot about that.
What?
They recouped their first-round pick from him. Number 9, the Jets trade the 6th pick and 3 second-rounders to the Colts for Sam Darnold.
Oh.
It's a rough one.
The man who beat out Trey Lance.
The Colts took that 6th pick and took Quentin Nelson. So that was probably a pretty good trade for them. Number 8, and I'm surprised this is not higher, just with the amount of value that they gave up. Washington gave up 3 first-round picks to get RG3.
Oh, man.
There have been 5 trades involving one team giving up 3 first-round picks in the draft era since 1967. They involved Deshaun Watson, Jim Plunkett, Herschel Walker, Trey Lance, and Robert Griffin III.
Which apparently Mike Shanahan did not want. Apparently, I think that was a Dan Snyder push. And, of course, Kyle Shanahan ended up loving Kirk Cousins there in D.C.
The Rams, this is who they got with all the picks that were traded to them. Michael Brockers, Janoris Jenkins, Alec Ogletree, Isaiah Peed, Stedman Bailey, Zach Stacy, and Greg Robinson. I mean, that's a roster.
And Greg Robinson, all-time bust, wasn't he? Wasn't he supposed to be the next Larry Allen?
Yeah, he didn't hit.
Number 7.
This you've gone from bottom up?
Bottom up, so 10 to 7.
All right.
Now, this was not really necessarily the draft day trade that was so bad because they didn't move up that much. They just moved up 2 spots, but the Browns traded up for Johnny Manziel.
After the homeless person on the street told him to do it?
Right.
Genius move from Eric Burkhardt to get them to even trade up and do that.
Number 6, the Cardinals trade the 15th pick, which turned into Colton Miller, a 3rd rounder, Rasheem Green, and a 5th to get Josh Rosen at 10 overall.
Oh, traded up for Rosen.
He went 3-10, 11 TD passes, 14 picks. They pulled the plug on it after 1 year. Next one, number 5. Chargers trade up to get Ryan Leaf. They moved from 3 to 2. That's it. But it cost them 2 veterans. They traded Eric Metcalf and Patrick Sapp and 2 first-round picks, which turned out to be
2 first to move up from 3 to 2?
And a second.
Oh, wow.
The 2 first-round picks turned out to be Andre Wadsworth, who Broadus told me he had as his number 1 player on the board in that draft over Manning, and David Boston. Those are the 2 picks they wound up trading. Number 4, the Bears move up 1 pick to get Mitch Trubisky. Now, he's not one of the biggest busts in draft history. It's more about who they didn't take. They drafted Trubisky at 2. Mahomes went 10th. Deshaun Watson went 12th. The Bears, trade part of the Niners, used that future 3rd-round pick from this draft to take Fred Warner. Another pick on the deal was traded to New Orleans, who used it to take Alvin Kamara. So that was big. Number 3, the Saints trade their entire draft for Ricky Williams.
I don't know what's going to be higher than that based off of what they were able to get from those picks.
So Williams was drafted 5th. The 3 picks around him, my God. Edgerrin James, Torrey Holt, and Champ Bailey.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're all Hall of Famers.
Washington used the picks from it. They got Champ Bailey. They'd moved back to 12. They got up to 7 to get Champ. And then the pick they got the next year, they used on LeVar Arrington. So Cleveland could have been New Orleans could have been in a position to have Champ and LeVar Arrington.
Yeah, but Ricky Williams wasn't Trent Richardson.
Right. He wasn't a bust.
He was a bust in New Orleans. He didn't really start to hit till Miami.
Let's see. The Colts trade John Elway. That was a forced trade. They got Chris Hinton, Mark Herman, and a future first-round pick, which turned to be Ron Solt for Elway.
Love that guy.
Hinton was a really good left tackle, made 6 Pro Bowls, but, I mean, he was never going to – you trade John Elway, you're going to lose that trade.
Rickey's years, by the way, in order, 884, 1,000, 1245. So he wasn't that much of a bust in New Orleans. Now, the hype was there. Miami, 1853, then 1372. Then he went 3 years without rushing for even 800 yards, then 1121, and then 2 more years after that. 10,000 yards for Ricky's career, 4.1 average.
And number 1, the 49ers trade up for Trey Lance.
Bam!
So
wow. And who made this list?
CBS Sports. This is kind of, I'll read this. So then they traded him for a 4th-round pick 2 years later. They had traded 3 firsts to get him. 3. He played 8 games, the fewest by a top 5 pick for his debut team in the Common Era. They made back-to-back conference championship games since drafted him. The Miami Dolphins used their 3 first-round picks from the Niners to trade up for Jalen Waddle, trade for Tyreek Hill, and trade for Bradley Chubb. That's what they used those 3 picks for. They traded out. So the Niners were 12, and they moved up to 3. The 12th pick was some guy named Micah Parsons.
It's tough.
Imagine if San Fran paired Micah with Bosa.
Yeah, it gets worse.
Oh.
So they picked at 3. He was 12. The 10 picks from Trey Lance to Micah Parsons at 12. 6 of them have already made the Pro Bowl.
No.
Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Micah, and Rashawn Slater. They could have drafted Justin Fields, who already has had a 1,000-yard rushing season, arguably the most efficient quarterback rush season in NFL history. And they could have had Mac Jones, who's already started a playoff game. But, I mean, that was a really good draft. The 21 draft was a really good draft.
Yeah.
We were going to go back and look at that one like, damn, that shaped the league. From a non-quarterback perspective, it shaped the league.
So that's number 1, the worst draft trade in history. Yep. Trey Lance. Brian Broadus was on the G-Bag Nation. Set up this Hugh Douglas story.
So this is actually Love of the Star. This clip. He was talking about. We were going over this idea of informing Dak Prescott, informing Mike McCarthy about the trade before you do it. Like, hey, this is coming down the pike, just so you guys know. And Brian had told a story about when he was in Philadelphia. We can ask Mike Lombardi about this next week because this involves Mike Lombardi. But he said that when he was in Philadelphia, they had a similar situation where they had to pull the trigger on a trade and didn't have time to tell anyone.
we're in Philadelphia, and I'm working with Mike Lombardi, and Mike's doing the pro personnel stuff, and we're working. This is really right before the draft. Michael walks into the draft room where I was sitting, and we have a chance to trade for Hugh Douglas from the New York Jets. And I said, how are we going to do this? And he goes, well, let me call Parcells back and see. Parcells then tells Michael, I'm going to dinner. If you don't have a 2 for me in the next 30 minutes, deal's off. I'll go somewhere else. We had to make the deal right then and there. Like Michael said, yeah, deal. So, there we go. We didn't have time to tell Jeff Lurie and tell Ray Rhodes and tell everybody what we were doing. It was Parcells had put our feet to the fire, and he said, listen, you want the player, you got to give me the pick, and you got to do it in the next 30 minutes. And I think that's what probably happened to Jerry. I think Jerry probably got on the phone, or Steven got on the phone, and John Lynch said, I've got teams interested. And Jerry didn't want to lose the player.
Exactly. Thank you. Brian brought us.
There is one.
What was that?
That's the Love of the Star guitar intro.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew that.
You're such an avid listener.
I agree with you. And I'm on your side on this one. You know that. But there is one difference between that trade and this one.
I mean, there's a lot of differences. There were different players, different teams, different people involved.
Smack him.
Cell phones. Cell phones. Text messages.
Yeah.
It was hard. Jeffrey Lurie could have been at dinner without a cell phone, because not everybody, I have no idea, was Jeffrey Lurie carrying a cell phone in 1997?
But Choppy, I don't care if it takes 30 minutes or an hour. I'm not thinking about texting Dak Prescott when I'm trading for a third-string quarterback.
No. You're right.
I don't care. He doesn't. I don't owe him that.
I agree. But this is different because this is the owner.
Yeah, this is the owner
This
and
is
the head
owner,
coach
right?
that
So,
they didn't tell.
Yeah, he had to make the deal without the owner, and the reason is he had 30 minutes, and Jeffrey Lurie could have been at dinner without a cell phone. It would have been impossible to get a hold of him. We're in a different world now. Like, Jerry could be on the phone with San Francisco and tell Steven, hey, text Dak, text Mike. He could have done that. Now, he didn't have to.
Right.
But he could have done that. It would have been a courtesy. He could have done that. It's a different world we're in.
Now, the difference is, I bet as soon as the trade was made, I bet they did talk to Jeff Lurie and Ray Rhodes within the first 24 hours after they made the trade. I bet they did that.
Well, Dak found out about it, and you can think of what to say to the press.
That's good.
You're a big boy.
He can hear about it from Ari Myrov. That's
Talked
good.
to the media for a long time. Just deal with it. Win a playoff game. Worry about the Giants. Call the plays for Will Greer. It's shouldn't be that big a deal. What do y'all think about the new world of college football after the opening games? RJ with a college football kegger next.
Before we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football!
Oh, we had our first weekend of college football this past weekend. As we talked about, we absolutely love it. USC played, Notre Dame played. That's neither here nor there. That week, thank God week 0 is over, because it is about to be the real college football weekend this coming weekend. Now, one thing happened in this offseason, Sean. They got rid of the clock stopping on first downs.
Good.
Right? Good. Is it? Is it good? Let me ask you this.
Have we one time ever in the National Football League after first down said to ourselves, the clock should stop here? That would make it all better.
The Cowboys would have beaten the 49ers in the playoff game if that happened.
You're right.
2 years ago.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot there were multiple.
We would have gotten that QB sneak off in time.
You're right, but there is, and I agree, and I like the move. I like the change to the clock, but this point was brought up by several people, including Jeff Schwartz.
New York Giant doesn't count.
Yeah, he said, "Congrats on the new clock rule in college football. Just like the NFL, 12 plays and half the quarter is gone after one drive. Something everybody wanted. Thanks a lot." What they are saying is that, and I agree with this, if you try to mimic the NFL, you will now be compared to the NFL, and nobody is going to want to watch minor league football. And that is the one thing I'm like, okay, I'm stepping back. I'm like, okay, I get it. Quarterback plays worse. That if you're going to have a tournament like the NFL, you're going to be compared to the NFL, and nobody can be compared to the NFL, and that is going to be like minor league football.
Yeah,
right?
but
that's the problem.
Copying the clock like that, to me, that's a stupid point. Like, that is not making me think, oh, this is going to make me compare college to the pros. That is a change that is not something I'm lining up against each other. They don't run parallel for me. Plus, I remember you saying over and over and over, college football games last way too long.
They do. And look, I'm okay with the change. I don't need 5 hours on a Saturday to watch Tennessee, Alabama. Now, it was a great game last year, but I don't need 5 hours for that.
2022 average game time was what?
3:56.
3:22. 3:56. Good Lord.
Man.
That's a long.
These games take forever, man.
Not 4 hours.
They're too long. They are too long. But again, I see this side of it. I can't wait for a team to have a 13-play, 10-minute drive against USC and see how excited it is for TV stations to get to see Caleb Williams once a quarter.
But 13-play drives in the National Football League, they don't take up the whole quarter. Why is this? Is this also from Jeff Schwartz?
No, it's just different. It was hyperbole.
Yeah, it's a lot of hyperbole. Now, like a 12-play drive doesn't take up the quarter.
I do like the clock stopping just for the like not the entire game, but I do like the clock stopping. I think it makes sense from a perspective of logistics when you're in hurry up. Like, if you're trying to hurry up your offense and do stuff at the end of the game, you can't snap the ball until the chains are set and the ball's been played. And so, to me, it's like, why is the clock if we're standing here ready and you guys aren't, that feels like a delay of game that the clock should be stopped until you're logistically ready to have us snap the ball.
Now, these rule changes have resulted in 7% fewer plays in the game. So, take the unders, especially early on in the season. However, the length of the game, Sean, is only down 1%. So you have 7% fewer plays, but the overall time, start to finish, is only down 1%. Now, why is that? Because college sports do not regulate the TV networks on how many TV timeouts they can take. So in college basketball, they have this. They have the under 16, under 12, under 8, under 4 timeout. College football, I mean, they can just do it every possession change. They can do it before punts. They can do it whenever they want to. You know, sometimes in the NFL, you'll have a punt, and there won't be a timeout, and they won't go to commercial every once in a while. College football doesn't work like that. So you are getting so many more commercials, and networks are like, okay, all right. You want to take 30 minutes away from our game? We're just going to add commercial timeouts to this. And we're going to do more commercials and more minutes of commercials. And that has fans a little bit fed up in the college football world. Okay. Now, this was supposed to maybe happen yesterday, but the ACC canceled a meeting because of the shooting at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. There was a school shooting that was there. So the ACC canceled this meeting they were supposed to have this week to get SMU, Cal, and Stanford in. But Cal and Stanford over the weekend were considering going to the Big 12 because the ACC has been dragging their feet. And I can't blame the ACC. It's a lot of travel. That's a lot of travel. But, I mean, if I'm the ACC, if I'm the Big 12, do I really want Cal and Stanford? They don't. Who culturally do they match up with? Like, do you think the people at Stanford, they're uppity, are going to be cool with the people at Oklahoma State?
Does that matter?
They're going to thumb their nose at you. Does it matter? I think
Isn't it better when you have two total opposite groups of people? That would kind of be interesting versus just all the people that are missing teeth in Arkansas, in Mississippi. Y'all go at each other. How awesome would it be as you have California?
Yeah.
California.
Yeah, California. Yes,
versus,
I agree. The one thing is that generally like conferences align themselves academically or culturally with the other schools in their conference. So like, the Big Ten, they went after, you've got to be, if I'm not mistaken, you have to be an accredited, it's a research institution to be a part of the Big Ten. Like, you've got to be a research school. And there's only like 40 of them. But you've got to be one. That used to be the rule. I don't know if that still is or not. The SEC only has Vanderbilt and Florida. That's the only research universities. Now, maybe Missouri is one, and I know Texas is, so that'll change. But those are like the highest level of accreditation that you can get. And Cal and Stanford obviously fit that. I mean, they are tremendous academic schools, and they're going to be there with like K-State.
And it's the Wild West at this point, though. It's just there's no rhyme or reason. There's no rules to this. It's just free for all, and it's happening so fast. And I have no idea what conference alignment is going to look like here in 3 years. But it's not going to look anything close to what we've known.
No, it's going to continue to get stripped down, and we'll see where Florida State and Clemson wind up going. But Pete Thamel had this report that and this is involving SMU, Cal, and Stanford. Sources caution nothing's finalized. The details just in pencil, but a decision is expected this week. And again, this is before the shooting, so we don't know how this time frame has changed yet. But officials are working on specifically how to divide the pool of money that would be split up among ACC schools. The amount is expected to be between 50 and 60 million. Some of that will be distributed to all the members. The report says that Cal and Stanford will take a reduced share. SMU will receive no money for the first 7 years it is in the league. Now, that's, again, these are just in pencil, and this is Pete Thamel. He's a heavyweight. But SMU is we are begging to get into a conference. And they are not coming from a position of strength. Cal and Stanford at least have been in the Pac-12. They've been a Power 5 schools for decades, and SMU is not. SMU is still recovering from the death penalty. But they are they're an up-and-coming athletic department and football program. So they'll get into the ACC, it looks like, but they'll be doing it for free for 7 years.
It's a long play. It's a long-term investment.
It is a long-term investment. Yeah, I mean, it is. I went and looked at this, Sean, the college football Heisman odds for this upcoming year. And I want everybody to go and perhaps place you don't have to place a wager, but if I was giving a degenerate, sexy Sammy Hartman at 22-1. Here we sit. Quinn Ewers is number 2 right now in the Heisman Trophy winner at 8-1. Caleb Williams 5.5-1. Carson Beck at Georgia 9-1. And then Jaden Daniels 9-1. So there's your. It looks like the first. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 18-1. I think he's a wild card.
Surprised Jaden Daniels wouldn't just be an overwhelming 2 right now.
Over Quinn?
Mm-hmm.
I could see that.
I mean, everybody is riding LSU really hard right now. And, I mean, he's got a chance this first opening weekend. They're going up against Florida State. That is the game this weekend. I mean, he's got a chance right out of the gate to get his Heisman candidacy going.
Big games coming up this weekend. You have Florida and Utah. They will get everything going on Thursday night. That game is at Utah. You're going to have TCU hosting Colorado. TCU's ranked number 17. That game is in Fort Worth, 11 o'clock on Fox.
I can't wait. I cannot wait. Now, I know. What do you think the spread is, Bobby?
I'm looking at it, so I know what it is.
So it's 20.5, but I'm still really interested. TCU, of course, coming back off the national championship appearance, trying to prove they're not the Horned Frauds, as RJ Choppy called them. And then Deion. I'm going to see if Deion Sanders proves me correct, ultimately in 2 to 3 years, that a bigger program should have hired him.
You can see TCU play Nicholls State next week for as low as $10. The cheapest tickets to get in the building for Colorado is $55.
Wow.
And so there's some Deion hype, because I was looking at tickets last night. I was thinking about going, and when I was looking at, they're expensive. These are like pricey seats.
Did you see the kid kick the 62-yard field goal?
Brandon Aubrey? Yes, I did.
No. This was the end practice. He kicks a 62-yard field goal, and after he runs up to Deion, and you can barely make out what Deion is saying, but it sounds like Deion said, "If I had toes, I could have made that too." It's like we had to do like subtitles. It was so low.
But there's no games this weekend with 2 ranked teams, is there?
Sunday there is LSU and Florida State 5 versus 8. That's a big one.
I hate that. I hate college football scheduling. I really do.
Yeah, they haven't gotten to conference scheduling yet, so this week is like
even in the meat of the season, the 10 o'clock, the 11 a.m. games, they're usually terrible.
The Big Ten has changed. They're trying to change that because they're trying to make it their big noon, right? The big noon kickoff.
So this is it. The only game this weekend between 2 ranked teams is on Sunday. That sucks. That's terrible. Yep. LSU, Florida, 5 versus 8. That's awful.
This is Labor Day weekend, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're doing it because of that, because you get the next week and you look at like next week's schedule and see how that shakes out. And, you're getting Texas, Alabama. Big one. A&M, Miami. It's a good one. You're going to get, Notre Dame, NC State, Utah, Baylor. Decent. You'll get Ole Miss, Tulane. Those are ranked teams. Oregon, Texas Tech. Good one. Wisconsin, Washington State, Power 5, Stanford, USC. So you're getting a little bit better ones next week. This week is like, it's not week 0. Last week was week 0. This is like, let's put our toes in the water. And there's your college game.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Why did the Rangers get that win, sneak out that win last night? Because the Mets were afraid of the best shortstop year ever. That's next on your Home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Roberto.
Let's get you healthy, man. Today, I cannot wait. Going in to
happy lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The kick and the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball. Base knockout into right field. Smith scores. Duran racing around third. Here's the throw. He dives. He scores as well. Seager goes to third. A 2-run single for Nathaniel Lowe, and the Rangers lead 4-3.
Hicksy with the call. Why did that happen? Because they were scared of Corey Seager. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home for Rangers baseball, and it looked like they were going to find another spectacular way to lose this one. Usually it's the bullpen, but Leclerc closes it, and Nathaniel Lowe is the clutch hero. First time the Rangers won a game after trailing after 8 innings all season long, and it looked like they were going to screw it up with second and third, no outs. They are 1 game back of Seattle, and we will talk to former Mariner Brett Boone tomorrow at 9:20 right here on the show. Why did they dodge Corey Seager? Because RJ is suggesting he could be having the best shortstop season of all time.
Not just me. Others are suggesting it as well.
I know Sandler is. Sandler may as well be his agent. I need to figure out who Corey's agent is because Jared could replace him.
So, is he the most talented player in the game? Not even close. But is he having the best shortstop year of all time? You can easily make that case. And it does appear that he is. I went and looked the 10 best seasons by a shortstop in league history. All right. And it's really close that Seager's having the best. Now, Honus Wagner had like an 11.5 WAR in 1908, 1907, 1909. He was really dominant. Right? He was dominant. And A-Rod, 1996. That's another competition. That's his modern era competition. He had a 9.4 WAR. Seager's currently sitting at 6. But one thing about WAR is it's a little cumulative. So if Seager misses so many games, he wasn't going to hit that. But let me give you some numbers here.
You said cumulative good and well.
Thank you.
It's hard to say.
It is.
For me.
Oh, it's
good job,
brutal.
Chop.
Listen, I'm not taking credit for this one. I got lucky on that one. All right. I usually had to slow down, pause, everything like that. Cumulative. Now, if you go and you look at their total seasons, you can make the case that A-Rod matches them. A-Rod batted .358. Seager's at .346. A-Rod's on base. They're about the same, .410, .414. Slugging percentage, Seager's got him, .649 to .631. Overall OPS, .1059 to .1045. A-Rod's finished with 36 home runs that year. Seager is currently sitting at 24. He's probably not going to get 12. Yeah, that'd be a hell of an end of the season if he gets 12 more in 35 games. It's, it's 1 every 3 games.
Are we focusing enough on his 346?
No.
I mean,
nobody is because
average.
Right, because that's kind of not the stat people look towards anymore. They look more towards OPS. I mean, Seager's OPS plus this year is 184. Like, guys, what are we doing? Like, that means he's 84% better than the league average hitter.
Wow.
Now, like Judge last year was in the 2s. He had 62 home runs. Like, of course, give me the 2s.
I'd like to apologize for relaying the information that I was told last year that Corey Seager doing his own thing with his hitting coaches and his instructors was bad for the team, bad for chemistry. I would like to publicly apologize to the Seager family.
Apologize. Now, here's why, though, I think his year is better than A-Rod's. And I'm going to...
He didn't cheat?
Yeah, this is 1996 A-Rod. I don't know A-Rod's cheated in 1996.
Yeah.
Well, I mean... 2000 A-Rod. I am going to let you finish your point, but I am going to follow up with a defense and say that you've picked the wrong A-Rod year. But
it's like you're punching a little person.
Okay.
Gets me every time.
And look, I'll use a relative clutch stat. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. All right. That's how many times do you get up with 2 outs of runners in scoring position over the course of a year? A few dozen. Corey Seager, 333. 576 on base, 905 slugging, a OPS of 1481. Like, that is, nobody in the history of the sport if you had nobody's ever had this as their career line. Like he had that with 2,000 runner score position. A-Rod, 200, 313 on base, 291 slugging, a 603 OPS. I mean, he is lapping Alex Rodriguez in that high leverage situation. A-Rod had a good high leverage year too. He had 324. Seager's hitting 378 in high leverage situations. He's getting on base 47% of the time. He's slugging over 600. His OPS is 1110. This is, I mean, he's really, if he doesn't, unless he completely falls off a cliff, we are looking at the greatest shortstop season, at least in the modern era. And I'll use the modern era as, post-expansion 1961. Before that, you had 8 teams in the league. There was, this is the greatest shortstop season you've seen. Now, you say something about 2000, A-Rod?
Yeah, I was going to look at 2000 A-Rod. Now, I'm guessing based off of the way that you picked 96 over 2000, I'm guessing you went Fangraphs War instead of Baseball Reference.
Yes, I did use Fangraphs War, but also just this, I just did a few Google searches of, best shortstop seasons ever, and A-Rod's 96 was always the one that was on there.
So his OPS plus in 2000 was 163 compared to 161. So A-Rod's OPS plus was better than.
Let me ask a question real quick. Tolos, this is for you. And y'all's best guess. OPS plus, blah, 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 is being soaked up, absorbed, and understood by what percentage of people listening right now? You think it's like 80%? 70%?
Are they by baseball fans? I think they understand what OPS is.
Okay,
that's just on base plus slugging. That is pretty simple. That's the one problem with these stats, that they're not very simple to figure out. OPS is very, very simple to figure out.
Yeah, and OPS plus is just it's basically a context-based version of OPS. So
I'd just like to know, Peyton, look at it on the fan text, 877-881-1053, the first 20 that come in of another language or not.
No, and that's
just curious.
That's a good point, and we probably need to reset it.
I want to know first. Okay. It could be 7 out of 10 no, 8 out of 10 no.
I think more would know OPS than OPS plus, because I don't know how they come to the OPS plus formula. I don't know the methodology is.
I just wonder, out of 10 baseball fans, if I go, a good slugging percentage starts with the number what, or a good OPS starts with the number what. I'm curious.
I also for 2 right now. 817 and 409 say not me. Don't care.
I wonder though. I'm gonna go look at this the next time they flash.
Understand or not understand.
It's also on not on us like as a show, but the broadcast. So everybody knows what batting average, home runs, and RBIs are, because that's they put up when every player comes up to bat. At the ballpark, they do put OPS on the board. I'm trying to remember if they put it on the graphic when a player comes up to hit, where they go 0 for 1 today with a walk. Does it put OPS on there? That's incumbent on them to do that, because that is what the baseball teams view as the most, one of the most important stats.
So, and that's the WAR, when it's shorthanded like that, that's wins above replacement. It's basically the metric that counts up, how good. A 0 is basically a replacement level player, which means the most baseline player you could ever find, and then the number of wins you present over that baseline player. And so the A-Rod wins above replacement in 2000 was 10.4, which is, if you extrapolate it out over 162 games, he comes out to almost 11.5. Seager's season comes out to a flat 11, which is really great. Okay. It's one of the best of all time. But I would just say, I mean, A-Rod had a almost 99% fielding percentage that year, won a Gold Glove at short. He was elite all over.
And look, I'll be honest. Like, if I was going to face, if they were hitting back to back, and let's just say side of the plate didn't matter, right? With who was pitching, and I had a choice between this year's Corey Seager or A-Rod in basically any year from 96 to 05. I'm going to pitch to Corey Seager instead of A-Rod.
What is it, Peyton, on the fan text real quick?
It's got to be close to 90% of people say they don't care or they don't know about OPS plus. A couple say, explain it, that they're lost, but it's a landslide.
Okay. Thank you all for the feedback. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Pay over to you for the food review. as we had a pimento cheese sandwich argument a couple of weeks back as you were disgusted and beside yourself that Chick-fil-A has introduced this?
Yeah, I want to make an apology.
Oh,
for
no.
my statement about a couple of weeks ago when I said that Chick-fil-A was wrong for putting a pimento cheese on their chicken sandwich. It came out yesterday. It was on the menu in Rockwall yesterday. I said, you know what? Let me try it. You know, can't knock it till you try it. I live by that rule. And so I got it, and
well, you really knocked it before you tried it, so you don't really live by the rule.
I did. But I had to make up for it by actually trying it.
Yeah.
So I went and got it, and I knew it was weird because it came in a box. I was like, why is a chicken sandwich in like a box? Usually the normal chicken sandwiches are in like a bag. And so I open it up, and I put it in my hand, and it just instantly drips all over me. It's because it has that honey sauce on it. You guys have had like honey hot chicken.
Yeah.
Before, yeah, it's that honey sauce that's on it, so it makes it a little soggy, a little drippy. So presentation was a -5 out of 10. Not great, but
-5 out of 10.
Yeah, that's really
Very
bad.
low.
But I took a bite, one single bite, and 7.5 out of 10. It was really good. There wasn't a ton of pimento cheese on it. I thought it was going to be like an over slob of it. It wasn't a ton. The jalapenos at the bottom really kicked in. I like a little spice.
Ooh.
And it was really, really good. I highly recommend.
Proud of you.
Okay.
Now, would you ever go back and order it again versus the regular chicken sandwich?
I mean, the spicy chicken sandwich there is a 10 out of 10. You can't top that. Popeyes doesn't top it. That sandwich, the pimento cheese doesn't top it as well.
But you would go back
I'd go back and get it
this?
again, yeah.
Okay. Proud of you.
Yep.
Well done, Pepe.
And I didn't dip in any sauce. I just ate it as it is.
Yeah, because the picture didn't look that great.
No,
I was expecting a much lower score.
Right.
And that brings us to the best and worst times to eat fast food.
Yeah, so this is a chef from McDonald's, a former chef. And
you can say that earlier word that I can't.
I know.
But you can't say chef.
Chef.
So
he said he came out with the worst time to order McDonald's or order fast food. And he explained it 10:30 on the dot.
Is the worst time?
10:30 is the worst time to order food. Two reasons. One,
a.m.
a.m. It's the end of breakfast, beginning of lunch.
Yeah.
So they have to change everything over.
Yeah.
Right. So like the fryer has been using.
But am I ordering breakfast at 10:30 or lunch? Because I figure that I'm getting the freshest lunch if it's at 10:30.
Well, yes, you are. But what you're going to do is you're going to wait the longest for it.
Yes.
So
okay.
At 10:30 they stop doing breakfast. They go on over to lunch. And now they got to take the hash browns out.
Yeah.
Put the fries in. Take all the other sausages out. Put the burgers in.
Okay.
But also, because of how early these places open, he says 10:30 also coincides with a lot of shift changes. So it's a madhouse. He goes 10:30, people rush in because people have been working third shift. They're done. They're going home. They want their lunch now. They don't want breakfast. Whatever it is, we're inundated with people. We're changing over everything, and it's shift change. It is a chaotic mess. And he said like that deep fryer, sometimes you get a little bit of gunk in there. You got to clean it out. It's like it's the 10:30, that hour between like 10:15 and 11:15, like the worst hour to go to a fast food joint.
Now that the preseason has come to a close, and by the way, what time did you eat that sandwich yesterday? Because I'm curious y'all's lunchtimes working these hours.
So it was after the meeting. I had to stay here a little bit longer for podcasting. So I think it was around 12:15, 12:20 when I took a bite.
Oh, you did the podcast afterwards.
Yeah,
You
afterwards.
did it up here.
Right.
What time do you usually eat lunch?
Oh, man. I mean, 11:15, 11:30. Because I go straight home because I haven't had anything to eat all day.
Right.
So I eat around before 11:30.
11.
11.
Yep.
Whenever I go I go to the gym, so I was like 12-ish.
Well.
Yeah.
12-ish.
Mr. Olympia here.
12:30.
Now that
trying to be able to walk.
Now that the preseason has come to a close, what is the 53-man roster going to look like for the Cowboys? That's next. And below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you some.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. The Cowboys got a guaranteed victory yesterday. More on that in a second. First, today is cut down day for the NFL. Rosters have to drop to 53 by, I believe it's 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. And it's a little bit of a misnomer. It always gets referred to as the final 53. Oh, here's the projection for the final 53. The reality is no team is going to roll into the first week with the 53-man roster that they have today. Most teams are not going to have the same 53-man roster tomorrow that they have today. A lot of times it's logistical tricks. For instance, one of the questions facing the Cowboys today is, do we put Josh Ball on the 53-man roster, because he has to be on the roster for a day before you could put him on IR with the hip injury? So do they leave him on the roster for a day, have a handshake deal with a vested veteran who doesn't have to go through waivers and say, hey, we're going to cut you, but it's just a trick that we have to do, and we'll sign you back to the 53 tomorrow after we put him on IR. So you have some of those questions facing you today. Some of the veterans who could be in play that you might hear getting cut today that could turn back tomorrow. Malik Jefferson, the linebacker. Trent Sieg is another one. CJ Goodwin, the special teams ace. These are all guys that you could see get cut and returned. But with that in mind, here is what I think the initial 53-man roster will look like. And like I just mentioned there, I think they have no long snapper on the first roster today. There won't be one. They'll only have a kicker and a punter. They'll sign him back tomorrow. Quarterbacks. I got 3 of them. Dak Prescott, Cooper Rush, Trey Lance. We all feel pretty good about the quarterback room heading into this year?
Now, Trey Lance, they're not going to have 3 active on game day, right?
Probably not.
What's the new rule? How's that work?
It's this, so you don't, I'm trying to remember what the exact thing is. You can have him on the active roster, but you don't have to have it, or you can have him on the 53, but you don't have to have him as a game day active unless you lose your quarterback or you lose your 2 quarterbacks, and then one of them, like once they've subbed out, they cannot come back in, then you can tap in the 3rd quarterback. So that's the easy group right there. Will Grier obviously going to move on. I know there's been some chatter. Some people, you guys have probably seen it on Twitter, are trying to argue for, well, like, you know what? They should cut Cooper Rush because Will Grier showed us something in this last game. But no, this will be Dak, Cooper Rush, and Trey Lance.
For this upcoming season, for the next 2 years, only 2 years, I tell you, you can have Will Grier or Trey Lance. Who you taking?
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Okay, same.
Now, would you say the same thing about Cooper Rush or Will Grier?
Yeah, I'd rather have Cooper Rush.
Then who?
Will Grier.
I was just throwing that out there.
Cooper Rush.
Yeah, Cooper Rush is, like, I think shown. Will Grier, it was great. He played the way he did. He was really motivated. It was nice that he had that moment. Will Grier's still got a lot of problems as a quarterback.
Now let me make it interesting. In the next 3 years, you have Trey Lance or Cooper Rush. 3.
Trey Lance.
Yeah, I'll go Trey. There's just still upside there.
And if I make it 2 years, there's less time to grow. Cooper Rush or Trey Lance?
Trey. Right now, I'd rather have Cooper as the backup, but starting next year, I think the succession plan is next year Trey Lance is the backup quarterback.
I agree.
Okay.
Running backs. I know a lot of people have argued for maybe 4 or 5. So Ronald Jones is going to start the year suspended, so he will not be on the active roster. That's one spot you save. I think they're going to cut Malik Davis. I think they're going to cut the final preseason star, Hunter Lipke, the fullback that everybody was in love with. So I think it'll be Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle, and Deuce Vaughn. They'll probably try to put Lipke and or Malik Davis on the practice squad as some insurance. I've got them only keeping 5 receivers. And this hurt my soul because I really like Jalen Brooks out at camp. But their numbers are really tight right now, especially on defense. They're going to have to make some cuts that I don't think they necessarily want to. Offensive line cuts are going to be tight. And I feel pretty confident that they're going to keep 4 tight ends. So they've got to trim somewhere. So it'll be 5 receivers: CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin. Tight ends, got 4. I think they are going to keep 4. Jake Ferguson, Luke Schoonmaker, Peyton Hendershot, who the fact that he was on ice for the last game kind of says he was on. And then Sean McEwen is a guy who he plays special teams. He lines up in the backfield. Dak trusts him. He's been here for 3 years. That one just feels like a slight edge over Hunter Lipke, who would probably be the guy that you're swapping out. This is where it gets a little nuts, are these next 2 positions. The offensive line. Got 9 right now.
Dang.
So you've got the starting lineup, obviously.
Is that normal?
To keep 9? Teams will keep between 8 and 10 usually, somewhere around there. So Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, obviously. Behind that, TJ Bass, the undrafted free agent from Oregon. Awesome Richards, the draft pick from North Carolina. Matt Waletzko, and then Chuma Edoga. Now, here's the problem, is that group right there does not have a natural center to back up. They will likely sign one to the practice squad, be a game day elevation. And then the other issue here is that the only reason I'm keeping Chuma Edoga is those 3 other guys have not really ever played at the NFL level. I don't think Willetsko took any snaps last year, but Awesome Richards is a rookie. TJ Bass is a rookie. You can't have no experience behind your guys. So Udoka kind of wins by default, even though I didn't think he was very good. I've got them cutting Matt Farniok, Brock Hoffman, and Josh Ball. But Ball very easily could be a guy that they keep on the roster today just to get to IR and then make a new signing tomorrow. The defensive line, I had to go heavy here. 11. We've got DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, Junior Fehoko, the 4th-round pick, Chauncey Golston, Isaiah Land, the undrafted free agent from Florida A&M, Jonathan Hankins, Mozzie Smith, Oso Odigizua, and then Neville Gallimore sneaks on. So this is Golston and Gallimore, I think, have been bubble players, but this ultimately means that Quentin Bohanna is off the roster. I got them only carrying 4 linebackers to start the year, which is really tight, especially when you consider one of them is going to be Micah Parsons, because that means you basically only have 3. So it's Leighton, Micah, Damone Clark, and Devin Harper. I think Jabril Cox's time here is done. And, Nick Eatman talked about that yesterday. He seemed to think the same thing. I know Michael Gelkins talked about it. This is a light group, but you're going to run heavy at safety probably. Marquise Bell, guys like that can come up, play in the box, and they're going to use them as linebackers. I think that's how they'll justify it. And I think you could see Malik Jefferson return after cuts, after they do some of their, little accounting tricks. Corners. Trayvon Diggs, Stephon Gilmore, Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis, who I do not think is going to be ready for the start of the season, but he'll be ready within the first 4 weeks, so they don't want to put him on PUP. Nashawn Wright, who will probably go to IR the next day. And then Eric Scott Jr. So no Kelvin Joseph.
Did Eric?
You just don't like Kelvin Joseph. He's going to make the team. He's their best special teams player.
CJ Goodwin is their best special teams player, but I think they can get special teams. You didn't draft this guy in the second round for special teams contributions. I think that he's off. I think they want a reset there. But
plus, what is he like behind the scenes?
I mean, you need look, once they got rid of Cole Beasley, they needed a hip-hop artist.
A conspiracy theory?
No, a hip-hop artist. They needed that.
I mean, there's like 6 guys in every NFL locker room with a mixtape. He doesn't have to be the one.
But do they have a name like that? Boss Man Fat?
Dude, no. You know the vibe? No. I'm out. Now, look, he's starting to hear the chatter because he tweeted, I think it was yesterday, he's like, go ahead and write all those articles. I'm still going to do me or something like that. He's got rabbit ears. He hears all of it. And I think that's something the Cowboys don't want him to have happen. They don't want him to hear those things, and he naturally does. But ultimately, Eric Scott Jr., I've seen some people leave him off the roster. I think Brian left him off his roster. You gave up your 5th-round pick in the draft this year to go move up and take him in the draft in the spring. And so I just don't see them sacrificing a 5th-round pick and giving up that quick.
But again, okay, and I understand what you're saying, but like, if they're that's this year. I said this is a 2nd-round pick from 2 years ago. So, like, what's more important, a 2nd-round pick from 2 years ago or give up a 5th-round pick this year?
The 2nd-round pick from 2 years ago has already showed you who he is, I think. And Eric Scott Jr. made plays during practice. He wasn't as good in the games, but he made plays in practice, showed them some stuff, and they're fresh off of believing in him enough to spend that pick on him. They're 4 months removed from that. The shine is off of Kelvin Joseph a little bit. I mentioned the 2 special teamers already, Brandon Aubrey, the kicker, Brian Anger, the punter. And then to close out the roster, first day anyway, I got them carrying 6 safeties. J-Ron Kearse, Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, Wanye Thomas is going to make the roster, I think. I'm pretty confident in that. Marquise Bell is the guy that they want to step up and take the overshown reps and become the hybrid linebacker, and then Israel Mukwamu. So this is a really versatile safety group. We already know Kearse can play up in the box. Thomas can do it a little bit. Bell does it about the same amount as Kearse does. And then Mukwamu's a guy who I think might be better at corner at times, and so he's somebody who can play safety, play corner. They get flexibility there. So I think they're going to use their safety group, run heavy there, and use it as a way to cover some other spots. Now, what's interesting about this, we were talking about this during the break, is if this roster falls this way, you got to think about how many guys from that 2021 class, which is honestly being saved probably right now by Micah Parsons and how good he is. And Oso Odigizua has been a good player as a 3rd-round pick. But when you look at it, the other picks in that draft, if this 53-man roster falls this way, Kelvin Joseph, cut. Chauncey Golston, firmly on the bubble. Nashawn Wright, firmly on the bubble. Jabril Cox, cut. Josh Ball, cut. Fehoko cut, Bohanna, and Farniak cut. They very easily could cut 6 guys from their 21 draft class today, and it wouldn't surprise me. And that's significant.
Since I always take shots at RJ Choppy's college realignment, also baseball stats, I'll spread some of that to football. I'm pretty stunned over the amount of people. You tell me if I'm wrong, otherwise we just wasted a whole segment. The amount of people who get interested in the back end of 53-man rosters. Is there a ton of interest when y'all do Love of the Star?
Yeah, we get
all that.
We get a lot of questions. Just they're
because
really,
everyone puts them out. Like all the beat reporters put them out. So it's like mock drafts. So there must be a market for it. But I'm like, how many fans are really following or care about Matt Farniak's destiny?
Not so much Farniak, but I think they do. They want it. They are.
If it's Kelvin, if it's Jabril Cox, I get it.
They're intrigued by those names.
But Eric Scott. Jalen Brooks.
So Scott naturally ends up being the competition for Joseph, so he ends out getting some of that attention.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we get a lot of interest in that, and the articles always do well. Last note here really quickly. I told you guys the Cowboys got a guaranteed victory. Week 3, they are going to kick the Cardinals' ass because they are tanking fast. They traded 3 players in one day the other day, just purging the roster. They cut Colt McCoy, so Josh Dobbs, fresh over there, maybe starter week 1 because Kyler Murray is going on PUP, which means he is not available for the first 4 weeks of the season, which includes the Dallas Cowboys. So they're going all in on Caleb Williams.
And then it's like, do you even play him? Look, and
Kyler's put it on us too in the past.
Yes. That's the biggest threat to beat you is just him going ham.
It is interesting because like their over under in Vegas is still 4.5. And that is like regardless of who the quarterback is. That's how Vegas did this one for this year. And that's in a 17-game season. It's only won 4 games. Like that's difficult now.
Your Texas Rangers confidence meter. RJ Choppy has it for you. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
After we get you over to Zerez to get your carpet professionally cleaned.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Leclerc ready with the 0-1. Here it is. Swinging a drive into right field. Going back is Garcia. He's there and has to reach up and make a little leaping grab at the edge of the warning track. And in needlessly dramatic fashion, the Rangers will come away with a victory here tonight by the final score of 4-3.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Peyton is getting it, so is RJ Choppy. Why was it needlessly dramatic from Hicks there with the call?
Adolis got turned around.
Yeah,
he almost dropped that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the catch.
The catch.
I think so.
Okay.
Because when that ball was off the bat, I'm like, ooh. And this was like, didn't he just foul one off? Like, roped one down the right field line?
But Adolis does that a decent amount, you know?
He does.
Stop gazing. Stop staring. Stop freaking out the Tolos in the Fan Cam.
Yeah, like no one's going to confuse him with like Ichiro in right field.
Right.
Right? Like they're not. But yeah, that was a bit much. I mean, it didn't need to be that difficult, because if that ball gets over his head, that's tie game.
So we were all expecting the worst. No way anyone thought that Nate Lowe was going to deliver after they intentionally walked Seager, but he did. He's the clutch hero, and the clerk puts it right in Basic's face to go ahead and get the win. Still one game back of the Mariners, and the Mariners lead the Astros by 1 with Altuve hitting the cycle. Speaking of Mike Bassick, this went on the 105 Through the Fan Instagram page yesterday. I guess he forgot the name of our radio program, which I didn't think was too difficult.
Sean Sharif thinks Jordan Love's better than Trevor Lawrence. I might be exaggerating there, but I really want to put that on Sean Sharif.
Goff is better than Lawrence? Is that what you said?
No, Sean probably does.
Oh, Love?
Sean told me, Sean said the other day, I'm listening to the new school. Sean and RJ show.
They've been called that a lot recently.
It has been so long since they went by that.
I couldn't remember.
If you didn't know.
You couldn't remember their names?
When
I did.
Sean and
Eventually
RJ
I did.
started at the station, the show was called New School, and Kevin would dog on that for one. He was like, no, that's an old school thingy. But
Sean was getting excited about Jordan Love the other day on the show, and then he farted all over my guy T-Law. And so now I've put it on him. Now I need all the Tolos. Text in tomorrow, text in just to like drive Sean a little bit insane going, I can't believe you think Jordan Love is a better prospect quarterback than Trevor Lawrence.
So there's the troll attempt from Mike. Just whenever I don't compare Trevor to John Elway or Joe Montana, he gets all worked up and wears even more Jacksonville gear into the building. So that was Bassick, so I had to troll him back with Leclerc.
He's new school is how old? How old are we talking about there?
We have not been used in that name since I would say 2013 or 14.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about like,
and we didn't change it to,
something else.
Something else that didn't have our names in it.
No, and I'm sure
KMC. We didn't change it
name.
to G-Bag. We're the only show on the station where it's actually just our names.
Let's say if you and I both left the station today, would Mike Bassick know who we are in 4 years?
Yes. What do you mean?
I'm making sure.
I don't know that he'd remember your names. Like, he'd remember your RJ, but if it was like, what does RJ stand for? He might be like, Roman John? Like, you remember he didn't know Alec Medford that one time during Cross. He's like, Bobby,
knows?
Reggie, or, who knows?
That was not the only funny baseball moment. That was a football moment, but Zach Wolchuk on the G-Bag Nation was apparently really, really focused when they were interviewing Rangers general manager Chris Young yesterday.
Team's still not healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Well, obviously a huge impact. I mean, those are two critical pieces to our team. We lost time for a period of time there, and then Josh shortly thereafter, and Nate as well. And so those are, three big pieces to our group. That said, I believe we have the depth to sustain or withstand injuries like that and sustain our performance. And we're excited to get both those guys back. Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most, and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
That was the update on Evaldi, is that he's he had the little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's on me. That's on me right there.
I think the pressure got to Zach a little bit.
Yeah,
the big interview for us.
It's been tough on all of us.
Don't send me back down just yet.
Zachary.
Been there.
Yeah. No, you were there a couple weeks ago when we read the fan text, fill it up the coffee pot water. You're like, this one's good too. Fill it up the coffee pot water only for yourself. It happens to all of us. It's my biggest fear is that I'm going to do this in the middle of a Jerry interview and he's going to call it out. I mean, like, do you just do the Chris Young thing there if you're in that same situation? Do you call it out or just go, well, yeah, that was the update? I mean, I thought he played it pretty
They
classy.
both played it pretty well.
Yeah,
Zach owned it. CY, he laughed and joked about it. So that was Wolchuk yesterday. Do we say how we got that audio, or would that be throwing someone under the bus?
I think we can say.
No, I think we could say it. Yeah.
We got the Eric Chiafalo email.
Yes.
I thought that would have come from Lucius, or sometimes Bobby is watching them on the fan cam, but a little Chiafalo action right there.
So it's you gotta check Zach every now and then.
Little Dak stabbing.
Yeah.
He likes to fart in bed.
Yeah.
It's for there's a friendly rivalry with those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Look, if you're not trolling a friend or whatever, like I say it all the time. Everybody always gets on to me for my trolling. I understand it. But if I'm not doing that to you, it's because I don't want you to think we're on a level where I feel comfortable enough to joke with you. If I'm super just nice and polite, that usually means I'm not like a big fan.
All right. We didn't play this audio, so we got to move on to this. By the way, Rangers will play again this evening in New York, 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch on this radio station. Kelly Stafford, Matt Stafford's wife. What has been my rule and what has been my theory on letting the significant others or family members have the podcasts?
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
Exactly. Bam, Peyton. Your best time drop in a very, very long time. Well, Kelly Stafford has had this podcast for a while.
Yeah, she had this podcast for a while, and she doesn't generally get into football here.
And she's gone through some health issues and all that stuff.
Yeah, now
very serious health issues.
She absolutely has. So Stafford is like, look, she's gonna have her podcast, let her do it, and that was okay until this week. Now, the media just picked up on this one cut, but I found some more. But we're going to talk about the one that they came up with, they really kind of delved into. And this is Matt, and this is the one about Matt gelling with his young receivers, okay? And that's the one thing. He still has Cooper Kupp out there, but it is a little bit of a change. The Rams are in a bit of a transition, and that'll happen when your last first-round draft pick was, I don't know, Jared Goff. That's how long ago their last first. That was 2016.
If your last first-round pick was 2016, then you shouldn't have a bunch of young guys.
You should have young guys.
It should be all old vets.
But they're like second, third, fourth, fifth-round receivers. So she is talking about, and she's setting it up for the Rams to let everybody know they're about to have a down year.
So Matthew's been in the league a long time, right? We've been talking about this. He's like, the difference in the locker room has changed so significantly. And they have a lot of rookies on their team this year. They're very young. So this will be a very interesting season. They're young, they're learning. But he's like, I feel like I can't connect. They get done with practice or get done with meetings during training camp, and they go straight to their phones. Like, no one looks up from their phone. So Matthew was like, I don't even know how to, am I the dad? Do I take the phones? Like, what do I do here? I mean, and he's like, I want them to see me as like, not as like he's like, as a coach, he feels like they say like sir to him. And he's like, no, we're on the same level here. We're both playing in this league. Like, let me get to know you. He had a book printed out of all the guys' faces and their names because he's like, I need to know their names. I feel like we don't ever talk. So now I'm going to find their names and I'm going to, hey, so-and-so, how was your weekend? So that they know that I know them and maybe we should get to know each other.
So he's having his equipment guy give picture books, and she's basically she's dropping that curtain, like, and this clearly is coming from Matt. Like, he has told her this.
Right.
But she's not supposed to say this.
Is this so a lot of times, props to Choppy, who went and listened to it while driving in, versus the other female on his speakers, Amy Lawrence. Is this alarming? Because when you listen to things, it's very important versus just reading them. These headlines, I thought when I read them, they came across as a little bit alarming. Sorry for the kids or whoever, the car speakers that I just destroyed right there with the Amy impersonation. How do you feel after listening to it?
I did not feel like it was as bad as it was portrayed.
Yes.
And I think that's big. You've got to listen to these things.
Yes.
I actually think that other things she said in this were much more. Oh,
well, I haven't seen anything else really printed that she said.
Exactly. And again, it's not like this was a 4-hour podcast. It was 48 minutes. If that, and that's with commercials. You can fast forward to this thing.
By the way, Chop, just for you, some breaking news. Brooks Koepka left off the Ryder Cup team.
Like this, see.
You take this one, Chop.
This isn't even.
I'm just kidding. He's among Zach Johnson.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second. I thought he had made it. I thought he had announced it.
Brooks among Zach Johnson's picks for U.S. Ryder Cup team.
So they took Ricky, Rusty. I'm sorry, JT.
Brooks was among
Spieth.
U.S. team captain Zach Johnson's 6 captains picks.
Yeah, so you have your automatic qualifiers based off of how they do the year.
But captain's picks means not 6 captains. Just his picks as the captain.
He's the captain. He gets to pick his own players.
All right, so who are the others? See if you can guess them all.
Thomas.
Yes.
Spieth.
Yes.
Koepka.
Yes.
Ricky Fowler.
Yes.
And I know, in terms of the automatic qualifier, Scheffler was an automatic qualifier. Wyndham Clark.
Not listed here. Maybe
Are you just looking at captain's picks?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So he was automatic. So captain's pick: Thomas, Spieth, Koepka, Fowler. Who am I missing?
Morikawa.
Okay.
And
Morikawa.
Sam Burns.
VJ Singh.
Okay. All right.
Not VJ. Shut up.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Back to you.
All right. Now. So I did not think that was the most egregious one. There was 2 others here. We'll play this one here with the credit. She is and again, she has not done this ever. I've never heard her do this, but clearly it's getting to them because, and this may be a shot at Sean McVay. I don't know. He doesn't feel like he's getting enough credit.
He would never say it. Never. Obviously, I feel like men are very prideful and never think they read too much into that stuff, but they see it. It's not like he reads into it. I will say he probably is like, okay, there's another one, but then he just goes and plays and then he knows that he's, you know what I'm saying? But to be in the league this long and to just never really get credit, it's not like he got credit for anything for that Super Bowl run, which is mind blowing to me because you have to have a quarterback that can withstand the amount of pressure that was put on him. And Matthew did amazingly.
Whoa.
Pretty sure Dan Orlovsky put him in the Hall of Fame after the Super Bowl run. And then she went in on the quarterback tiers. The tiers list.
I've also been very quiet about this because I feel like Matthew's play will prove itself. There's no issue here. But holy shit, the guy gets zero credit. Zero credit. Ever. And I know that he was on some struggling Lions teams, but if you put another quarterback in that position, guaranteed you they would have been far worse. Also, not as tough. That dude played through so much. But again, that is not where he wants credit. But holy shit, I'm so over it. It's like the tears come out of the quarterbacks. It is just they're like, oh, maybe Matthew will bounce back from last year. I'm like, bounce back? What? He didn't even play last year.
Right. He had a head injury.
Yeah. And also he had an elbow situation going on the entire, it's just Matthew's always, and it's because he's not loud about it. He's not going to go campaign for himself to go to the Pro Bowl. He won't do it. I don't blame him. And I won't campaign for him either. Not our thing. Never has been our thing. But now, after seeing it again and again for the last 15 years, I'm over it.
I mean, I give her props. She loves him. Find you someone who stands up for you. Someone who will fill up the man's gas tank like Bobby.
No time for jokes, fat girl.
But Kelly, you're not doing him any favors publicly.
Put her across from Skip. New co-host right there.
That's right.
My gosh, I have no problem with the first thing she said, although I do think it's funny, the whole thing that he's having trouble relating. But this, going on a campaign, a 4-year consideration campaign is kind of ridiculous.
Patrick Walker predicting the Cowboys cuts for today and his reaction to the Trey Lance Dak fallout. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star on Twitter and DallasCowboys.com is joining us every single Tuesday on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Patrick. Your reaction to the Trey Lance trade to start things off?
Well, I love the trade for what it is. My only qualm has been the compensation on it. And two things can be true. One, I do believe that Trey Lance can still be developed. Maybe it is a situation where he needs a fresh start. I do have an asterisk next to that because I thought Shanahan was supposed to be a QB whisperer, but that's a conversation for another day. As far as what Trey Lance can come in and do, obviously he supplants Will Grier. He'll challenge Cooper Rush going forward, not this year, but possibly next year. I look at it as a 2-year plan, and the Cowboys are going to try to, between Blasco and Schottenheimer and Mike McCarthy, they're going to try to get Trey Lance developed at worst to be a capable backup quarterback, in which case then he can be the Cooper Rush successor. But if he develops better than that, I don't believe he challenges Dak Prescott. I believe Dak Prescott is going to get another contract extension, but then it gives you trade value for Trey Lance. So if you give up a 4th rounder for him, and then in 2 years you can flip him for a 3rd rounder because he's shown that he can be a starter somewhere in the league, I'm all for that. I think this is a long game the Cowboys are playing with Trey Lance, and if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. But my qualm, again, it's just the compensation. My hard line for Trey Lance would have been a 5th rounder. Cowboys went a little bit above that as a 4th rounder. I think it was because they were bidding against a couple of other teams, and Jerry and Steven and Will just wanted Trey Lance, so they threw a 4th rounder on the table and said, let's get it done. But there we are. Trey Lance is in the building. I want to see if he can develop. As far as 4th rounder versus 5th rounder, that's negligible.
Yeah, because what was your issue with the compensation?
It was only that my hard line would have been a 5th rounder for Trey Lance. And the affirmation for that was after the trade was done, if you go back and you look at what John Lynch said and you look at what Shanahan said, they were actually very surprised that they were able to get a 4th rounder for Trey Lance. So that let me know that I was right there where the compensation should have been. But again, if the Cowboys found themselves in a situation where 1 or 2 other teams put a 5th rounder on the table, which is right there commensurate with my thought process, if they really wanted the Cowboys, if they really wanted Trey Lance that badly enough, of course they'd say, okay, well, a 5th rounder from Team X, a 5th rounder from Team Y, let's just put the 4th rounder out there, play the long game, see if we can get that back as a flip in a couple years, maybe a comp pick. But my problem with it, for those that are saying, well, maybe they get it back as a comp pick. In order to get a comp pick that high, you're going to have to lose someone who can get a contract that sizable. And if you look at the contracts coming up, there's no one I want to lose that would field me a 4th round comp pick. So very interesting situation. As far as the human being, he's a fantastic human being. As far as an NFL quarterback, there's a lot of development that needs to happen there. So that's why I say Cooper Rush is still going to be QB2 this year. Let's visit it next summer and see where Trey Lance is.
Now, they didn't have their 5th this year, right?
Well, Austin Richards is the 5th.
No, for next year's draft that they traded.
Oh, for next year, correct.
Okay, so I was just factoring that into the compensation that you were discussing.
No, correct. And you could easily put it as a 25 5th rounder, or you could have, sweetened it up with a 25 5th rounder and maybe 25 5th rounder and a 6th rounder and kind of doubled it up that way, because you're more likely to get a comp pick in a 5th or 6th round in the next couple of years than a 4th if you look at the contracts that are coming up. So when I say 5th rounder, I don't necessarily mean for 2024.
Okay.
Patrick Walker, Cowboys insider, join us here, 105 through the Fan. Did you have a problem with Dak not being informed and McCarthy not being informed, for that matter, until basically the media reports came out?
Well, Mike McCarthy said yesterday that he was involved in the scouting of Trey Lance, and I know that's kind of splitting hairs because the owner and general manager Jerry Jones himself said he didn't inform either one of those individuals. I do have a problem with that in the aspect of, if you look at what Mike McCarthy is doing as far as how he and Dan Quinn are building their roster offensively and defensively respectively, that alone I feel like should invoke a conversation with the head coach to say, hey, we're considering making this trade. This is how it's going to impact your roster sheet. Now, granted, it's not going to impact it anywhere more than, QB3. And then in that aspect, okay. I mean, it seemed pretty clear that Will Grier, prior to the Raiders game, hadn't beat out Cooper Rush. He was going to go into the season as the emergency QB based on the new emergency QB rule. So there's not many actual waves that are being made by the Trey Lance addition. But at the same time, head coach, you would like to know such things. As far as the starting quarterback, there's no threat to Dak Prescott here. Zero, zilch, nada. But in the aspect of who's coming into the quarterback's room, you would like to think that Dak Prescott would be notified, hey, Will Grier is going to be out, Trey Lance is going to be in, we're going to need you to sit down with this young kid and help develop him, et cetera, et cetera. So even if the conversation was just that bare bones and kind of a heads up and here's the outlook of where we're going, I think that should have occurred. But again, if it was a situation where Jerry, Stephen, and Will were on the phone with the 49ers and maybe they thought that it was a hang-up and callback kind of negotiation, but it turned out to be we're not hanging up at all because two other teams are on the line, maybe they didn't have the time to get with McCarthy and Dak. So lacking all the information, that's kind of where I stand on it.
We've got a cut down day coming today. Cowboys got to get their initial 53-man roster. It'll look wildly different tomorrow. Before we talk about bubble guys, who are some of the guys you think that will hear their names today as cuts that they're going to be on the roster tomorrow? Like we're going to see some procedural cuts. Is there anybody you think that stands out like that? And who are going to be some of these guys that they may try to sneak onto IR?
Well, the IR conversation is going to be interesting, so I'll start there because it's obvious that Josh Ball is going to end up on IR, but which IR are we talking about when it comes to Josh Ball? He suffered a significant injury. He's going to be out multiple weeks. There are reports that it'll be a couple months, but if you look at the injury as it's reported, it's hip/groin, it's soft tissue tear. I mean, that's nagging. Maybe it recovers in 2 months, maybe not. Do you want to roll the dice on that and say, hey, we're going to keep him on the active roster for 1 day, then put him on IR, which gives us the right to bring him back after 4 weeks or 6 weeks or 8 weeks, whenever we feel like he's healthy. But then you're risking someone to waivers unnecessarily, and who would that person be? Or would you take this path, which is what I would do, and just put him on season-ending IR and revisit the Josh Ball experiment in 2024? Because right now you have a guy like Awesome Richards who can show some flex there, and then obviously you have TJ Bass, who's just an absolute gamer, and he stepped in and showed the Cowboys they have something there with that undrafted rookie. So I think that Josh Ball should go on season-ending IR and then go from there, bringing a veteran to help you with that interior line behind Bass or alongside Bass, and go from there. Now, as far as Jordan Lewis, I've been in constant contact and conversation with Jordan Lewis. He started training camp on PUP. Is he going to start on PUP to start the season, which would sit him 4 games? He says that he's completely ready. There's nothing that he's unable to do. We'll see if the medical staff agrees, but if they do agree, then I'm of the mindset that you put him on the active 53 because Jordan Lewis, even though he needs to get back in game form, is already better than everybody not named Diggs, Bland, or Gilmore. So then keeping Jordan Lewis, let's see how the cornerback room shakes out. Are you moving on from Kelvin Joseph? I think there's a distinct possibility because although he came on strong in the past couple of games, you know, the offsides penalty didn't do him any favors against the Raiders, but is it Eric Scott versus Kelvin Joseph? Because you traded up to get Eric Scott, and he's just a rookie. You don't want to risk him just yet, do you? So those kind of questions loom large. You know, where does Nashawn Wright fall in this situation? And special teams, obviously, is a conversation as well. C.J. Goodwin is your lone special teams ace as it stands. Lost Noah Brown, lost Luke Gifford. Is Kelvin Joseph good enough for special teams wherein you release C.J. Goodwin to retain Kelvin and Eric Scott? I don't know that you do. So those are some of the conversations that need to be had in the building today.
Jabril Cox is one that, you know, the fan base was really excited about. It was, you know, they decided to move on from Jalen Smith in the middle of the 21 season because they were intrigued by the possibility of what he could come in and contribute. It's been very quiet ever since then, and now it feels like he's on the bubble. Do you think Jabril Cox ends up on this roster today?
That's a very interesting one for this reason. Jabril Cox had a great summer, OTA's minicamp, beginning of training camp, cooled a little bit on the back end of training camp, but I wonder if that was cooling actually, or was it by comparison to what DeMarvion Overshown was doing? But then you look at Overshown, the loss of Overshown, and yes, you're going to try Marquise Bell. You'll probably keep Wanye Thomas on the roster. You're going to try a safety in that flex linebacker role that Demo vacates with the injury. But can you afford to not have Jabril Cox on the roster, knowing that he's at least making some strides going forward. You have the linebacker equation that you need to figure out now without Demo. So, yeah, Marquise Bell, he's capable, but he's not a linebacker, so you're going to have a learning curve there. I think you keep Jabril Cox on the roster, but if he is if they do part ways with him, I would be absolutely stunned if he clears and isn't back on the practice squad. I feel like they need to have him on the roster for insurance at minimum.
All right, you've got to pick one to make it then, Cox or Boss Man Fat. One's definitely going to make it.
It's Jabril. For me, it's Jabril. Positionally, it's going to be Jabril. And as far as potential impact, it's also going to be Jabril, because if you look at it positionally, you know what you have in Leighton Vander Esch and Damone Clark, but you lost Marvion Overshown. So Jabril Cox is the other veteran there that can do some things. I love what Devin Harper was able to do in preseason. Malik Jefferson started off on fire before he suffered a foot injury. That's another question. Where's Malik Jefferson? Is he an IR? Is he not an IR? But those kind of question marks mean your biggest security blanket behind Damone Clark right now is Jabril Cox. And you could throw Devin Harper in there as well. But when you come to cornerback and start having that conversation, look at what you're talking about. You're talking about Diggs, Gilmore, Bland, Jordan Lewis, which, again, here I am on record. Do not pup Jordan Lewis to start the season, in my opinion. So that's Jordan Lewis. There's your top four, and those are impact playmaking guys. Beneath that, you have Eric Scott as 5. Are you carrying Kelvin Joseph as 6, or are you going to carry C.J. Goodwin? And in my opinion, because I know what C.J. Goodwin brings to the special teams aspect, easily one of the best special teamers the Cowboys have seen in years, I can't sit here and honestly say I cut C.J. Goodwin just because he doesn't contribute on defense. I mean, I have other guys who can contribute at cornerback. And so if it's Jabril Cox or if it's Kelvin Joseph, gun to my head, I'm going Jabril Cox.
What's the latest with another potential addition to Nathan Evaldi?
We had to bust Zach's balls, Pat. So that wasn't for you. That's just to get on Wilchuk. Thank you, brother. Great stuff as always.
Oh man, I talk to you guys so.
Hey, he laughed. So I think he had heard that before in the show.
He had to.
He had
Tolos.
He had to have heard that. This sounds like. It's either the radio or the Odyssey app while he's making that drive, maybe back from North Carolina. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next. But let me go ahead and hook you up with my friends over at Trajan Wealth. When I first started,
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What are you celebrating?
Well, he's pretending like he didn't know the Rangers won last night.
Because I closed my computer up.
I watched you on the post game, so I know that you were there.
In the 8th inning, I closed my computer up because I had to go on set. To get ready, and so my computer hadn't updated. I just opened it, and it said 3-2 Mets in the 8th inning. So I was like, well, let me hit update and see if they won. And the Rangers just won on my computer. 4-3.
Who closed?
Jose Leclerc.
Of course he did. Good for Leclerc.
Of course Leclerc
Martin
did.
Perez can work
high
done.
lever situation.
When did y'all know that they won last night? Was it
when I watched it?
When it ended.
Yes, when it literally ended.
Although Chubby said he turned it off after Lowe's hit.
Okay.
For some reason.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Nice.
I turned it off after the hit. I was like, ball game. Turned it off.
How?
Because you can just remember it that way, and
Yeah,
then that would
remember
feel
that way.
good. Yeah, I like that.
Did you really think the game was over though?
Yeah, I know. I knew they had the back. Like, they were going to win that one, but then I went in the room
Because their bullpen has been so lights out.
I went in the bedroom. I put on my phone. I watched it on my phone.
Because I told Corey I was still 70-30 that the Mets were going to win that game going into
Sarah's
the
like,
ninth.
can we go to bed? And I'm like, yeah, we'll go in the bedroom. I was like, let me watch the rest of this inning. I watched the rest of the inning. We go to the bedroom, and then I was like, I was on my phone
At like 8:45?
Yeah, because like she likes to get in bed and then sit on her phone for like an hour.
Okay.
So we'll both do that, right? We get in there, and I just had it on there.
Can you imagine the meetings that Mike Maddox and Bochy have? They're kind of meeting before the game, like at about 1 p.m. Hey, let's just go over our pen. What do we have? What do we not have? Who's up? Who's down? And then they're like, so who do you want to use in the 7th inning? And they're like, oh, and they have to go over it. Okay, so we've used him. Let's say we use him in this situation. Who are we going to use in the 8th inning? And then they're like, who are we going to use in the 9th inning? And they have to kind of have somewhat of a plan. Pete Alonso was leading off. I'm sure that meant a lot about, hey, we want to have a righty to pitch the 9th inning if Pete Alonso's leading off in a game-tying or game-winning situation. And so Jose Leclerc did a great job, but I was just thinking, when I saw Leclerc warming up when the Rangers had a chance to possibly tie or win the game, I was just thinking, what happens here? And then Leclerc in his post-game interview, I don't know if you guys heard it
I
or
did not hear that.
So he was like,
I turned it off after I saw you on TV.
Leslie McCaslin asked, did they tell you before the game that you're going to be the closer? He's like, no. And he goes, I was preparing for the 7th or 8th inning, and I was surprised when they told me to warm up in the 9th inning. And I'm like, I wonder if that's part of the strategy, too. Do not put pressure on these guys and tell them that they are the closer tonight because of guys that have been overworked a little bit recently. And so it's like, I think it was a good plan. Like, Jose Leclerc has struggled at times to be the closer on a consistent basis. Let's not tell him at 5 o'clock as he's getting in his throwing program of like, hey, you're going to be our closer tonight. Like, I don't want to put that on him. I don't want that in his mind for 5 hours. I want to, if we're going to make him the closer, we're calling him up and say, warm up, you're going in the game.
Did you think that Gray was going to get 6?
I knew that he had to.
Not early.
Like, I thought he was going to be, like 4th inning. I was like, this dude's going to be done.
So yesterday.
You said he needed a CG.
Right.
Yeah.
But as a manager, I have to ride him today because I burned my bullpen yesterday.
Oh.
And so when you have used 7 guys, and guys, Burke had thrown back-to-back, Chapman had thrown back-to-back, Stratton threw 30-plus pitches. When you just look at it from a pitcher standpoint, if you're a starting pitcher, certain days, they're going to make me throw 100 pitches. Whether I give up 10 runs or not, I have to throw pretty much 100 pitches for this team. And he threw 89. I was honestly surprised after 6 they took him out. I thought that they were going to still go, you have to go one more. And by the way, that's his 2nd start all year. I know I'm picking here. This is manipulating stats tremendously, but this is what analytic people do. So that's his 2nd start of the year. In 24 starts, that's only his 2nd start where he's gone 5 to 7 innings, somewhere in there, and only given up 2 to 3 runs. So he does have 11 quality starts. But when he usually has a quality start, he totally dominates the game. It's 7 to 9 innings, 1-0 runs where he's just totally dominant. I can't touch this guy. We can't hit him at all. He has dominated us. But it's kind of rare in John Gray's career and in this Ranger season for him to kind of give you just a normal quality start. He rarely gives you a normal quality start. His quality starts are tremendous starts.
Can you answer me this? What is with the trend of the bullpen guys warming up without their hats on this
They
team?
have to because they're getting in the new comm in their hat. So when they say get ready, they all don't have one. They all aren't wearing it in their hat to start the game. And so then they have to program it. So the bullpen coach has to program the Comrex or whatever they call that thing. So they're not wearing a hat. Not because it's like, hey, this is some sort of mental thing that some sort of psychologist thing went through. What is that thing called in their hat? Pitchcom, yeah. So
man, I don't remember seeing that all year. But I just remember seeing like the last few weeks. I'm like, what is going on?
They just need to chip these pitchers, you know?
Yeah.
Just put some chips in them. That way,
they probably already are chipped, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Are we done politics here?
Politics.
Oh, I got that shot twice.
I'm
so
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. What's coming up, Corey?
We will discuss whether or not the Rangers can get back to their World Series contender status right out of the gate. Plus, we do have Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20 today. And at 1 o'clock, we have a new game called...
I'm so excited.
Who is most likely... Just joking. So basically,
a good segment.
I have... 14,
who is most likely like in the building?
I have 14 questions, all right? And everybody, Mike and Kevin will have a list of all the hosts. And so there's 14 with Alex or with Lucius and with I was like, his name was Alex.
You guys said new school yesterday. Now you're calling him Alex.
Yeah, it's old stuff here. But yeah, so I'll go through that. Once I ask a question and you answer, this person is most likely to do that. You have to scratch them off the list. They will not be able to be used again for the rest of the game.
So you have a new strategy because of that. I'm going to save RJ toward the end because I feel like the questions are going to try to bait me into using you in like the first or second question.
To be fair, I could probably be the answer for just about all of them.
And I think that's why we have the one per rule.
So I want to get like an opportunity for the listeners out there to hear like what we all think about all the hosts here at the station.
Can you ask us 2 questions and just have the 3 of us answer? Yeah. That way it doesn't give away your stuff, like 2 questions.
All right. Who is most likely to walk into the boss's office,
John,
turn the entire thing upside down and say, deal with it?
Mike.
Interesting. Interesting that you'd use him this early in the game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We can't use him.
We did that to my roommate in college.
But it's Mike.
He was like, my roommate in college was super OCD. I don't
think it's about neatness.
No, I know.
But you shouldn't do that to OC.
Who would move his stapler?
You shouldn't do that.
He noticed, he vacuumed before he left every day, and he noticed foot tracks in his room. So one day we went in, and we turned everything around. All of his posters we turned backwards facing the wall. All of his computer's pictures. We redid his bed. Everything.
You're a bad person.
And then
that was a bad
And then we
thing to do.
vacuumed on the way out, so there was no tracks. He walked in there, stops, shuts the door, comes out like 3 hours later. The room's put back together. He didn't talk to us for like a week.
Wow.
I get it.
See, and that's like that, is that high level OCD for that person, or is that just, hey, look, my room was a certain way? Because who was the dude from Double Dare? Dave
Mark Summers.
Mark Summers. Thank you. Wow, Sean crushed that.
Man, he didn't even have to say Dare. I was really hoping to be like Dare, Double Dare, and then he'd say Mark Summers.
He used to vacuum his floor. And he would take the vacuum all the way to the door of his apartment and then shut the door and leave because he didn't want to get footprints on the floor. That's like how OCD he was. And I know, yes, the other day when I cut the cake and I cut the middle piece out because I like middle pieces. I don't like edges.
Does that go for pizza?
Man, I could do without crust. So
Same.
Yeah, crust is for the dog. I throw it to Landry and he's like, all right, thanks.
Yeah.
So.
All right, give us a second one.
I don't think it's OCD, by the way. I just think it's disrespectful to a community cake to cut in the middle of the cake.
I agree.
That is
Why?
disrespectful to
There was
communicate.
actually, it seemed like it was a tense situation because of this. I'm glad
Because you're
we're
kind of
bringing it back
screwing up the cake a little bit by doing that.
How so though? Like they're all gonna
You
get
can't-
cut in slices,
Right, but you can't get that piece out clean.
Yeah.
One, you're not going to get that piece out clean. You're going to have to start maneuvering things and messing up the icing around it.
We were using a plastic knife, Mike. It wasn't going to be clean anyway.
I wonder if you could get it. Okay. Okay. All right. What's the second one?
Who's most likely to get in trouble with one of the casino pit bosses in Las Vegas?
Most likely to get in trouble with a casino pit boss.
Yeah. And my theory here is
Chuck.
after this, somebody's going to get in trouble and then get taken to that room and be punched for a while with some brass knuckles, and one of us is going to have a really wild story from Vegas.
Maybe Bobby or Zach. Why do you say Zach?
Because Zach, I mean, like, how many times have we been out and we've just been like, all right, settle down, Zach, getting a little mouthy here with the alcohol.
But
Like,
you're the one that would
but
count cards.
I wouldn't be involved in the pit boss stuff. I'm not a casino guy, so it wouldn't be me.
It's fair. I was like, if you were gambling, I think you would be the one most likely to count the cards.
Yeah.
He can't. I mean, you give him a lot of credit. He's not that smart. I mean, he's not counting cards. What are you talking about?
I just assume
that's some math
have you
whiz.
seen the statistics for homeschoolers? I mean,
yeah.
What I haven't.
No, what do
we
they
win
look like?
all the spelling bees. We're just statistically like more intelligent.
He's most likely to be the kid who
Not
played
seen that.
Mark Zuckerberg on Social Network.
Ooh, good
Jesse
question.
Eisenberg?
Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, thank you. Very
What
much.
was your SAT?
I didn't take the SAT. I went right into the workforce, baby.
Oh, well, so
Oh,
you were
really?
smart enough to get in college then.
Wow.
Yeah.
For being so
It's true.
smart.
It's true.
That's why you keep wearing that high school hat.
Right.
That people
You know
think was
what?
a Mississippi State hat for Dak yesterday when you were interviewing Dak.
I mean, people is Chris Jacobs. I don't necessarily count him.
Who's that?
exactly.
No, I mean, we don't need to get in that.
Marcus Football just tweeted you too. We appreciate you now and always.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look at the
You actually went
Marauders
there.
getting work done.
Their
Not
basketball
against the
team's never
Scots
done
this
anything
week. They got killed by the Jerry Jones High
The
School.
Scots.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. The KMC Masterpiece is next on this radio station.
If you're a new listener to Sean From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we are going to talk about the Rangers, but I also think Corey is encouraging Mike to ask a question he shouldn't at the top of the show.
Why?
You just encouraged me by bringing it up. Why don't you get to the first topic?
He was going to forget about it.
You're supposed to come out with fire. Where's your fastball?
All right.
Hit me with it.
Let's go to cut number 2 for your Texas Rangers.
The kick and the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball. Base knockout into right field. Smith scores. Duran racing around third. Here's the throw. He dives. He scores as well. Seager goes to third. A 2-run single for Nathaniel Lowe, and the Rangers lead 4-3.
Texas Rangers are indeed
what happened after
victorious, and they were able to close it out.
Nice.
That might be the biggest upset of the day.
Upset?
I thought it was an upset.
Oh, because you thought it wouldn't happen. And that,
yes.
Okay, all right. I thought you were upset by it.
I was
wow.
very happy
Gotcha.
about it. I just did not anticipate that that's the way that was going to play out in a variety of reasons.
I know, Mike, the close is like the thing that everybody was concerned about the most. I think that they needed the Nathaniel Lowe hit more than anything. And here's why. There was a time.
The last 2 guys struck out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But there was a time when this team treated every half frame that they got to hit as if they need to score 6 runs. And it felt like, hey, man, we're going to be on base. Everybody's going to get on base, and somebody's going to drive me in. And we don't have to rely on a 6-run home run because those aren't real anyway. And I remember when a coach told us that, and it was a wild thing to think about. But some guys go up there and they think they can win the whole game by just hitting a bomb. But sometimes you just need to make things happen. Hit the ball, put it in play, and get on base and make some moves. And that's what I saw happen in that moment. And if the Rangers can get back to that, where they treat each frame as this is the time that we get to score our runs, like they were earlier in the season, I think their offense can get back to something that's a lot more fun than it's been over the last, obviously, 10 games. So that was something I think that they needed, is the realization of this is how we win baseball games, is by putting runs on the board like this.
I just saw somebody say, and this go opposite of what I would think. From the 817, y'all, I'm having a good day. I don't want to talk about the Rangers. I feel like that's been the case for the last week and a half. Today is the day to talk about the Rangers. From the 214, such a badass game. From the 325, is Evaldi back soon? I think we can go to G-Bag yesterday. They had multiple.
Zach really wanted
I'll text Will
He
Chuck
was not
and find
satisfied
out.
with the 2-minute answer that Chris Young had.
They had multiple questions about just that very thing. And so I wanted to, I don't know, maybe lump in another question with this, but I have to admit, while we're talking about it, even in the bottom of the 9th, I still thought we were going to lose. And we're going to have Bruce Bochy on at 12:20. And I know that if we ask that question, Bruce Bochy is not going to say, oh, yeah,
well, I
still thought we were going to lose. That would make absolutely no logical sense. But me as a fan, I'm curious, even in the bottom of the 9th, were you still concerned that this team was going to lose just because they have had, I don't know, perpetual issues with holding leads in the 7th, 8th, 9th?
Yes.
Yeah, I was 70-30.
Obviously, I'm doing the pre and post for television, and when the Rangers scored the 2 runs, they flashed to the bullpen, and I had to do a double take because I'm like, wait, who's warming up? Who's coming in this game? Because I thought for sure it'd be Will Smith. Boch made a very tough decision, and he went with Jose Leclerc because Will Smith hasn't been pitching great in those situations. The other day, he did a great job of belling out Jose Leclerc. Literally the day before in Minnesota, Jose Leclerc gave up 2 hits, then got 2 guys out, and then Bochy felt like, look, I'm going to go to the matchup I like here. I'm going to bring in Will Smith. I'm not going to try to make Jose Leclerc get out of this situation. And Will Smith got the big out, and the Rangers survived that inning. So when he was like, Leclerc's going to close because Chapman was down. He could not pitch yesterday, throwing back-to-back games and throwing 30-plus pitches the day before. So I was like, okay, here we go. Deep breath. And I just thought it was interesting that Jose Leclerc also in the postgame interview said, I had no clue that I was the closer tonight. I was preparing to possibly pitch the 7th or the 8th. Martin Perez did a great job of pitching those 2 innings. And if people don't understand this, I'll educate you a little bit. When you are a long reliever, middle reliever, whatever you want to call that person. That was my job at times in the major leagues. You will pitch those innings. That's not setting something up. Your job is we're not going to use what we consider our winning bullpen guys. We're going to use a long guy or a middle guy, and your job is to try to hold it at that so that the team has a opportunity or a chance to come back. And Martin Perez did a great job of giving the team a chance to come back. And then Jose Leclerc was really great in the ninth inning. He gets the 2 strikeouts, especially against Pete Alonso. And if you want to know the difference between playing in New York and playing in Texas, Pete Alonso has 39 home runs. He has done nothing wrong this year. He is having a great year. He's going to end the year with possibly 50 home runs for the New York Mets. He got booed after he struck out in the ninth inning. Now, can you imagine? I know it's a little bit different year. Can you imagine booing Corey Seager in the ninth inning after he strikes out just because your closer,
Yeah.
They don't have a closer. They traded their setup guy and they traded their closer at the deadline. So they're using guys that they don't really have in that role. And I was like, man, that's New York for you, that you get booed as a 50 home run guy.
Their fans were engaged. You heard like in moments of there's 2 strikes, they changed the way that they were doing things last night. I thought it was really interesting because they recognized the moment last night that, hey, this is a bad team, and I know we're a bad team, but we have a chance to beat this bad team right now.
And so somebody brought this up, and this kind of phased into my next question. Good morning, gents. I love that's a great start, by the way. I love our Rangers and will continue to root for them, but I'll confess I've recalibrated my expectations. And so I ask questions sometimes that I don't necessarily agree with, but I want to see if people have different opinions. Can the Rangers regain their World Series contender status? Because for a chunk of the season, once people started to believe, they felt like a World Series contender. Like, I know it took a minute for everyone to be like, oh, hold on, is this for real? But you had months at a time when the Rangers were perpetually top 5, top 3, at one point 1 or 2 in the power rankings. It feels like we're removed from that, even though they're still knocking on the door of the division lead that they've held most of the year, and they still have a wild card spot. But it doesn't feel like they're World Series contenders. Can they recapture that?
Yeah, man, I think they can. And maybe that's just the positive optimist that I am, but their win-will factor is high. Like, that is, somebody just texted that in.
Yes, they
Last
did.
night they definitely had that. I think they have plenty of time to regain one of those streaks that they can go on and put them into that category. We've seen them play at that level before. What's the median for this team, I think, is what we've been finding out is they have been exceptionally, historically great. And right now, I don't know if it's historically bad, but they've been as bad as we've seen them so far. So what's somewhere in between that they can land and play at that level? I think Mike, I know their bullpen is always going to put us in these situations, but we've said it since midseason. The offense is going to have to do its job. I need to see it live and back up, Kevin, to what I saw in that ninth inning of, we know how we produce. We know what we need to accomplish.
There's too many stats in the history of baseball that say when you have this bullpen, you just can't.
Yeah.
So does it mean that they can make the playoffs? I think they can make the playoffs.
Hey, we now have as many saves as we do blown saves, Mike.
Yes. I look at this team.
You think he has the Bochy for the rest of the season how long before the playoffs do you think he'll have, this is the guy I'm going to have as my closer? He won't? He's going to go into the playoffs without an idea?
Well, he's going to have Chapman. I mean, Chapman's his closer. He just couldn't pitch yesterday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but in the history of baseball, especially in the last decade or so, where bullpens have become more valuable because you're really only starting guys 4 and 5 innings a lot of times in playoff games. So you're asking 4 or 5 guys to get the last 12 outs of a game. And I was watching last night. I don't have MLB package, but they obviously have it up there at Bally's. And so I'm watching the Orioles, and they got their young kid, Grayson Rodriguez, by the way, since he's come back from the minors, has an ERA under 3 and a batting average against of 199. So their stud starting pitcher is starting to pitch that way. I wouldn't feel super comfortable if I'm Baltimore pitching him in a playoff game and going, hey, I know he's going to give us 6 strong innings and shut out that other team. But what does Baltimore have? They have the best bullpen in probably baseball.
Yeah.
Now, Tampa, how are they still winning? Wander Franco's out for the rest of the year because of what he did. They lost Shane McClanahan.
We assume. Yeah.
Right? And so you look at them and how do they keep winning and winning way more than the Texas Rangers? They have a great bullpen. And so a bullpen can really carry you in these moments. So I'm not trying to poo-poo on the Texas Rangers. The one positive is this. Do I believe in the Seattle Mariners? No. Do I believe in the Houston Astros? No. Do I believe in the Baltimore Orioles? No. Do I believe in the Tampa Bay Rays? No. Do I believe in the Toronto Blue Jays who are out of the playoffs right now? No. And I don't really believe in the Minnesota Twins. So then if I flip that to thinking that way, I do think the Rangers have a chance based off of there's not an Atlanta Braves. There's not an LA Dodgers. The two best teams in baseball are over in the National League, and that's the Braves and the Dodgers. So it does give the Rangers a chance in that sense, but they have the biggest weakness out of all the teams that'll probably make the playoffs in the American League. They have the biggest weakness, bullpen, and it is a glaring light. It is a bright light that I don't know how they overcome in a series.
When was the last time you did a pre and post game show before last night?
San Francisco series.
So
you think Mike doing pre and post is the key to this thing?
I mean,
if we tell
we
John
went on
Blake
like a
that, we can get that set.
or 9 out of 10.
We didn't win 2 or 3 in that series.
Yeah, Mike. I mean, I'm just thinking here, like the last time you were on pre and post,
well, we were teasing.
Win.
Michelle worked last night and me, and we were saying if we can sweep the Mets. It's like how quick we changed after 6 innings. We're like, oh God, what are we going to talk about? And we got to try to be positive about this team. They're still in a playoff spot, this and that. And we saw that Toronto was going to win, Houston was going to win, and you're just like, gosh, you're going to follow the 6th spot. This is kind of 6th, 7th inning as things just don't look good for the Texas Rangers. Then you win the game. We go to our first commercial break in the postgame, like, what if we sweep them? Like in a 1 hour period, we're like, oh God, we're going to lose to the Mets. What are we going to talk about? And Houston's going to win and Toronto's going to win. And they're like, what if we sweep them? And then we said, well, if we sweep them, does that mean that they have to call up who's ever working the next series and say, sorry, Michelle and Mike are on a 3-game winning streak and we have to keep them in the.
I think that actually makes a lot of sense to me. And I kept thinking about the different elements to this team. Obviously, we've talked about the bullpen. The rotation has been excellent this year, despite struggling through so many injuries. The fielding for this team has been shockingly good, like really, really top notch. But I think what you're going to need, and I know, Mike, you kind of asked this question, I want to say a week or two ago about how does this team win? I think the way that this Rangers team gets back to being a contender is going to have to be, you have to get back to being the best team in baseball at hitting with runners in scoring position.
Yes.
And and they were historically good in the first half of the season. And I know they hit a lull.
Were they historically bad at the same time?
Yeah.
On the flip side of it?
My God, the last 10 games before last night. But then you look at last night. Now, I know a lot of it came late in the game. Well, guess what? That works just fine. 3 of 10. That's 300. Now, maybe hitting 300 with runners in scoring position for the rest of the year is not totally realistic. But the Rangers, if they're going to get back in any sort of mix, let alone make the playoffs, is they're going to have to go back to being the best team in all of baseball with runners in scoring position. You saw what a difference that made last night.
Yeah. And obviously, you're going to have to get a lot of guys in scoring position, too, because, yes, it is the Mets. If I have this right, I believe you have 17 games left against the Astros, the Mariners, the Blue Jays, and the Red Sox. The Blue Jays and the Red Sox are both out of the playoffs. I will say it's going to take an unbelievable September run for the Red Sox to make the playoffs. But if they were to really, sweep Texas in September, that gives them a better chance. I'm just betting they play Toronto probably 2 more series because they're in the same division. I don't know Boston's schedule, but I'm looking at the Rangers, and half of their games are literally against the competition to either win the division or make the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from Bryce Young to Jordan Love and everything in between. What have you learned this NFL preseason? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula. Live and local at night happens right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Empty set again. Young, pump fake. Looks to his left, rolls to his left, stops, looks into the end zone. Catch is made. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs makes the grab in the back of the end zone.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What, if anything, have you learned throughout the preseason? Now, this could also be via training camps and everything, but real quick, Corey, you have a devastating roster cut that you want to announce that people will be like, do I remember him?
According to Michael Gelkin, which is also according to a person familiar with the decision, said the Cowboys have released safety Sheldrick Redwine, who had a strong showing, as he said. But, man, that safety position is deep here for the Cowboys. And, you know, one injury could change a lot of feeling on that, but the Cowboys have lots of safeties. They have a lot of secondary. That's a very good, like, if I'm looking at my team right now, I'm thinking defensive line and secondary are two places I feel very confident. I think, you know what? That might be something we should rank going into the season, because I think only offensive line is your biggest concern, except for now we're going to get all the texts that say quarterback. So, yeah.
Yes, I'm aware. Now, and the reason why I say or in the rest of the offseason, because some of these that CBS Sports put out, they didn't learn that from the preseason at all. That was just a thing that they were thinking already. And the number one thing on their takeaways from the preseason, which is a lie because they just learned this in the entirety of the offseason, the NFC East is going to be juicy. Like, I agree with that, but you didn't learn that in the preseason. But I do think,
You
did? What did you see?
The backup for Philadelphia playing, whoever he is.
Marcus Mariota.
He's on Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Good for him. All right.
He struggled too, yeah.
And then the New York Giants backup quarterback, I think his name is
Daniel Jones.
Oh, snap!
It's been a long time since you've snapped.
And then Sam Howell and his backup quarterback, it's going to be juicy.
Okay.
I don't know who
I mean, I think I'm betting that the Sam Howell conversation's coming up in Gridiron Gravy at some point with Rivera. But yeah, they didn't know they had a quarterback. That's why. No, I don't know that I thought this thing was going to be juicy. I thought it was a 2-team run.
Maybe
with the Giants kind of still meandering their way into the conversation.
Should we just mention that too? Because didn't Ron Rivera, is this hype or is this real? Where he's like, oh man, if I knew how good Sam Howell was, we should have been playing him all along or whatever.
Makes you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Not like that. I mean, honestly, like you didn't have a good assessment of the players on your team. You didn't have a good assessment of what your roster looked like. That's where I don't like hearing that from my head coach. I want my head coach to have look, man, I've looked at all these guys and I know how they fit in. All I think about is my roster all the time and how I can utilize it to its best. And you didn't know that this dude could do anything? Why not? Now, Mike will tell you, maybe it's because they don't practice enough. Because they're like, hey, look, man, we don't do much practicing around here. We're game day ready. So maybe that's what it is. But if you don't know what your backup quarterback can or can't do, what are you doing?
Should we be weary of the health of the Miami Dolphins? Because obviously you've already seen an issue with Jalen Ramsey. There's a perpetual issue people are concerned about with Tua T. There could be health issues on this team.
I don't know. Have you seen Tua T's fall video that just happened? Have you seen this?
Was he showing off his...
It's still summer, Corey.
Judo or jujitsu?
Reggie.
Judo?
What? Did you see it, though?
What?
Did you see the video?
No.
You haven't seen it? Mike, have you seen this yet?
What did he do? He fell down?
He fell down. But...
He didn't get a concussion doing it?
No, he did not get a concussion doing it.
I'll tell you what.
A player hit him in the chest.
A+.
And he absorbed the contact, all right? So he kind of takes it back, takes a couple steps back, and then does a backwards roll. So when he falls down, he rolls into a spot and stands straight up. He does, and I know, when he got sacked and thrown to the ground, like that one was one of those. But these are things that he's been practicing in the offseason that he like now knows how to fall. And I think I heard Michael Irvin talk about that. Now I also heard Michael Irvin say catch with your body, so that's a different story for a different time. But Michael Irvin used to say, I know how to fall. And if you know how to fall, then you're going to have less injuries, on the entirety of your body. Now, for your skill guys, the other skill guys, yeah, some of those things are big concerns because their offense is the motor for that thing, dude. Their defense has a lot of work to do to catch up, but their offense kept them in games last year.
All right, next thing. Bryce Young could use your prayers and or more help because they think offensive line-wise, he is going to get straight
that
up
offensive line
murdered.
stinks.
And if that is something that it did feel like we learned more about in the preseason where he was just on the run perpetually.
Yeah, we knew the offensive line wasn't going to be incredible, but to this level. Now, the one thing I guess is some level of solace is that I played a clip from Alabama. It's not like at Alabama they were giving him a lot of help either necessarily. Yeah. He was doing a lot of like individual brilliance type stuff, but good luck to that man.
The other thing about that team is, I don't know if you've seen the video of their wide receivers and how long it takes them to get open, and then they're still not open. Like, they're slow. Then trading DJ Moore away was a bad decision. That dude's a really talented receiver that's going to make Justin Fields look better this year. Who's their best receiver right now, Kevin?
Adam Thielen.
Yeah.
Whoa.
An aging Adam Thielen. And while I love the dude, like his interview with Sean and RJ at the Super Bowl was one of the best, aside from our interview with the gorilla from the Phoenix Suns. But that was like that dude, like that's their best receiver right now. So I think that they still have so much more to build. I wouldn't trust that team for anything right now.
I don't know if you want to put in any stock in this. Another thing they learned is the Chiefs are going to be just fine at wide receiver. Even if they're not, I feel like last year, you're like, don't worry about it. Patrick Mahomes will figure it out. Right?
Yes. Every time. Patrick Mahomes always figures it out.
The Steelers' offense is poised for a big boy leap. I say nonsense.
All right, so
they're going to pass the ball 40 times a game?
No.
Because Kenny Pickett has had no issue moving the ball this summer.
The worst quarterback name in the history of football.
And his best wide receiver's last name is Pickens. So there's just so much bad there, but those two look good together.
Is that his best wide receiver?
Who do you think his best wide receiver is?
Johnson?
I think Pickens is better than Johnson.
Okay. But I think that's some of the reason why we have this conversation. Like, you now have two bona fide, really good wide receivers for him to look to.
Yeah.
And a couple of the, like, especially Pickens. Pickens almost plays like, and it feels early to make this statement, but he almost plays like he's always open.
Yes.
That's always a good thing for a quarterback to have, right?
Yeah, you want somebody that you're like, that has the confidence of, hey, Clifford Franklin might not be the only one going up for it, but Clifford Franklin's the only one coming down with it. And that's what he feels with Pickens.
This might be for Carter specifically. Anthony Richardson is who we thought he was. In the preseason, the Florida product showcased a wildly erratic and superpowered arm while doing most of the work on the ground. And I did see him say something to the effect of, people are like expecting that I have to win the Super Bowl this season. I just want to be like, maybe you're just using that as a hyperbole example, but literally nobody thinks that the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
I think
There's somebody.
Jim Irsay,
Okay.
bro. You think Jim Irsay thinks they are?
Depends on where he is on the
high scale,
the roller coaster. I choose roller coaster for legal purposes.
What do you mean roller coaster?
Sometimes we all as humans have highs and lows.
That is true. That is true. He's probably in that place. He thinks that people expect him to win the Super Bowl this year?
I think a lot of times when we talk about expectations, we all, myself included, give exaggerated thoughts about what people's expectations are of you. You know, you're like, oh, I got to be perfect all the time. And you're like, nobody actually thinks.
If I'm coaching Anthony Richardson this year, now you guys have seen a lot more of his poor throws than I have. I am focusing strictly on efficiency. And hey, look, this is what we're looking for this year, and we want to build on that. We want to build the foundation of you learning how to get the ball out quickly, but also to the right spot. Like, that's all I'm focusing on this year. I'm not expecting him to do anything big, but in those moments that he's like, okay, I'm comfortable doing that now, then I can add to it. Now let's add the big play and explosiveness to it. what you actually are, but I need him to see the field first.
This next one is amazing to me because it's not a compliment necessarily just for this player. Derrick Henry might run for 2,000 yards again. Now, their takeaway on this, CBS that is because, well, they don't have a good quarterback and they don't have good wide receivers. So you might need to just turn it over to Derrick Henry to get all the work done.
What's your expectation for DeAndre Hopkins this year?
Forgetful.
Oh, interesting.
He's still mad that he went there.
He has a Hall of Fame resume. Not now if he retired. He's on track to have a Hall of Fame resume. I just don't know if you can be a Hall of Famer when you're playing on three of the most forgetful teams in the history of football during your career.
I think he is playing on grass too this year. Is it not Tennessee, not grass?
It's grass.
Yeah, he wasn't. Well, and he was playing on the terrible grass in Arizona. I guess that's another thing too. But like grass slows you down. Grass makes players slower. Not like that, Kevin. Not that kind of grass. And I just do wonder if like what he has left. But yeah, I don't know if Derrick Henry is going to get the ball that many times. Do you think they would only be like, look,
out
you're
of
our only
necessity?
option. You're
they
our
got
only
nothing
option.
else. This one is just for you, Mike. I don't know if Sean helped write this story or not. Jordan Love seems to have that touch.
Yeah, sure. You know what? And Rugi Odor's hitting 74 home runs next year and breaking the record because I'm sure in spring training he's going to bat 375 with 6 home runs. So that matters.
Have you been pushed to the point now where you're going to actively root against Jordan Love, whereas before you might have just been indifferent?
No, I don't care.
Okay.
Like it's interesting for him. I think one of the toughest things to do in sports is to follow a legend, and he's following back-to-back legends. He's following Favre, who then got Aaron Rodgers to take over, and that was tough, and he played as good or better than Brett Favre, and now he's taking over. How is he going to live up to those fans' expectations? Think about it. If we had from 1991 to 2022, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers as our two quarterbacks, and now this guy comes in, how can he meet those expectations? Like if you're a fan and you've been watching for 30-something years he has to play to Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers standards or he's worse. And he probably will be worse, but you're just going to be like, he stinks. And he might be like, okay, he might be an average starting quarterback, but like, it's just going to be really tough for him to hit those standards. It's almost like the next quarterback has a better chance of being successful in Green Bay because the standards will be lowered.
Something amazingly exciting. I don't know if you guys all realize this, but the NFL real football season starts in 9 days.
That's awesome. I'm stoked about that. By the way, I did learn, Kevin, I changed my mind on DeAndre Hopkins. The Titans are making their switch at Nissan Stadium to the Matrix Helix turf with organic infill. So they will now, which is supposed to reduce player injuries. We'll see if that's true or not.
I don't know. There's been no study that has ever shown that turf provides more injuries than grass, is what I've been told numerous times. Even when we presented the evidence that was against that, we were told that was not a credible study.
Hold on, where'd that study come from, though?
From, I don't know, turf scientists?
Oxford.
That's a good
question. What's the most trustworthy study place?
Library.
CDC?
Just library. What are you doing? We're the KNC Masterpiece. You're a jerk. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pashek.
Let's keep talking about these Rangers, and could they get on a winning streak next?
Sean and RJ here for better help. Sometimes we're faced
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. They've got over 400 Silverados with the best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Leclerc ready with the 0-1. Here it is. Swinging a drive into right field. Going back is Garcia. He's there and has to reach up and make a little leaping grab at the edge of the warning track. And in needlessly dramatic fashion, the Rangers will come away with a victory here tonight by the final score of 4-3.
I'm not going to lie. That scared the crap out of me off the bat. I was like, oh, no.
That does sound about right. The Rangers did win. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. But right now, It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschak.
Okay, so the Rangers win yesterday. Great comeback win. It's amazing. That's their first win of the year, trailing after 8 innings.
Yep.
All the wins this year, everything this positive the Rangers have done. First time they've won a game trailing after 8 innings. So, looking at tonight's game, I find this surprising as I'm preparing for the pregame show. And obviously you can hear the pregame show on 105.3 The Fan here. But I'm also doing the pregame show on television. I would have never guessed this. Andrew Heaney is 2-0 with a 3 flat ERA in the month of August. Does
Really?
it feel that? It doesn't feel that way at all.
Yeah, when y'all were out, Reggie and I did a segment about like who surprised you the most, and Andrew Heaney was, for me, a big surprise because I had no clue what to expect from that guy this year. And I said that, and then that night he goes out and only pitches like 2 1/3 inning or something.
Really screwed you over.
Yeah, and I was like, oh man, thanks a lot, buddy.
Now, when you look at his game log in the month, he goes the first 2 starts against the White Sox and the Marlins, and he pitches a combined 11 2/3, 6 hits, 2 walks, 15 strikeouts, no runs. So to start the month off, 11 2/3 of shutout baseball with a lot of positive stats going along those
that
2
dominance, right?
In his last 3 starts, he's only pitched 9 1/3. Now, the game in San Francisco, we did not know until he was pulled in the second inning, and Bochy talked about after the game. No, he was sick. He wasn't able to go through his routine. He wasn't able to get ready for this start. He could not prepare for this start because he was sick. So that makes sense. 1 1/3. I remember in that game, I want to say it was Grant Anderson got him out of a huge situation. I believe the bases were loaded with 1 out in the second inning, and Grant Anderson gets a double play ball. So, man, can it matter so much what your game looks like? Jordan Montgomery leaves with the bases loaded, second pitch, grand slam, home run, Royce Lewis, and now you've given up 3 runs in your 5 1/3 innings instead of no runs, or maybe just 1 run in 5 1/3 innings. By the way, I talked about him yesterday. I'm going to just mention him for a second because probably people don't know who he is, don't care who he is. But Royce Lewis was the first overall pick in 2017. He hit another grand slam for Minnesota last night. So he has now back-to-back games with grand slams. And that's one thing, if you do fall to the 6th spot, but you make the playoffs, that Minnesota team's intriguing to me. I don't think they're going to make a run to the World Series, but they're starting to get a little bit healthier and pitch a little bit better, and this Royce Lewis #1 overall pick is finally healthy for him. Will he be healthy at the end of the year? I don't know. That guy gets hurt all of the time. But right now, when he is healthy in his 38 games, he's batting over 300 with 8 home runs, and he's in the middle of their lineup. So that's a very talented guy that's been added to their team kind of this second half of the season.
Can he keep that up, though, Kevin? Can he hit another one tonight?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say no.
I can't imagine the record being more than 3, and I don't even know if it is 3. Like 3 games in a row that you have 3 grand slams. Like
that does seem pretty incredible.
To get the bases loaded in that situation, to get someone a home run pitch and do it, I don't know. He might be tied for the record for, back-to-back games with grand slam home runs. So looking at this game against the New York Mets tonight, the Texas Rangers, this is in a way all of these games, no matter how they win, if you're not happy with the way the Rangers won yesterday, going, you know what? Their starting pitcher wasn't even very good, had bad stats. I'm talking about the New York Mets, and you couldn't score off of him, and he dominated you. I get it. I would love to dominate the New York Mets.
Sure.
I would love to win tonight 10-2 and for it to never be in jeopardy, and you feel good after the 3rd inning because you have a lead, you expand on the lead, and you easily win the game.
But you take what you can get.
Right now, a win is a win.
Yeah.
A win, however you get it, late, early, because of the starting pitching, because of the offense, because the other team screwed up 3 plays in the field and they gave the game to you. However it is, you just need wins. You need wins however you get it. And it doesn't matter. If you lose 1-0 and Andrew Heaney throws pretty much a gem and the bullpen keeps the game at 1 and you don't score, it's a loss. There's no pretty losses anymore. And there's no ugly wins. A win is a win and a loss is a loss. And you have to just get into the playoffs. However it happens, be happy about the wins. Don't say, but we did this in the 7th inning. But yes, we can go over what happened, but you just need wins. I'm not saying that you can't analyze the game, but if they get a win, you're going to need it because honestly, the Astros looked great in Boston last night. The Toronto Blue Jays took care of business against the Washington Nationals. And now Seattle starts playing Oakland again tonight.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to win all their games against Oakland. So tonight's game is a huge game because if you wouldn't have come back, you would be a game and a half out of not being in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So because you won that game, you stay in your playoff position as right now you're tied with the Astros, but you're just a couple of bad games away, a couple of losses away from looking at Toronto and Houston and going, can we catch these guys and still make the playoffs this year? So a win is a win. Be happy with it.
Is it too early? Not too early. Is it too stressful for fans to have to scoreboard watch for 31 games?
I'm stressed out.
Okay.
And I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. You just have to win your games. It makes scoreboard watching less stressful. Last night, it was stressful because in the 7th inning, you're like, we're going to lose this game. And then you're like, the Astros were down 5-4, and then they just exploded and won the game 13-5. And then you're looking at Toronto. They took an early lead, and
Seattle
they kept the
was
lead.
cruising.
Yeah. And sorry, Seattle played last. I guess it got late, so I didn't stay up for theirs.
They were cruising.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where right now, you're playing a team that traded away. Here's not a lucky thing. You took advantage of this. They traded away their closer and they traded away their setup guy. And so the Mets last night, when it got to the 8th and 9th inning and you were able to score 3 runs, they're throwing guys that usually were their 6th and 7th inning guys. And you think about it, to start the year off how bad the Mets were, is Edwin Diaz was supposed to be their closer. So they had to go with David Robertson moving from setup guy to closer to start the year because of Diaz's knee injury in the World Baseball Classic. So, hey, take advantage of it again. If you have to score late to win the game, score late to win the game. Just figure out a way to win and move on to the next day. Now, I found this interesting around Major League Baseball. One, Ronald Acuna Jr. I don't know if getting attacked is too strong of a word. But in the 7th inning in Colorado, there are actually 3 guys who jumped onto the field. 2 guys made it to Acuna. One, a guy you can see in the background just stupidly jogging on the warning track and then jumping over the fence again, but you can see a security guy or whoever it is. I don't know if those are security guys.
Just they didn't look like they had the most urgency in the world to them, right?
No, and Acuna, I will say this, man, you got to get away from those people. Obviously, you're going to steal a zillion bases this year. Like, yeah, he thought it was like, okay, and I get it. This is the tough thing is you think it's going to be okay, but Acuna's too young to remember the Kansas City Royals Chicago White Sox game about 15 plus years ago now, where 2 White Sox fans jumped onto the field and tried to attack and hurt the Kansas City Royals first base coach. And then the dugouts cleared. Both White Sox and Royals were getting those guys off of the first base coach for the Royals at the time. Like, I believe yesterday, I'm going off of word of mouth, and this could be dangerous to do. But the other day at a Chicago White Sox game, gunshots were fired inside the stadium, according to somebody yesterday at Bally's. Because I was like, we were talking about the Acuna situation, and he was saying, like, man, did you hear the other day that a gun was fired inside? I want to say Comiskey Park. I don't know what they call it. Cellular.
Guarantee rate field.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, gross.
New Comiskey. But anyways, it's just a scary thing that somebody could run onto the field and kill or really hurt a player. And they're just not planning on people doing that. So when they do get to a player, you got to just really hope that they don't want to hurt the player.
Yeah, because the first guy wanted to take a selfie, and it feels like we were talking about in the pre-show. Like, that just feels, like, oh, you can ha ha ha. Or when Kevin Harlan does the calls and stuff, we've definitely laughed about him talking about streakers getting taken down. But, like, I definitely could see a scenario where it's something much, much worse. And I do get concerned about people's ability to get on the field that easily.
Now, this was before yesterday's games. Mookie Betts had taken over as the odds-on favorite in Vegas to win the National League MVP.
Does it say that? Does that story list which casino or which spot it's at?
Okay, because I have it. Here's what I'll just read it. I'm on foxsports.com.
Okay. No. I
understand what you're saying because there could be FanDuel currently. So there, FanDuel is the one.
Thank you.
So here's FanDuel's odds. Mookie Betts minus 140, Ronald Acuna Jr. plus 125. It's very close. Freddie Freeman plus 850. So the third place guy in Freddie Freeman does not look like he has a good chance to win the MVP, even though he's having a great year.
Yeah.
It's just interesting that Mookie has taken over barely the favorite to win, because Ronald Acuna Jr. last night went 4 for 5 with a home run and a stolen base. So it might have changed this morning. It might be at FanDuel. It might be even odds. I don't know.
And it's like what I saw this morning at FanDuel and MGM, PointsBet, BetQL, is it was a slight favorite. Like we're talking about 120 to 135 for Acuna.
Okay.
But at that point,
maybe last night that changed after what he did.
But to your point, that shows how, like, on a day-to-day basis, it could flip. And this feels like a coin toss MVP race between those two at the moment.
There's interesting numbers. One of the reasons is that this month, Mookie Betts is batting .464.
Wow.
As the month is coming to a close, it could change a little bit. But you just start looking at different numbers and you're just like, gosh, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. As Shohei Ohtani, yes, he's not pitching anymore this year, but there's not really a contender in the American League to possibly steal away the MVP from Ohtani. But in the National League, Betts and Acuna, it's going to come down to it looks like, as long as they both stay healthy, it's going to come down to the final 2 weeks, and it could be one of those ones where you really don't know if it's Betts or Acuna who win. I mean, freaking Acuna is going to have possibly a 40-70 year.
And now he
40 home runs with 70 stolen bases, possibly.
And now I believe he has the most home runs ever in a 50-plus stolen base season or something along those lines.
It's going to be
Ricky.
It's going to be tough for him to get to 40 home runs. He does have a chance to do it, but there's only, I believe, 4 or 5 guys in the history of baseball that have 40 homers and 40 stolen bases in a year.
Now throw something out there real quick.
Sure.
The most grand slams consecutively.
Oh, I like this.
Is just back-to-back. Just 2 games. So if Royce Lewis did a third one tonight, the most in back-to-back plate appearances, Royce Lewis ties it with Urias, who did it earlier this year. The Cleveland Indians in 2006 had 14 total, most in a season by one team. And the Yankees had in 2011 3 in one game. But, Kevin, in 2020, the Padres had 4 straight games with grand slams. Their fourth game.
The whole team.
Yeah, the Padres' whole team. The fourth game against the Rangers at Globe Life Field.
That's when they were calling him Slam Diego.
That is pretty clever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, why doesn't Emmett get more respect? Plus, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, on NFL Cut Day right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Momentarily, I do believe we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. But in the meantime, Corey, you brought this to my attention, and is it rude to say I just thought this list was kind of dumb?
Oh, is this the Isaiah Pacheco conversation?
Is that rude?
I don't think all of it's dumb.
No. You're right about that.
There's some good. No, the fact that he doesn't have Emmitt Smith on it makes it dumb. Yes, if that's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So Isaiah Pacheco has his top 5 running backs of all time. Barry Sanders, sure. Adrian Peterson, why the hell not?
Yes, of course.
LaDainian Tomlinson, why the hell not?
Loved him.
Saquon Barkley.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay. And Isaiah Pacheco. All right, look. Okay, hold on. Let's get Mickey involved in this conversation right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Mickey, we're going to get to player cuts in just a second, but we have another conversation we want to involve you in, if we can, please.
Let's go.
All right, so Isaiah Pacheco put out his list of top 5 running backs of all time. He said Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson, LaDainian Tomlinson. All right. I think most people, maybe not all people, but a lot of people can live with those 3. Here are the other 2 he put on the list. Saquon Barkley and himself. Look, I know that you need to believe in yourself. I know they got a Super Bowl.
I think I can.
I feel like you should have been like, I hope I could get on that list someday. But instead, he left off Emmitt Smith and, I don't know, Walter Payton, Jim Brown. But if you're like, he didn't see those people. Okay, fair enough. He put Barry Sanders on the list.
Yeah.
Emmitt Smith was a contemporary of Barry Sanders. But instead, he said Saquon Barkley and Isaiah Pacheco. Your thoughts?
That's funny. I was going to say maybe he wasn't old enough to know those guys played in the league.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
But
you think he even knows who Jim Brown is?
Okay, and I'm okay with that. Jim Brown, O.J. Simpson, even Walter Payton. I totally get that. The one I don't get, and then Corey brought up the topic that we thought was really interesting, is maybe it feels like Emmitt Smith, as more and more time has elapsed, gets less and less all-time great status. And what I mean by that is, I'm not saying people dispute he's a Hall of Famer or anything, but you see these lists, best running backs ever, top 5, top whatever. And Emmitt's sometimes 8, 10.
He gets the argument of, yeah, but he had the best offensive line. And you're like, but he still would have been great on any
had
team.
The best quarterback too, right? And he had the best receiver. Come on. I mean, how old is this guy? 22?
Yeah, something
like that, yeah.
Maybe 21. Who knows?
Well,
So when these guys were playing, he was maybe 10, not even.
Oh, he's 24. Yeah, he's 24.
Okay, but still,
he's a young pup.
That's pretty funny. That's a good one.
I do.
Yeah, but who's he?
He won a Super Bowl.
He's a Super Bowl champion running back.
That's right.
Number 5 running back all time. That's right. I forgot.
There you go, Mick.
Mickey, who's one of those guys that you're like, I wish y'all could have seen this guy play? Like, whenever they talk about these guys, you're just like, I just wish more people could have seen this dude play, because this dude could play at any level, and you didn't get that opportunity to see it.
Can I go way back?
Sure.
Gale Sayers.
Yeah.
This guy was unbelievable, not only as a running back, but as a kick returner. He drove more defenses crazy in the NFL than I think anybody else can imagine. I mean, his speed, his ability to not lose a step, making cuts. He would have gone down as one of the all-time best had he lasted longer and didn't have the injuries he ended up having.
Does it make you sad at all that when you say Gale Sayers, I immediately think of Billy D. Williams?
Well, I'm sure you did, and at least he's remembered that way, right?
Yeah, that movie's awesome.
Yeah, it's a great. You know what? And I bet if I watched it tomorrow, I'd still cry.
Yeah.
But he was unbelievably good. as a running back, and as I said, as a kick returner. Get him in the open field. And he had one of those strides that no one could keep up with him. They just could not run with Gale Sayers.
How is Trey Lance doing now? Is everything all squared away? Is he ready to get his first game action?
Yeah, I think so. He's probably had 2 meetings now, and or 2 days of meetings, and
hell yeah,
let's go. we should get I think we're gonna potentially get a press conference time with him today at some point.
Interesting. That would be a good time for him.
Yeah, ask him about taking over the starting job from Dak, and just you'll be a hero.
How soon do you think you can learn this offense so you can take it over?
Yep.
Right?
You will be on every lazy national show there is, Mickey, if you ask that question.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
So some of the names that we'd heard, I don't know if you can confirm or if you've heard any other cut names, because obviously there'll be a ton, is Alec Lindstrom, Ben Benogu, Sheldon Redwine are Sheldrick Redwine are some of the ones that we heard this morning. Any to add?
Yeah, I haven't heard any that would just stop you down, right?
Right.
Because none of those are stopping you down, right?
Right.
Not seeing anything. I haven't seen anybody go out the door with the garbage bag over their shoulders.
Oh man. Well, I am kind of curious, Mickey, at this point, what is the market for the Cowboys to try and find offensive line? Where do they start? Where might it end for the Cowboys to find some depth there?
Yeah, I think they have to. By 3:00, they'll have a list, and I think obviously that's one position. If there's any guys that catch your interest on the offensive line. I did see one interesting name, Idefi, former A&M offensive tackle.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was a first-round pick. He got released, but he's kind of at the end of his career, and he's been on a couple different teams. I think Detroit let him go. He had been with the Bears. Seattle, by the way, and I think he was in Seattle when Mike Solari was there. So that name kind of caught my eye. Just because, he's been around if they're looking for a veteran offensive tackle. But again, that backup offensive tackle, and I think I said it yesterday, if somebody's hurt long term, Tyler Smith's your backup offensive tackle, right? And you got to find a guard.
Yeah.
I think what you have to find somebody that can get you through a game if somebody gets hurt on game day. I think that's what the Cowboys have to be looking for. And then the other position I think they need to keep their eye on is linebacker. I think losing Overshawn really hurts. Again, it's one thing to say, well, I got this guy for the change-up defense or that guy or he's a special teams guy. But, if Van Der Esch or Damone Clark get hurt, I need somebody to be able to take their place, probably not name Micah Parsons, who would be the natural guy to do so. But you would like to have 3 linebackers, true linebackers, that you want to keep an eye on. And one guy I did see get released was Deion Jones. Carolina let him go. He's a veteran, but he would have been with Dan Quinn in Atlanta when he was drafted there in the second round in 2016.
I know you said you haven't seen the people heading for the exits with the trash bags just quite yet, but any potential names that you think do move the needle a little bit more from the Cowboys that might be headed out?
Well, I'm interested to see what they're going to do with Chuma Edoga. He hasn't practiced in 3 weeks. Do they want to keep him around and try to get him onto, active IR or returnable IR? Or do they just cut bait and say, we'll do an injury settlement, something like that? I don't know that that's a name that, is going to move the needle. It was a veteran guy that they brought in on a 1-year veteran minimum deal that they were hoping to give him some depth at guard and tackle, but he really hasn't played all that much. Simi Fehoko, what happens there? Bohanna,
Joseph?
Neville Gallimore. I think those guys are, it would be interesting to see what decisions are there. Nashawn Wright, who's been injured, can they get him, the 24-hour deal and then put him on IR? So I think those are some of the names that I think, would be curious to see what they're thinking about.
What about, and this might kind of obviously same position, what about Kelvin Joseph, since we brought up Nashawn Wright?
Yeah, I think they look at him as maybe a core special teams player, and that might get him another year. They're going to have to make some adjustments with that secondary. Well, like C.J. Goodwin, they seem to do it every year. They release him and then re-sign him 24 hours so they can use a spot for a guy that's injured to put on IR and then re-sign him. So there probably be a couple guys like that. The deep snapper, Sig, could happen to him. But yeah, I think if they're going to go long, I think they go long on the defensive line or secondary, and keep some of these young guys that they seem to have developed, and you don't want to let them go. So some of these other guys are in their third year. They're still backups. So how do you judge that compared to a young guy that I can replace him with? I think those are some of the tougher decisions they're going to have to make.
Well, if anyone interesting pops up and you want to jump back on or text us or whatever with the latest, we would appreciate that.
All right. Keep your hotline open for me.
All right. On it. There you go. Mickey Spagnola. No trash bag moving just yet for some of the players.
Do you think he wanted to sing Drake's Hotline Bling when he said that? Like he was hoping that would be something played? Or do you think that when he thinks of Hotline, he thinks of the bat phone?
I don't. I could be wrong. We could ask him tomorrow. I don't think he knows that song.
Do you know that song?
Yeah.
Sing it.
I mean, I know the chorus. That is all.
Sing
I
that.
know.
Yeah, sing that part.
No,
I want to hear
no
it.
Thanks.
Mike, do you want to hear Kevin sing Hotline Bling right now?
He doesn't have his heart in it.
Okay.
Exactly. See?
He has no heart.
Okay. Well, that is just a little bit hurtful.
Someone say he has an icebox where his heart used to be.
Yeah, actually, that is kind of how I feel sometimes. A little bit.
All right. If this show is Reggie Dorothy, then how does this work? This
Do
show?
you hate when people tell you what to do, like in stuff like this? Hey, dance for us. Hey, do the song. What is your inside feeling like right now?
Yeah, I'm like, no thanks.
He sings sometimes.
Yeah,
I've heard you sing before.
sometimes.
It's usually great.
This wasn't that moment, but we can ask him tomorrow, and maybe he'll just bust it out on the spot.
If this show was The Wizard of Oz, though, you're the Tin Man.
I think Mike is.
I don't remember the heart part. I was like, if I only had a brain.
That's
the
straw
lion.
man. Yeah, that's the scarecrow.
Oh, yeah, the lion's
Scarecrow
the heart.
needs a brain. The lion needs courage.
I'll take
and
the courage.
Dorothy just made all that crap up because she had a fever. None of that stuff happened. Take a look back. All those people are her family members are living around there.
First case of COVID.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
This is in Kansas.
Now I really hate that there is a hot air balloon involved in the Wizard of Oz, because coming up next, a hot air balloon has us wondering, have you ever been slowed down on the road for a particularly odd reason? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
100.
your way.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Some movings and shakings this morning. Von Miller is going to stay on the PUP list for the Bills. He is going to be out the first 4 games of the season. And Michael Gelkin is saying that Quentin Bohanna was reportedly told yesterday that he will be waived.
Okay. That was kind of a, hey, look, Mozzie's been drafted.
Yeah.
What's the plan for this guy?
So interesting right there. We should get a lot more cuts. We will get a lot more cuts before 3 p.m. is the cut deadline to drop your roster today across the NFL, obviously not just with the Cowboys. This is a story that is related to none of that. This is an article from the Associated Press. Hot air balloon lands on Vermont highway median after being stalled in flight. And I was just thinking, if you hadn't heard this story and Mike told us he was going to be late because a hot air balloon landed in the middle of the highway.
I've heard a lot of excuses before.
Don't you feel like...
A lot of excuses in my time.
You would be like, there is no way.
I could totally...
That is true.
Can't you envision, though, Mike on the phone with you? Hey, buddy, got this. You'll never believe it. There is a hot air balloon literally sitting in the middle of the road right now, and I can't get around it. We're stuck.
That sounds like something in the country, though. If I lived in Glen Rose or Granbury, like where my in-laws live, that seems something that could happen, like on 67. I don't think I've ever seen in my life a hot air balloon around downtown Dallas.
No, only time I ever remember seeing it was like in Plano for the balloon festival.
One morning, my boys had never seen the sunrise, and there's a video on Instagram somewhere. So I took them to Collin College. And there's a really good spot to sit and watch the sunrise right over this tree line. Well, as we're sitting there waiting for the sun to rise, out of nowhere, Kevin, a balloon starts blowing up. And we're like, what is happening right now? And they were getting ready to start taking balloon flights right there in front of us. So we get to watch them air up their balloons or heat them up. I don't know which one it is. And then take off into the sun.
Man, this is a really interesting one from the 214. I also had to stop because President Trump at the time's motorcade came through downtown Dallas. I feel like maybe we would have heard of that, but you thought, this is a big city. Big metroplex. I'm not going to be on the route where the president is coming through, and then you get stuck.
So there was one day that we were up here, Kevin, and we were watching that there weren't many planes in the sky.
Yeah.
And the Ospreys came through. And then I guess it was Obama at the time.
On Air Force One, yeah.
And he rolls in and we're like, everybody's watching it. And I was like, I didn't even know it was supposed to happen that day. Why would I know, Kevin? I don't know. I never pay attention to that. So yes, I would not be paying attention to the motorcade and where they're supposed to be that day.
From the 210, on my way from Quinlan to Plano one morning, I was driving through Nevada, so not the state, and I had to wait about 15 minutes while sheriff's deputy wrangled several bison.
Bison?
Nice.
Or excuse me, that was a different one. This one was cows. The other one was bison. Several cows out of the road. I was laughing so hard. In a scenario where you're just going on a trip or you have some more time, I can see that. But I just wonder if people are like, stupid cows, get out of the road.
Yes. You're yelling about wanting to turn them into ground beef.
Yes, I could see that.
Have you ever had a herd of cows in front of you before?
I have
It's
not.
ridiculous. And you moo at them, and they're just looking at you like you're an idiot. And
Why
you're
do you moo at them?
Yeah, because you clearly used the wrong syntax.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Okay.
we were in New Mexico. This is crazy. We were hunting on what's the guy? What's the dude that's in charge of hunting? The game warden. It was his. It was the game warden's
You were
house.
looking for like a specific name.
Yeah, I was like,
And
what?
he was like,
Apollo Creed.
That's my.
I don't
That's
know.
wild that that's the first name that pops in your head. So we're at his property in New Mexico, and he's like, "Yeah, well, you all go kill some of these rabbits for us." And I was like, "Is it legal?" And he's like, "I'm the game warden." Anyway, difference, but he had a bunch of cattle, and they wouldn't move, and we were stuck on the road. We were trying to figure out, and I was just mooing at them. They wouldn't move.
Huh. From the.
Is your only move moo at that point? Once you go with moo, you're out of all your tools.
That's pretty
That
damn
was a
good.
solid moo.
I
felt like that was going to get them to go.
Text line 877-881-1053. Rate that moo on a scale of 1 to 10.
Did your cattle go?
From the 903 at Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, I stopped for a herd of bison. Became surrounded by them for almost an hour. One does not honk at a herd of bison because you're afraid they might just start running into your car, right?
Yes.
Now, Jess told me a story that in addition to the hot air balloon just landing on the highway in Vermont, really made me want to do this segment. She said, and I needed to ask more follow-up questions. She said she was on the road and eventually, I guess these two people were like, you've seen it where two people are on the road, like clearly antagonizing one another.
Yes.
Is they got to a point, I don't know if it was a regular stoplight or what, where she was in the middle of these two cars and the two guys from both cars got out of their cars and started fighting while she was boxed in between the two cars. And then I guess the fight and was incapable of moving.
Did she honk at them, or did she just sit there and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this?
I will ask
she didn't
her.
video it in World Star.
A honk might enter you into the fisticuffs. I don't know if she wanted that.
Because then you think they're going to be like, they'll team up and go against your car now. For like, we've seen so many movies like that where they're like, they used to be enemies. Now they're going to team up.
Look, if they're willing to fight in that instance, you don't know what they're willing to do. And I feel like you don't want to replace headlights.
That's valid.
That's probably true. From the 214. Yes, a lady was driving in front of me, literally stopped, got out of the car, took off all of her clothes, and got back in and drove away. Like, what?
I don't see the issue.
I guess not.
What if there were bees in her car?
You know what?
And they were in her clothes.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
I've seen that before, Kevin, where there have been bees and the police officers just had to leave the people alone.
They were everywhere. The police officers' guns were useless.
I did, Kevin, one time I was driving down 30 and there was a truck had spilled over, and it was a bunch of thesauruses that had fallen out of the truck, and everybody was perplexed and puzzled and bewildered.
Like the trunk was on its side?
I hate you so much.
Truck had spilled over?
Mhm.
Oh, Mike hasn't gotten
And
there
it was
yet.
full of thesauruses, and everybody was confused and confounded and baffled.
You have no idea, do you, Mike? All right.
This is
so
fascinating.
what
Mike is so disconnected today.
he's using
You
a
can
whole
see
bunch
it on
of
his face.
synonyms for that word, like insinuating. It was just a joke that people were going.
So all these Sathorus books,
what
Did you say Sathorus?
Yeah.
Did you say Sathorus?
they've fallen out of this truck because somehow it spilled over, which now
It
the
fell over, Mike. That's the thing you're caught up on.
and there's all these books on the highway, so people are stopped because they can't drive because there's a truck that's spilled over, and there's all these books with words in it that define those words. It's not a dictionary; it's a thesaurus, so there's
That's
more
right.
to it. And the joke is,
My God, you should have sucked the fun out of that. All right, hold on. I need to see if we can get confirmation from the 806.
well, there were bees in a car where a lady got naked and then gave that bee
No, those are
way more
separate
access
stories.
to the honey
There
hole.
was good God, Mike. That is not the same
Now,
story.
that's a joke. Do you get it?
Yes.
I just gave a good joke.
I do get it. From the 806, we need to do a fact check on this, Corey. Guys, in all caps. This happened in McKinney last month. A hot air balloon landed on an access road off of 75 and El Dorado. I do not recall hearing about that. I feel like
July 23rd.
What?
A hot
So
air
it's
balloon
true?
made a landing on the access road adjacent to U.S. Highway 75 in McKinney, according to WFAA's Megan Benson captured the event.
Thank you, Miss Benson.
She does not work for WFAA, but she captured the event on video and sent it in. as she drove past the scene. Oh, no, she does work for, nope, just Megan Benson.
Did you just get her fired?
Yes.
No.
I hesitate to ask this question.
Would you ever ride in a hot air balloon?
No, that is not my question. Okay, I think I'm with you on that. Have you ever been stopped on the road or in traffic for a particularly odd reason?
I assume they're mostly wrecks.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I'm sure there has been, and I just didn't notice it, or I forgot. Maybe I noticed it in the moment, but don't remember to this day. I remember being in, I'm just looking up the difference between bison and buffalo here. The definition, they're very different. I didn't know that. But I can remember when one summer we went up to Yellowstone. And I mean, there's a lot of times where you're stopped by traffic because buffalo and bison are just walking on the highway and you just have to wait till they clear.
Okay. That feels like that would be annoying, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're not going to get them out of the way.
So you could run them. I mean, you'd kill them by running them over, but you'd destroy your car too.
You're going to hurt your car.
And you both lose in that case.
Yes.
They lose their life. You lose your car.
I did one time. I was driving down. Is it La Prada? It was La Prada, and there was a lady.
Very expensive, like purses and stuff.
Different.
No, she was sitting.
Just regular product.
She was sitting on the ground in the right-hand lane, like just sitting there. It was like the sun was setting, so it was kind of dark.
Yeah,
and she was just sitting there, and me and my mom almost hit her. And my mom like pulled over and was like, "Hey, are you okay?" And she just goes, "Yeah." And we were like, "Well, do you like you're sitting in the road? Cars are going to be driving by." And she was like, "I know, I probably deserve it." And I was like, "Oh no, like we need to help you."
Oh my God.
We didn't have cell phones at the time. She started yelling about some guy too. So we went. My friend lived right around the corner, so we drove over there. And moments later, hear sirens and a car had hit her. She was not dead, but a car did hit her, and I hope she's okay now. So sorry to bring that down.
Yeah, that was my story. Was not going to involve life or death of that nature at all. My sophomore and junior year, when I was at A&M, my apartment was very close to a set of railroad tracks. And we got stuck. I got stuck at the railroad tracks one day, not because just a train was coming by. You couldn't see the train. But there were police officers like in front of the barrier or by the barriers. The train had like stalled out not that long down the road. And so they were blocking it because they were like, well, we can't just let the arm up in case the train starts going again. And I thought,
train gonna move that fast?
I don't know,
No.
but I don't also feel like the police officers, I didn't try. I just guessed that the police officers probably were not looking for a debate at that moment. And they're like, look, dude,
just go another
get back
way.
in your car. And I did. And luckily there was not like a median right there. And so we could all just turn around and go another direction because College Station is not that big to begin with. But yeah, this was because the train had like malfunctioned or whatever on the track.
214 got pulled over so a prison motorcade could go by. They were going to Fort Leavenworth. I don't know if do you know what Fort Leavenworth is, Kevin?
No.
Is that where they're taking Trump?
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Politics.
All right.
There is a motorcade and then prisoners, and there's
there is one hater who only gave your moo a 5.
Most of it was about 8. I got about an 8
I
to
see
an 8.5.
higher than that.
I think the average is about 8.7. Okay.
7.
All right.
12. 11. They don't understand scales. 9.7. And then somebody said it was either a 6 or a 7, or they changed the scale entirely and said it was a 6 out of 7.
Okay.
On the moo scale. Which
What would be that?
What is that, like a 8.6?
Something like that.
Something like that. That's still pretty darn
I'll take it.
good.
I accept.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the
Stuck the
fan.
landing.
Coming up next, I was thinking about reading another one. We got to go. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this pettiness or just smart marketing? Let's do it next right here on the fan.
Tolo's Eric Giafalo here for Platinum.
Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. They've got over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
In the pocket, DeMarcado blocks for him, throws deep ball right side. Johnston got it. Did he get a foot down? Touchdown, TCU.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the fella that threw that touchdown pass as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. The Chargers did, in fact, waive Maxaw Duggan out of TCU. Now, they're hoping that, or at least the word is that they're hoping they can re-sign him as part of their practice squad. I knew it was always going to be a long shot for him, but Max Duggan out of TCU cut by the Chargers.
Think we got any room here for him?
No, we have too many damn quarterbacks already.
But he's a TCU kid.
So
he went to the national championship last year.
Yeah. When has Trey Lance ever been to a national championship?
Yep.
So who would you like to cut then? Which quarterback would you like to cut?
Cooper Rush.
Who went 4-1 for you last year and won a game as a starter the year before?
What happened in the last game he played?
Not good enough.
He lost. What have you done for me lately?
Yeah, did he beat Michigan in the semifinal game?
Okay.
Did he play against K-State in the game?
No. Actually, probably.
How'd they do in that game?
All right.
Do you think Max Duggan will get picked up by another team?
As a practice squatter, I do.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll go beyond that. All right. Updates in case you've been missing
Wait,
it.
did you ask if Trey Lance went to the national championship game? Because they absolutely did.
Not a real national
fake
championship game,
Oh,
but
okay.
is so a couple of cuts.
Hey, I won the state championship in 6-man football. Well, guess what? Get 5 more guys on the field for each team, and then we can talk about football.
Jeez, we probably have a lot of listeners who went to a high school
I
or
won
played
the
6-man football.
3-on-3 basketball championship. Well, it's not a real championship. There are only 6 people on the court.
All right, so Michael Gelkin reported that Quentin Bohanna was notified yesterday that he was being waived, and also he says that Dennis Houston is being waived, with the Cowboys' hope being that they can get him back on the practice squad. I mean, we've talked about the math of the wide receivers for the past couple of days. I can't say I'm that surprised about this. Still disappointing, I'm sure, though. You seem very disappointed.
I probably championed Dennis Houston more than most people.
Okay.
I'm sad. But he doesn't have a place on this team. But I think he's a pretty good receiver, man.
Okay.
There's plenty of Dennis Houstons in this world.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can pick him back up for the practice squad. All right, let's go from that to cut number 10. I guess I just didn't know this, and I didn't know that this was a procedure that perhaps they performed on babies or youngsters.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's go to cut number 10. You'll hear more about it. This is Howie Long talking about his son and himself and how many fingers they were born with.
I had 11 fingers when I was born. So here we are at the hospital in Santa Monica. Diane had just delivered Chris, and the doctors, you could see they were kind of, they take the baby and they take Chris over and wipe him down. And I can see there's something going on. And, your biggest concern always as a parent is health. And, that's number one. And Chris had the 11th finger, and they tie it off. There's no cartilage, and, it ends up kind of dying off, and they cut it off. But we have that in common.
They just tie it off like a dog's tail?
I had no idea.
Well, it died. It didn't have blood flow and everything for it to stay alive. So.
But that's the way they do it. There's no other surgical procedure to do that. They don't just take up some scissors and snip it off.
Scissors?
Yeah. Why can't you just be snip? Just get rid of it. But they're no, we're gonna tie it off with a little rubber band and it's just gonna fall off.
Yeah.
That's weird to me, man.
Sometimes you got to go with the simpler solution. The more complex solution isn't always the better one.
Why does scissors sound so terrifying?
because you're actually making an incision to the skin of a recently born baby.
Well, I guess to be fair, though, you do that with the circumcision.
Yeah.
But
for some people,
there you go.
Man, they asked when baby Noah was born if we wanted to keep him in the room for that. I was like, hell no. And before Jess could even answer, usually we work out these answers as a team, but when they asked that, I was like, nope.
Wait, so you didn't want to see this happen, but you didn't want it to happen, though?
Yes.
Okay.
I just didn't want to see it happen.
It's a terrifying
Absolutely
thing.
Not.
So hold on, is that a genetic thing to be born with 11 fingers then? So Howie Long had 11 fingers when he was born, and his son had 11 fingers.
I mean, that feels like a decently strong argument right there.
Like if you were going to be born with an extra something.
All right.
You already have what you have on your body.
Brain.
An extra brain, two brains.
That feels like that would actually work worse than what you're thinking.
You're going to fight. You're going to be fighting
find a hat.
Yes, Kevin. The primary issue that you would have there is not being able to find a hat.
Did you like how I did the hat putting on motion?
No, I definitely needed you to pantomime
You're not a hat
putting on a ball
person
cap.
either. Maybe your other brain would say, put on a hat.
Okay. Man, that would be
Maybe the other brain is where the flavor receptors are.
Oh, is it possible that I lost that part of my brain?
I would hope so.
I guess if you did have a pair of eyes in the back of your head,
yeah,
that would be pretty amazing.
That's true.
And then whenever
and you'd want to kind of shave the hair around it so they could see, but
that actually makes a lot of sense because otherwise you're just looking at hair all day.
They got these extra eyes, but the hair grew in
You're
them
like
again.
Daryl from Walking Dead.
See, I feel like how would it show up in front of you? Would it be like a split screen? Would it be like picture in picture? Because the back eyes, you probably don't usually want taking up as much space as the front eyes. So like I would think picture in picture, and then you could almost like with your camera, you could flip it when you need to, and then the back eyes become the big part.
You don't think that your brain would register like everything at the same time? Like it would it see both things at the same? Like right now,
you have peripheral vision, but you do focus on something. So you'd probably your brain would work on focusing on what is important to you. Like right now, I could be looking at you, but not paying attention at all while watching TV behind my head.
Which you would see the Braves highlights. Yeah, that would be what you would be seeing right now.
I want to see the Braves.
that does seem like a thing that could happen. All right, let's go from that to the Cardinals. The Cardinals,
way out of the playoffs.
They're so ridiculous. All right,
Nolan Arenado.
So no, not the St. Louis Cardinals. The old St. Louis Cardinals, who are now the Arizona Cardinals, is they cut Colt McCoy.
And McCoy to you.
And so they've got
Is he the one that wasn't born in Texas and their parents put Texas soil underneath the crib or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
so he could be
that's
born.
why Brent Musburger, every time he's like, Colt McCoy, son of a dirt farmer. And like, that's how he said his Southern stuff, because he changes his accent wherever he would go for games.
Is dirt farmer a job?
I don't know, but that's pretty much what he said. So that leaves them with just Clayton Tune and Josh Dobbs to be their quarterback with Kyler out.
So this is an intentional tank.
And that's what it feels like. Although their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, said two really interesting things. This is what he said first. Every spot is an open competition when talking about the quarterbacks. I think we've got a pretty good plan in place, but I want to see them both go through the next 2 weeks. So that's answer A. Answer B, he said he's not announcing a starter yet for competitive advantage reasons.
Sure.
So I don't know which of those.
You're really going to surprise them, huh?
Is that because he says everyone knows who the starter's going to be, but they're not announcing it for competitive
Probably going to
advantage.
surprise the quarterback. They're like, are you kidding me? I'm the starter?
How?
But why? Yeah, so.
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily. I know that obviously the Cardinals are not trying to be good. That's very evident. But I don't know that cutting Colt McCoy was like hey, we're trying to tank thing. Colt McCoy is, in fact, 36 years old. And I did see someone who actually covers the team say that the arm wasn't quite to the place where it, you would need it to be. So, like, I mean, it could possibly be a take. I'm not here to defend the Arizona Cardinals organization. I'm just saying, like, there's a viable reason that he was cut just because of, like, the actual merits of what he could do right now.
I saw a post from Jalen Smith moments ago that said something along the lines of, blessed be God. And then Ian Rappaport is reporting that he is being released by the Saints.
Oh.
But has a good chance to return to their practice squad. and he'll have other options too. Mike, you presume Cowboys are his other options?
No.
I would
Why
say
not?
no.
I'm sure Jerry will present it.
Yeah.
I think there was a very specific moment where they were talked into this dude is no longer part of it. But that was something that I saw pop up. So I guess he's no longer with the Saints.
Now, is this petty, or is it the best promotion ever, or is it perhaps both? Is Jack's Pub in Milwaukee will pay your drink tab if the Jets lose and Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback. And it's got their ad, and it says, when the Jets lose, you win. We will pay your drink tab when the Jets lose. And then it includes the Jets' entire schedule on there as well. And it says, must start a new tab 15 minutes before the game starts. Deal is not valid during Packers games. Must be present for the entire game. Only the drink tab gets paid if the Jets lose. Does not include food, and Aaron Rodgers must be started.
So if the Jets and Packers play at the same time, that's null and void.
No,
so you have to just show up on random times when the Jets aren't playing at the same time as the
Packers. And you have to start a tab 15 minutes before and stay for the entire game.
Yeah.
But if they lose, I feel like that's going to pack certain Sundays
for
there
sure.
or certain time periods in those
So
Sundays.
people are actively like showing up. They're saying show up to root against Aaron Rodgers right now.
Hell yeah. I feel like a lot of Rangers fans felt that way with like the initial departure of Kinsler and Hamilton. They probably would have showed up places to cheer for them.
Maybe it's another segment, maybe not a whole segment. What fan base has cheered against their former guy they cheered for so hard more? Because I think of LeBron James in Cleveland. In 2010-11. I don't know if anybody ever cheered more against the guy they cheered for that long.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Cheer against Shaq at all in LA?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did Lions fans cheered for Matt Stafford? You know, they were cheering because they were like, this is as close as we're ever going to get to a championship.
I mean, we booed Kiki Vandeweghe forever here, but he never played for the Mavs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL agents talk the future of QB contracts, the most unstable franchise in the league, and a surprising take on Jerry the GM. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a survey from NFL agents about a variety of questions across the league, the future of quarterback contracts. But I want to start by just asking y'all this, and then we can dive into the survey. With the sale of the Commanders away from Daniel Snyder, which organization is the most dysfunctional in all of the NFL?
Why are you laughing, Mike?
I think we're a candidate.
Why? Why are they dysfunctional? What makes the Cowboys dysfunctional right now? Over the last 27 years, I get it.
They are leading every show right now because Jerry, the owner, president, and GM by title, was like, yeah, it's 24 hours later. I still haven't talked to my coach or quarterback about the situation at all. That's a little dysfunctional. I'm not saying it's right, it's wrong. It is a third string quarterback. I get everybody's perspective on this. But the dysfunction a little bit of the Cowboys, and I do love Will McClay. I think he has us functionally good or functioning in a right direction, however you want to put it.
I like the way you said
I like calling him Mr. Funk because, he has us functionally right. Mm-hmm. But there's quite a few dysfunctional things that happen with the Dallas Cowboys, which keeps them the most popular team in the NFL. I'm not saying we're the most dysfunctional, but we're a candidate.
All right, I have a list, Kevin.
Oh.
I have a list of dysfunctional teams right now, and I still think Washington's in the conversation.
Okay.
Like their coach literally said, I didn't know how good this quarterback was. Why didn't we have him playing more last year?
Which I kind of think is also just a hype job, and then when he flames out, he's going to be like, oh, it's all good.
And I don't know if you saw the owner, Josh Harris, shaking Joe Buck's hand multiple times while he was in the booth, but that did happen too. But I do have Washington. I have Arizona. Arizona's just in a constant, like their GM, I think, isn't he still like on administrative leave, but not really. It's like one of those weird things going on. The Raiders and the Browns. Those are I think the Raiders are perpetually in, like, Mike, if you're going to say the Cowboys, I think Cowboys and Raiders are the two teams that are just always in that area of their conversations. Everybody agrees when they're good, it's better for the NFL, but also they create their own stories. And the Browns are just, they're dysfunctional. It's been that way for a long time.
So there was 23 certified agents that took part in this poll. Number one, by far, the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Second on the list, most dysfunctional, the Colts. Obviously, I agree with that quite a bit. Third on the list, the Texans. Next, the Commanders. Tied for fifth with the Jets and the Raiders, it is the Dallas Cowboys. But they only got one vote out of the 23, so good for them.
No one voted for the Chicago Bears. Huh, okay.
I wonder if Jerry voted for this team. He'd be like, yeah.
You know what? We'll get to your thoughts about Jerry voting in a minute.
Jerry's like,
I think you're gonna love it.
I want to be in every conversation.
Yeah.
In 2010, top quarterbacks were making $20 million annually. Now it's 52.5. When will someone hit $100 million
annually?
Annually,
at least 20 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good number. 20 years. Because Dak's going to have 60 at some point. Is that what we're looking at, or is that dead money?
Oh, I mean, that would be dead money now.
Okay.
But that might be what they're angling for. Is for one of the agents, we'll get to $75 million in the next 4 to 5 years and $100 million by 2030. Another person said...
That's an agent.
Yeah, sure. For sure. Another one said... I think the argument should be made that there's an owner out there, if not 10, that once his contract's over would give Patrick Mahomes a 3-year, $300 million contract.
I would.
But then another...
hold on,
what's the cap at right now?
230, 240. I have to go back and check something.
It seems difficult to do. I understand that, and obviously, that's one of the reasons I'm like, get rid of the. If you got rid of the salary cap, it would. How many owners would be like, hey, let's go spend all the money?
They have enough money to give each team. The salary would be if You had a Steve Cohen, who the Rangers are just playing the Mets. He would spend close to $1 billion with how much money you make in the NFL. He would have $1 billion roster right now.
So this is interesting since you brought up
Jerry.
No,
I don't think so either. Like, we've had that back and forth with him. I don't believe that.
It is more like the salary cap was created
check.
so that players couldn't leverage other teams against them, like for the most amount of money, right? Like, it's not just a free market; it's a market with lots of restrictions.
Yeah,
and the salary cap and the franchise tag were created so you couldn't just go out and say, "I had a great year, now pay me." And now, so that's that's essentially what it's for.
Since y'all have brought up the salary cap, this one is interesting to me. One agent said, "Who cares about the actual dollar figure? That is irrelevant. We need to get it to a point where quarterback contracts can be tied to a percentage of the cap." But they said that the NFL will never let that happen. But what they would like to do is my quarterback signs for 40% of the cap or whatever the case might be. I also don't think that's going to happen, but could you envision a scenario in which you get a percentage of the cap? So when the cap goes up every year, your salary goes up every year.
Yeah, I could see something like that being factored in. It's how much the owners are willing to accept that in the conversation and whether or not the players are willing to fight for that. And does it make sense to the owners to do that?
Is that legal? Can you actually negotiate a contract legally? And would the NFL say you can't just do a percentage of the cap? That's not a legal contract.
I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
Jabril Cox has been waived, according to Mike Garofalo.
A couple years ago, so optimistic.
There was a lot of fun. I was excited about that dude.
It's like, my rookie card's going to be worth so much. That is a super bummer. Now, when we go back to the most dysfunctional franchise or worst run franchise, you'll like this blurb from the person who did vote about the Cowboys. Nepotism at its finest. I know there's a valuable franchise and they have a good quarterback and they win games, but they're very poorly run. Wow.
Jeez.
Who is the best talent evaluator in the NFL?
Is this a team or
it's a person?
Got you. Okay.
Talent evaluator. And I feel like that's got to be a GM.
Are they going to do the Roseman thing here? Are we heaping more praise on Howie Roseman?
Howie Roseman, Brett Veach, and John Schneider, former Broadus intern, are all at the top of the list.
Okay, all right.
Nobody got no votes for Will McClay.
How much of that is just like organizational hierarchy with the Cowboys does not allow people to point there?
I could see that. I could definitely see.
Did you say Andy Reid?
No.
Involved? You think he's a good evaluator, or do you think he's just a good play drawer?
I think he's a good evaluator. And Reggie, you're not going to like this. The praise continues to roll in. Who's the best GM in football? 10 of the 23 votes went to Howie Roseman with the Eagles. Then Brett Veach, John Schneider, Brandon Beane, John Lynch, Eric DeCosta, and tying for the 6th best general manager in all of the NFL.
Your face, Mike.
Jerry Jones.
He said he can do it.
Got one vote. Although part of me thinks if this is an agent, it's because they're like, well, because he always pays us the money. So, heck yeah.
I think DeCosta is pretty good with Baltimore. I think, obviously Ozzie Newsome was very good at setting the standard for what they wanted, but he grew up in that tree, and so he's really good. I think Bean, you got to give that dude a lot of credit for building Buffalo back up to what they are at this point. I know it took some time, but he did a good job.
Should the NFL allow private equity or international entities to buy a team?
Is this Live Tour?
No. Well,
yeah,
that's
basically
essentially what they're getting at.
It seems...
I say yes.
The NFL is a monopoly, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a legal monopoly.
It really is a legal monopoly right now. And so I think it would go against everything to let outside entities buy in.
Well, here's the problem, right?
But there's money.
The problem is like the operative word should here. Because what would the NFL do? They would absolutely take that money.
That's what I think.
Right? Yeah. Like just having the opportunity to further grow. Because that's always been the MO of the NFL. The first and primary objective is to get more money into this. And I think when it comes to sports, American sports in general, that's the growth path at this point to make it even bigger than it is. For these, all these TV contracts and for all the numbers to keep going in is allowing private equity firms to buy in.
It's pretty split. 9 said yes, 10 said no, and 4 chose not to answer whatsoever. Should Roger Goodell still be the commissioner after 2027 when his contract ends?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not is the right answer.
Yeah.
What's he done wrong?
Well,
it depends on who you ask. I'm sure the owners would be like, stay the course, good buddy.
Look, if you're the commissioner, you get booed. That's just the plain, like the everybody's siding with the players. The owners are all like, look at how much money we are making all the time. Although he does get a lot more every time he signs a new contract, doesn't
That's
he?
what Jerry doesn't want to give him.
He's like, no, I don't want to give him that much money.
This was split
He did
down.
a tremendous job. He literally gave the players 24 hours to say yes to the worst deal possible.
And they folded.
It was like, what was it? Not Oscar, but it's like whatever. The kid's like, more like the porridge. It's like
Oliver, I believe. Oliver.
God almighty players, but they get what they deserve. I do not feel bad. I never feel bad for an NFL player getting screwed over. They sign their name saying we would love to get screwed over.
Ed Oliver.
No.
Yes. From Houston.
And somebody said it literally doesn't matter because they'll still walk all over the NFLPA
That's right.
and get whatever they want. And so 9 said yes, 9 said no, and 5 said it doesn't matter. Maybe they think in part it doesn't matter because football just keeps turning. But I think it's because they're like, they walk over the NFLPA every single time and get whatever they want. And the NFLPA is like, yeah, they're not testing for weed anymore. And the owners are like, dude, we didn't care about that anyway. But good job. Thanks for giving us the 17th game.
By the way, Cedric Wilson just got a reworked contract, Kevin. So if you were hoping to get Cedric Wilson back from Miami, that is not going to happen. He is back.
I don't think they wanted him back. I don't think the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys feel really good.
They do now.
Probably
yes,
now,
but
before we made the Brandon Cooks trade, I was like, man, Miami doesn't want him.
I know,
They're
Kevin,
desperately trying to get out of that.
You were pretty hot on, hey, let's keep an eye on this thing.
We can get Cedric Wilson back for $2 probably, but unfortunately that hasn't happened. From the 817, any Jonathan Taylor updates? No, nothing yet. But keep in mind, the Colts set this as their deadline. This doesn't have to be the deadline. Like, I know they were like, today we got to trade Jonathan Taylor or nothing. Okay, fine. What happens next?
Well,
he's just automatically going to be
then
like,
we wait
hey,
till the
boss,
next deadline.
I know I said I wasn't going to play, but we're good to go. Maybe.
That's what Saquon Barkley did.
Yeah. So it could happen.
It'll all work out.
Or maybe they'll be like, hey, I almost got a deal done with whoever, and I need another week.
Didn't they learn anything from Emmitt Smith's holdout? You hold out the first 2 games of the season, and then you win the Super Bowl.
See, I think we should start saying the Zach Martin holdout because we saw the preseason game. We're like, oh, my God.
I think the Colts don't mind if he sits out the whole year.
Because you think they
don't care
going
about
to Tanksville.
Winning. Yeah.
He doesn't, and a plus, if he doesn't play for a whole year, his value goes down.
Yeah,
like that's the idea is your
you
value's
don't get
down
the
now.
service year either, unless, like Chris Jones said, I think you show up by week 8. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, and we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos.
INC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is the manager for your Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Well, I know a lot of people can get caught up with this is the record in the last 10 games or this or that, but how important is it to just get that one win? And maybe that can be the thing that sparks things.
Well, anytime you're in a rut like we've been in, it's huge to get a win, which we got one there in Minnesota. The disappointing part, I think, when you look at this stretch, is we have had a couple games get away from us, which would not have made this stretch such a bad one. We've had some pretty good pitching. I mean, you go back to, you get 8 shutout innings from Montgomery, and we just couldn't get a win there. And we had a one-run lead a couple of days ago. We couldn't hold on that one. And so, anyway, when you bounce back like we did last night, well, that's big to get a win, especially when you're down. Eighth inning, we had the bases loaded. We got a run, came up a little bit short, and then Duran gets a big double. Second and third, next 2 guys strike out. That can be deflating. But when they get that hit last night, I can't tell you what a lift that was for the ball club. You could feel it, you could sense it. When he got it and in the clubhouse, hopefully something like that is what gets the momentum back on our side and get back to winning some ball games.
I am so glad you just used that specific word, because we have discussed momentum a lot on this show, and somebody that you might have already talked to on the phone doesn't particularly believe in sports momentum. Do you think the momentum from a win like last night carries over to today, or is it brand new game, brand new circumstance, different?
Well, I think it can. It certainly can work the other way, as you saw when you go through a losing streak, or if you're losing games late. It's like the feeling can almost be, oh no, is it going to happen again? I'm not saying that's what happened with us, but I've seen it happen, and so same thing when you win a game like we did last night. Hey, we've done it. We can do it again. Now, that day's, that night or that day's pitcher, now he's the momentum guy. Let's be honest here. We're facing a really good lefty today, and we'll have our hands full with that. We need Andrew to pitch well, because Quintana's been throwing the ball well too. So he's the one that really creates momentum, I think, as a starting pitcher.
Boch, last night in the post-game interviews, Jose Leclerc talked about that he was not told before the game that he could possibly be the closer or the closer. He said, look, I prepare to pitch the 7th or 8th inning, but I'm prepared to do what is asked of me. And he said even, hey, yeah, I knew there was pressure. There's a little bit of nerves, but he had a great outing. I was wondering, when you're meeting with Maddox, let's just say at kind of 1 o'clock, well before a game, and looking at your bullpen and who's available, who's not available, who you want to get rest, who you could possibly use in those situations. Was it just the Pete Alonso leading off that you wanted Leclerc to start off that inning, or did you know maybe at kind of 1 o'clock or so that, hey, we're going to use Leclerc tonight if we have a close situation?
Well, talking to Mike as we go through the game plan, you've heard me mention these pockets that they had. They had a lot of left-handers out there. So Smitty was available. Burke was down. Leclerc was available. We had Otto, and, of course, we had Martin Perez. So, Martin would be probably our bridge to whoever closed the game between Smitty or Leclerc, depending on who was coming up. Now, I'll be honest, when Martin Perez, the way he was throwing the ball, that was not an easy decision to take him out. Alonso's 0 for 11 off him. And then, they had the left-hander on deck. I'm sure, that they were going to hit for him. But with the way Jose's been throwing the ball, I said, he's going to close this one out. We had Smitty to pick him up because they had pretty much made all their moves, and I could have used him to face the last hitter, but I liked the way he was throwing the ball. But Smitty was getting up at that time, or starting to get up, and to help out Jose. So anyway, that's why Jose was not told he would close the game, because that was not a definite.
Well, with Jose Leclerc in this season with him, has it been more about like confidence in his inconsistencies, or has it been his stuff? Like, what has been your kind of assessment on what he needed to grow at?
I'd say more than anything is confidence. I think he got shaken early. He admitted it. I know there was a time when, I think he wanted to get in there and a bit of a softer landing just to get his stuff back to where it was, his command. They got away from him. He was using his changeup quite a bit. He got away from his fastball. Now, I'll add this. In spring training, he was dealing with a little issue. He had a little neck thing going on, and I really think it was affecting him more than he was saying. He's such a tough kid. He wants to be out there. But if you remember, he was going to pitch for the Dominican Republic in the WBC.
Right.
But because of, the treatment he was getting on his neck, whatever, we had to tell him, we can't let you go. We have to get you right. So I don't think he was quite right when we started the season, and so he was battling that. But looks like he's over that. If you look at his velocity, it's better. It's really picked up. The crispness of his pitches, he's got that cutter that's working well for him. But he also has a good changeup, but he's changing speeds a bit more than what he was doing. So, but confidence grows, and then you're going to pitch better. That's just the way it is. Same with hitting.
Was Jonathan Hernandez always just going to be a stopover, or was it that specific outing that you're like, we still got some stuff to work on?
Well, we got in a bind where if something happened, we needed some length, and Otto could give us that, and so that was kind of the reason why we made that move. Now, if Johnny doesn't pitch, or obviously if we didn't use the staff as much as we did on Sunday, then we probably wouldn't have made the move, to be honest. But you look at last night, we had Martin Perez, we had Otto, we had Smitty, and Leclerc, and that was pretty much it. And two guys are short guys, and so that thing, those extra innings, Otto would have been better. He would have been our length once we used up Martin Perez. So something would have happened. They say Leclerc goes out there and they tie the game. Well, we needed someone to give us that, and that's what Otto was here for.
So, Boach, sometimes obviously fans / our listeners really like blaming coaches. And so
of course, we should take the blame.
It's because they're like, well, what's Maddox doing with the bullpen? And I'm trying to explain to them that, one, yes, Maddox does have relationships with the bullpen pitchers, but me as a former starting pitcher and relief pitcher, we really have a better relationship with the pitching coach as a starting pitcher because we're having bullpen sessions with them. We're really working on our mechanics and we're working on pitch sequences. And we have a 15 to 20 minute meeting before the game starts over each hitter individually what I am doing. You're not having those meetings with relief pitchers. You are not having bullpen sessions with your relief pitchers because they have to be ready to pitch every time that they're ready to pitch. So can you maybe, Boach, explain a little bit more on a pitching coach's job with relief pitchers?
Well, I think that's fair to say. What you're talking about, the relationship with the starting pitchers and the pitching coach is probably a little bit closer because of the things you just talked about. Now, I'll add this, though. Mike does connect with everybody. We just don't have a meeting with the starting pitcher that day going over the game plan. There's a meeting before every series with the whole pitching staff, and Mike runs that. So that's his time to connect with everybody and talk about what the game plan is, righties and lefties, on how we want to attack hitters. And then he runs highlights. It's a really good meeting. It's engaging. So he does spend time with them. Now, when you have, let's say, Will Smith or let's say Sporzy, who's kind of going through a tough stretch at times. Now, they'll do a touch and feel, whatever, with Mike. He's always looking at video to see if he can help them out too. But granted, it's not quite as much as a starting pitcher, but it's more so than what it used to be, where pitching coach, rarely, spent time with that bullpen. I do think, with the, analytics and the added time in the meetings, there's a little better connection with the pitching coach and the bullpen.
Did y'all happen to have like a little ceremony for Corey Seager's bat last night? I saw that it broke, and it was one of those moments where it was like, oh my gosh, it seems like that bat's been around forever.
You know what? I didn't think about it. Yeah, we should have. That bat's been pretty good. We should have had a nice ceremony for it. It had some miles on it, didn't it? That thing probably weighed 40 ounces if you look at all the pines around it. But you know what? What's the saying? It fell on the sword, whatever. We got a base hit with that broken bat.
Now, we've been having some fun and celebrating Evan Carter's birthday today. Just turned 21, popped up to AAA. I was hoping you could kind of walk us through, not just about Evan Carter, but about moving the bullpen pieces. Like, how does that communication go with you and Chris Young, or who else is involved about when a player is ready and what they can contribute to the big club?
Yeah, we'll see why he wants feedback. He'll call and he'll talk to us if it's pitching. Mike and I, if it's a position player, he's always asking what we need. What can I get you? Where's the club need help? Left-handed bat, right-handed bat, position player, whatever. So, that's what he's so good at. But with what's going on down there, we do rely on our development people in the front office, to give us who they think is ready, because they're watching them firsthand. We get reports and we can look at video, but still, and it's really up to the people that are watching them. Now, I do call Doug Davis, our AAA manager at Round Rock, and he'll run through the team, who's doing well, who he thinks can help us and stuff. So kind of keeps me up to date on what's going on down there.
How nice was it to see Jonah get a couple hits last night? It felt like he's kind of been, trying to navigate his way back into this thing since the injury, and then a couple last night really seemed like it was a lift off his shoulders a little bit.
I'm with you on that. Really, really nice. The grand slam, he really used his hands, got the head out, or the barrel of the bat out in front, and so that was good to see. Then yesterday, I thought he swung the bat well, and think he's ready to get bumped back to where he normally hits in the order with the bats that he's given us now. So his timing was off. I was worried, to be honest, if he was full strength, but we did some tests and everything. He assured us he wasn't hurting, so I think he shortened things up. It's just a tighter swing now, so he's off today. Though we're facing a left-hander, not quite ready from the right side. He is taking some swings in the cages, but not quite ready yet to face lefties.
Oh, that's good news. I was wondering, with the Aroldis Chapman third disengagement / he picked over that time. I know that you were having a conversation with the umpire afterwards, and Maddox was out there, and it looked like you guys might have wanted to go take a mound visit because Raul was out there possibly to help out. I was confused by kind of the whole situation. Were you confused on, was that a disengagement or a timeout by the hitter? Was that kind of the conversation you were having with the umpire?
Well, I'll be honest. I knew what happened. And, their base runner, Taylor, he did a great job of what you want your base runner to do once you've had two disengagements. Where we dropped the ball on it is Chappie. Whether Jonah or somebody should have told him, you cannot throw over now, because you're focused on the hitter. As a pitcher, you just kind of lose track of that, and lost track that Jonah called timeout. So Mike was heading out there, but it was kind of a stall tactic, to be honest, because we got Sporzy up just to give us coverage. in case we wanted to use him. And so I just went out there because the conversation's getting a little long there. I just want to make sure that there wasn't something I was missing, but it was exactly, with what, we saw in the dugout. It, third engagement, and, that ended up hurting us. That's, again, a learning moment. You hate to, have a learning moment at that point in the game, but it was. And so we know that, hey, if that happens again, Johnny's got to tell him, or Mitch, whoever's catching it, just remind the pitcher, don't throw over or disengage.
Now, yesterday, Chris Young answered the same Evaldi question twice on our afternoon show, and it was a lot of fun there with that. But with Nathan Evaldi, we kind of discussed the idea of a bullpen and potentially bringing him out of there because he's done that before. He's shown that. Is that a thought at all, or is that no? Our bullpen's what it is.
Well, I'm not going to say our bullpen's what it is. I mean, there could be some help in the bullpen when Nate comes back. It may not be him helping, but it could be somebody else that that may not be in the rotation. So Nate's coming along. He was really excited about how he felt yesterday. So don't have a target date for him, but playing right now as a starter. We saw how good he was as a starter, and
yes,
we do think this. I know it's been a bumpy ride down there, but we're getting things a little bit more in order. I just don't see Smitty continuing his struggles. If you look at Leclerc, Burke has been bumped up. He's handled that, and Chaffee's going to be the guy for the most part. And I know we lost some one-run games there, but still the stuff is great, and so he's why he's here, and I still think he's the guy that will probably run out there in the ninth inning more times than not.
I don't know if you had a chance to. I don't know if you had a chance to see this in the bigger baseball scale, but last night a couple of fans ran out in the field and knocked over Ronald Acuna. Do you ever have to have any kind of conversation about player safety with security or anything like that? Or do any players ever express concern to you about that? I know it doesn't happen a lot, but it was kind of scary.
Yeah, in spring training, we have a security meeting every year, and this is one of the topics that comes up. Do not engage with them. Stay away from them. Don't try to help. Don't, tackle them or anything. And, it's kind of I probably had to make Acuna a little nervous. I mean, at some point I would have kept backing off and not let them get that close to me, because you don't know. You just don't know what they're on, or it's kind of a scary moment, and it happens so fast, and it doesn't matter probably how much security you have. There's so many areas in the ballpark that can jump on the field. So. But anyway, it's talked about, and best thing you do is stay away from them. And I guarantee you, if he'd have run, nobody's going to catch the guy. So,
right.
But, I think he just felt safe and said, "Hey, it's a couple of fans, whatever." But I think I would have kept them an arm's length away.
Man, excellent stuff as always. Congrats on the win last night, and here's to hoping the momentum goes beyond just our starting pitcher.
Yeah. Right. So come on, Andrew. I'm looking forward to him pitching a great game, and see if we keep this thing going.
Thank you very much, good sir.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking with you.
There you go. Absolutely. Bruce Bochy, Texas Rangers manager. So right out the gate, in case you didn't already know, that felt pretty cut and dry that Aroldis Chapman's the guy. Like, maybe you already knew that was the case.
I think that the way he said it, Mike, maybe I'm wrong, is when he said more times than not in the ninth inning, it means matchup. Obviously, if the eighth inning is bringing up their best left-handed hitters, he's probably like, I'm going to go up. I want this inning in the eighth inning for sure, and then we'll get the ninth if it's their 6, 7, 8s or 7, 8, 9 guys.
And on the Cowboys front, this might be surprising to some folks. It felt like Malik Davis made more sense. Malik Davis has been cut, as has Sean McEwen, the tight end. And so
the Malik Davis means that Dowdle's your backup,
and then Deuce Vaughn,
and then your guy,
or maybe the other way. You don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe Reggie is pulling for Deuce Vaughn.
Me too.
But then your fullback has a better avenue path
Hunter
to get there.
Luepke. Yeah, and that's what we talked about.
McEwen's a big surprise to me.
Everybody thought that Dowdle was in. And when Stevens got hurt, I would have thought that would have locked up McEwen. But one of the things we talked about, are they going long in other spots?
Yeah.
Like, are they going long at
Safety
wide
or
receiver,
cornerback.
maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. Just something to keep an eye out. Got to have final cuts to 53 by
They
3
waived Ontario
p.m.
Drummond.
Central. Oh, I'll tell Jeff.
So that's not long at receiver for him.
Oh, that's her cousin?
Is that her, Mr. Drummond?
I feel like she would have told me that by now, but I'm not entirely sure. All right, now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
I have a little bit of choose your topic here because I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 on these two topics.
Okay.
Topic number 1, I have the top 10 free agents in Major League Baseball this upcoming offseason. Everybody knows Shohei, but we don't know kind of the other people that are going to be free agents. And I think it's relevant to right now with the Texas Rangers. You can't help them out. Now, it's funny how you said it. And Butch was like, well, I don't want to use that. Like, I don't want to
but
use
in its
that.
mind,
bullpen isn't just what it is right now.
Yeah,
It's
but
work in progress.
I have that to look at possible future Texas Rangers on the free agent market. Or I brought up the name Kiki Vandeweghe, and I'm a big-time Maverick fan. I know the history of the Mavericks, but I think for somebody like, I'm just going to use Reggie for example, I'm not sure if Reggie knows anything about Kiki Vandeweghe and how he got booed for a decade in Dallas. Like, it was booing as much as you could boo a player in NBA history here in Dallas.
I know there's a Kiki and there's a Coco in that family.
They have a Coco Vandeweghe?
Yeah, Coco Vandeweghe played tennis.
Hold on.
It's his daughter. Oh, no.
You do not
niece,
believe him?
if I remember correctly.
So
I vote Vandeweghe.
All right, so let's go with. Do you want to hear the Kiki? Like how is Kiki Vandeweghe so hated in Dallas? At least he was for a long time, and then became a very valuable asset to the Dallas Mavericks. So the first ever pick in Dallas Maverick history was Kiki Vandeweghe. So as an expansion franchise, back then the owners voted, we are not going to let this new team in Dallas, who not all the owners were for giving Dallas an expansion franchise, we are not going to allow them to have a top pick. So after 10 picks are taken, we'll allow them to have the 11th pick. We're not going to allow them to ruin any of the bad teams in the NBA's top pick. So we're not going to allow them to have the 3rd or 4th pick. We're going to put them into the 11th overall pick. So with the 11th overall pick in 1980, the Mavericks selected out of Kentucky Kiki Vandeweghe. So everybody was excited, except for the Vandeweghe family, who were like, we're not playing for the Dallas Mavericks. We don't want to play for the Dallas Mavericks, especially the father. So I'm going to give you a little bit of this story. It's a little bit older, but it's relevant. Is back then, the Mavericks didn't even have a practice facility yet because they didn't have a team yet.
Yeah.
So as they're working out Kiki Vandeweghe, they're just at a church that the court's not even 94 feet long. It's a church court, so it's only 84 feet long.
Do you know which church it was by chance? Like that might be a fun historic thing to know about this.
No,
I don't know if it was like something in downtown Dallas by Reunion, or if it was one over by White Rock Lake or in Fort Worth or something.
In 1980, the Dallas Mavericks picked Vandeweghe. He never played a second for the Mavs. I'm trying to see like where I saw this.
It's okay. Sorry.
We can move on.
For the Mavs?
But so anyways, it does say Vandeweghe in this. He said he was torn a little bit. He said, I actually was really torn. I knew I wanted to play basketball and was considering continuing my education, so possibly going back. But really, he wasn't considering that. There's a little bit of a leverage play. But it says here from Assistant General Manager Keith Grant, he said the length of the court was 84 feet. They used the floor so kids could roller skate. So this was, it does not say the church that it was at. It just
How
says
did they
it
dribble
was,
around the pews?
says it was at a church basketball court. But Vandeweghe's father was like, there's no way in hell I'm letting my son go play for an expansion team that they don't have a practice basketball court. They don't have players really yet. So anyways, Kiki Vandeweghe gets drafted by the Mavs, and pretty much him and his family, especially led by his father in the article, says, I'm never playing for the Dallas Mavericks. So what do the Mavericks do? They're like, we are screwed here. We took a player that doesn't want to play, and we can't convince him to play for the Dallas Mavericks. So they send him to the Denver Nuggets for their future first-round pick, their 1981 first-round pick. So why were the Mavericks so pathetic their first year? They didn't even have their first-round pick because he refused to play. So they end up being the worst team in the NBA their first year. So
thankfully, that only lasted a short period, right?
Well, it didn't last long.
They would get back to it in the 90s
because
a lot.
in 1981, with the first overall pick, the Mavericks selected Mark Aguirre. Now, they were kind of forced to take Mark Aguirre, which is interesting that you boo Kiki Vandeweghe for a decade. Why did they take Mark Aguirre over Isaiah Thomas?
He didn't want to come here either.
Yeah, Isaiah's like, I'm not going to the Dallas Mavericks. I want nothing to do with the Mavericks. Also, he was hoping, being from the Chicago area, he's like, Detroit isn't far away.
Yeah.
So the next pick in the draft was Detroit. So he wanted to stay closer to home.
Okay.
So he ends up from Chicago going to Indiana after 2 years, going into the draft, and then he ends up going to Detroit. So the Mavericks were forced to take Mark Aguirre. Now, that ended up not being a bad pick. He was a multi-time All-Star with the Mavs. But later, the Mavericks had the 9th overall pick from the Denver Nuggets and selected probably the third greatest player in franchise history, Rolando Blackman. So it ended up somewhat working out for the Mavericks that Kiki Vandeweghe didn't ever want to play for the Dallas Mavericks. But in that 1980 draft, the Mavericks were unbelievable at drafting early on in their franchise. That's why they quickly became a playoff team. Kiki Vandeweghe was the second best player in the 1980 draft if you look at that draft. Now, the best player in that draft was Kevin McHale.
You're right.
So, the second best player, if you go back and look at the 1980 draft, the second best player that had the second best career in that 1980 draft was Kiki Vandeweghe. So they did draft somebody who was really good. In Kiki Vandeweghe's first ever game against the Dallas Mavericks, his teammates saw how much hate there was when they entered the court for warmups. So during the national anthem, all of the Denver Nuggets stood far away from rookie Kiki Vandeweghe so he could feel all the booing and hating all by himself.
Wow.
So it even his own teammates kind of egged on the situation, and Kiki said, look, I was young, I was very upset, and it never stopped. And he found out that just the Mavs fans, just part of the season was they couldn't wait till the Denver Nuggets or then eventually Portland Trail Blazers came to town so they could boo the living hell out of Kiki Vandeweghe. Here's the interesting part about Kiki Vandeweghe's career. In 1993, he retires. He was a very good forward in the NBA, a very good scoring forward. So the Mavericks in 1998 are all in on a German kid named Dirk Nowitzki. Well, Don Nelson felt like he needed to find a guy who was a taller scoring player in the NBA who had great footwork. So after the Mavs draft Dirk Nowitzki in 1998, Don Nelson calls up Kiki Vandeweghe and says, I need you as part of my staff. I've drafted a 7-foot guy from Germany who reminds me of you. And I think you can help him out in his NBA career, learn how to be a scoring forward, because we really think he can score in all types of different ways in the NBA. And we think you would be a great mentor and coach to Dirk Nowitzki, and he accepted the job.
I never knew Kiki coached.
Yeah. So in a way, he refuses to play for the Mavs. He gets booed for a decade more than anybody in kind of Mavericks fandom history. And then in 1998, Kiki Vandeweghe is hired specifically to the Mavs staff to be a Dirk Nowitzki coach.
Didn't he go on to work as an official in the league offices, over officials?
Yes. He had different roles. He was front office role. I believe he might have gone back to Denver as a front office guy. But in 1993 was his last year in the NBA, and then Don Nelson hired him in 1998. I don't know. It does not say in the article. This is an older article in the Star-Telegram. Hired him especially because he felt Vandeweghe could really help out his young rookie Dirk Nowitzki.
That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
So Kiki Vandeweghe never played, first ever pick, never played. The draft pick that the Mavericks get the next year ends up being Rolando Blackman, who did, you could argue, I think he did have a better career than Kiki Vandeweghe.
I do too.
But
So
could Kiki have had a better career here in Dallas, though?
But I guess thank God for Mark Aguirre and Rolando Blackman. At least they didn't say no to the Mavericks, as every player was saying no to the Mavericks at the time.
That is true.
Multiple texts, Kevin, saying Royal Haven Baptist Church in Dallas.
Man, and you know
that
what
might be Chris Arnold. He probably knows it. I don't know.
Probably
if it's,
does, yeah.
And you know what I'm really curious about? How many of those people just know that because they also love the Mavericks, or how many people are like, no, I was totally going to church there at the time, or whatever. And that's what I'm curious about.
But yeah, and you know how a church is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you're at the church at that time, they're like, oh my gosh, Kiki Vandeweghe was practicing here. The Mavericks used this gym to work him out.
And in this quote from Vandeweghe, talking about Dirk and working with him early on in his career, he said two things that stuck out was that you almost had to kick him out of the gym, and if you showed him something, he could do it right away in an actual game. That's highly unusual. You could show him, and he immediately got it.
Wow. What an interesting trip down memory lane.
Also, this is kind of off topic. The 1980 draft, there's a lot of future coaches in that 1980s draft as I looked through it.
Oh, I was not aware of that. In case you've missed some of the news of the day, Dennis Houston, Quentin Bohanna, Jabril Cox, Malik Davis, Sean McEwen, some of the cuts that the Cowboys have made thus far. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We're going to play a little game today called Who is More Likely? We'll do it next on The Fan.
September 9th. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Do we have any updates?
I was going to give you a non-cut update. Is investigators, remember we told you the really sad story about Caleb Farley?
Yes.
And his dad? The investigators determined that natural gas was the cause of the blast that killed his dad and blew up the house.
That stinks, man. That stinks a lot. And then real quickly, Mike, you said regarding something that Bochy said earlier, that's a term that they use.
I was worried that most of our audience, when he said, well, you know, a bullpen guy can have a touch and feel. And I thought people are probably thinking, well, Maddox is like grabbing their shoulder and touching it and saying your shoulder here and your touch and feel means a very light bullpen session. So if you're listening and you're just not sure of certain terms when you have a touch and feel, you usually would then say afterwards like a bullpen session, but he just stopped it there because I know exactly what he's talking about, and maybe there's some people listening, yeah, I get it, like a touch and feel bullpen session, but he's not saying like Maddox is kind of saying, hey, we want 70% of your weight right here on the inside part of your foot, and he's touching where you want the weight on your foot, or if your elbow gets up to here and he's moving your elbow up or something. That's not what he means by touch and feel. It means that you're having a very light bullpen session because either you threw yesterday and they don't want you being sore the next day because they really want to use you the next day. So a touch and feel is a very light bullpen session.
All right, and I think that's great information to have. You're not going to get that. Nobody else is going to know stuff like that. It's like when Broadus talks about, you know, bending your hips and everything. A lot of people didn't know a lot of those scouting terminologies until Broadus started telling you what they were. Now, Kevin, do you have an update on your guy who I think you've been pulling for the most?
Poor Isaiah Land. Michael Gelkin is reporting that he has also been waived and will receive an invite to the practice squad if he clears waivers. And I'm like, sure. Yeah, he's out too.
You know, with the Jabril Cox cut, and I saw Bobby post this, and I think this is a fascinating point. They're very thin at linebacker right now. And so I do wonder if Marquise Bell is, like, we haven't seen his name pop up, so that makes that kind of
be kind of a combo.
Yeah, that overshown kind of place for him. But the other thing is, like, that's where the Cowboys are right now. They actually have enough talent that they're like, look, you aren't good enough. We have to move on from you. Instead of, look, man, we're trying to keep you around just because we got to fill roster spots. Kind of like the Rangers. The Rangers like, we got to find more pitching. Like, until, you know, the trade deadline, they did everything they could to add to this team. They said it wasn't good enough. So that's where the Cowboys are right now. We'll keep you updated on all of the cuts and potential additions for this thing as we go along here. Now, Kevin, I asked you about this game. This is something different. This is something a little new that I wanted to try out just a little bit because we have new listeners all the time.
Yeah.
I like this music, Reggie. Look at you, prepared. We have new listeners all the time, and as we're gathering some new listeners here, I want them to not just get to know us as a show, but the rest of the station too. So I have 14 questions, and you and Mike can work together on this, or y'all can work individually. You can decide how you want to do this, but it's called Who's More Likely. Now, what you need to do is you need to have a list.
To be a millionaire.
Well, no, not to be a millionaire because
that's the music.
It's me. Trust me. Yeah, I have new information. You need to have a list of all the hosts out there. Now, Kevin, I see you have written this down.
I believe I've got Peyton, Sean, RJ.
Peyton's not a host.
Bobby, but I think
he's on the list. There's 14, yes.
Bobby, me, Mike, you, Reggie, Eric, Wolchuk, Lucius, Broadus, Dawson, and KG.
Yeah, that is right. That's 14. Is that 14?
Yes, that is.
Nice
14.
job. So what I will ask.
So I win?
Yes.
Woo!
Sorry, Mike. You tried.
I didn't.
Okay. What's going to happen here is I'll ask a question. Y'all can discuss and decide who you think is more likely to do this.
Oh, we only get one answer.
Once you have used that name, you can never use that name again for the rest of the quiz. Are you prepared for this quiz?
I'm ready.
All right. Who is most likely to complete the 72-ounce steak challenge? That is where you sit down and you have to eat it in like an hour and a half.
That's in Amarillo?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think they put extra salt on there, so I think
it's Eric because doesn't he just
you know what,
eat
you're
food
right.
out of the trash
100%.
and stuff?
And he did not the foot-long hot dog or the 2-foot.
Yeah, not the boomstick. The
Boomstick burger?
Boomstick burger.
Yeah.
Yes. So he did that in a sitting somewhat in a whole show. So I will give it, that's good. Done.
Eric.
That answer is correct.
Yes!
Oh, I didn't know they were correct answers.
Actually, I don't know if there is or not. This is kind of just an opinion.
Oh, I mean, you said correct, though.
Who is most likely to throw out a first pitch at a Rangers game?
I feel like it's you, right?
Why? Why would it be Mike?
I would think so, too.
He played for the Rangers and is a pitcher.
I know they just recently honored Norm Hitchkiss, and he threw out the first pitch. So if, you had a very long radio career, did you say Chris Arnold could be a possibility?
Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have CIA on the list. I had to narrow it down to 14.
Okay.
My apologies.
I guess it has to be me. I don't know if anybody else really has a Ranger connection to throw out a first pitch.
I don't want to overcomplicate this. I'm going to say, I think Mike Bassick is the answer.
Wow, that is correct.
Okay.
Honestly,
we were going to end up being mad that we got it wrong because we made
Yeah.
it too complex.
I'm not sure Corey has correct answers over there. I think he's just saying that to make us feel good so far.
Oh, I had not even considered this as an outcome to the game.
He just might want to make us feel bad.
Hey.
He's building us up to knock us down.
Oh, man.
That's the American way.
That is true.
Who is most likely to have an OnlyFans account?
That's the porn thing?
I mean, there
Yes.
are instances in which it is used for that, yes.
He's going to tell you that's where creators go straight to the public. But for the vast majority of it.
But it is what creators go straight to the public.
I know, but the vast majority of it is fetish or porn stuff.
Zach and RJ seem like candidates here for this thing.
Where are your numbers on this, Kevin?
I was talking with Lucius. He gave me a heads up. No. I'm kidding. I just saw him back there. I want to say RJ, but I feel like he's tricking us into saying RJ this earlier. I think we should go Woolchuck.
Yeah.
Woolchuck.
Wow. That's a wild thing. That's correct.
Yeah!
I guess. I don't know. I really
What? Are there not really correct answers for this?
Who's most likely to walk into the boss's office, flip the entire thing upside down, and say, deal with it? By the way, you've already used Mike Bassick.
But I think Sean's mad enough to do this.
I think you're right about that.
You can't really flip over his desk, by the way. I've looked at it as
You
a
might not be able
possibility.
to.
Hold on. Does that mean you've investigated flipping his desk over?
Oh, man, you used Mike too early.
Yeah, but
Sean.
it's going to be
Let's go
very
Sean.
tough to actually do that. You might be able to smear all the stuff off of his desk, but
I don't know if we use that properly. Get a big old knife and a bagel and just.
yeah, I'll go with Sean.
All right.
That's correct.
That's incorrect. It's actually
What?
Mike Bassick.
What?
Mike Bassick, his tagline is
You
deal
can't
with
say
it.
it's correct on the throwing out
Yeah.
first pitch and correct on this too, because we can't use me twice.
Well, deal with it. Who's most likely to walk right off the roof of the building without a parachute, but also get hit with a parachute on the way down because either they are great maniacal planners or just extremely lucky?
Okay, I'm leaning towards Bobby Belt because I feel like.
Oh, wow.
Because he's like, I could just go to the golf course and hit it off. I could just do this. I think he thinks he could pull this off. I'm going with Bobby Belt here.
Mike,
I
do you
was
agree?
thinking Dawson for some reason, but
It's up to you guys. Y'all can do y'all shake hands on it.
You want to say Dawson?
it's up to you. You're the leader.
I say Dawson then.
That is correct.
Oh!
I think that Dawson is either just extremely lucky and just things fall his way, or that dude like plans so much that stuff like he is a prepper, isn't he? Didn't he do that? He built the base and everything.
Yes, and had the pre-1980s van. I 1,000,000% was locked in when he talked about the EMP, right? And he was like, that won't take out your pre-1980 car. It was amazing.
From the 817, with Sean's little hands, he couldn't pick up that desk. Who's most likely to meet Trey Lance and not realize it's Trey Lance.
Oh, no.
Look,
we used
Wait, you can't use real situations.
Look, there's no way Zach Wolchuk's going to let that happen again. So which
That's a
one of
good
the rest
point.
of the people that are left over is going to meet Trey Lance and be like, don't have a clue who that guy is?
I honestly, he's been on ESPN 73 times in the last 24 hours, Trey Lance. I'm not sure if you gave me a lineup of similar looking people if I know exactly what he looks like, but I've already been guessed. But who would be like that?
Should I help them out?
You can, yeah, Reggie, you can hop
Lucius,
in anytime.
Have y'all realized just how bad Peyton is at knowing people that are popular?
Yeah, that's a good guess.
He thinks Peyton's the guy.
Yeah.
All right, we vote Peyton.
That is the right answer, gentlemen. God, y'all are doing really well. I'm glad you went with Dawson on that one because that was actually the correct answer. Who's most likely to carry a pocket knife so they can whittle small pieces of wood and peel fruits and snacks at snack time?
I feel like that's Broadus.
Yeah, I was thinking that's like, yeah.
I vote Brian Broadus.
All right, that's right. Unless, who's most likely to become the head coach of a middle school team that wins its district championship every single year?
At any sport?
Football.
Oh.
I'm sorry, head football coach at a middle school.
You
It said
just-
football team, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you
I might not
presented it
have
as
said
a
it.
football
My
team. You
bad,
just said
yes.
who's going to win all the games in middle school.
Out of all the hosts, who would be the best at coaching a middle school football
See,
team to win district every year?
I'm conflicted here. I kind of think it could be RJ because he thinks coaching doesn't matter.
You've been holding on to the RJ card,
Yeah,
haven't
I
you?
learned. I thought about this. I think it could be RJ because he's like, hey, coaching doesn't matter. But you know, you got other ways of taking care of things. I think RJ is my vote here.
I do think coaching matters a lot at that age.
No, but I think RJ does not
From
think
the
it
214, RJ Choppy, because he's going to juice those kids up.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to go with Reggie, but we're going to have to add an extra 30 minutes to every practice because I feel like he's going to talk a lot.
God, that's a good point.
You can catch the get right sporadically.
Reggie's gonna be like,
right here on the
guys,
fan.
we got to run this play for this reason. But on the other side of things,
Why do we run plays? Why are-
I'm going with Reggie.
that's incorrect.
Sorry, Reggie.
But it's also correct at the same time. Who's most
What?
likely
What?
to dress up as Santa Claus this year for Peace-a-thon?
Who's left? You have the list.
I
Have
know
you marked
Peace-a-thon is
everybody off?
Thanksgiving, but don't we go with Thanksgiving?
All right, so Bobby's still available?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Let's see, on the midday
KG's still
show.
available.
Kevin's still available here,
that
right?
could be me.
We have not included much of our show on this list so
I vote
far.
Corey is still
I
available
vote
as well.
Corey. I vote Corey. I feel like his
Yeah.
wife will manipulate him into doing it.
Guys,
Well, I might. Never
what
mind.
is that about?
Yeah, I got to mark that. Give me 1 second.
That brownie thing that she did to get you back.
It worked.
She didn't even do it nude like you said she wanted to.
Oh my God! Is that an on air? Is that for on air?
He said it on air.
Okay, I couldn't remember that part.
You're Santa, Corey.
All right, I will dress up as Santa Claus for Peace-a-thon this
Okay,
year.
yes.
Who's most likely to get in trouble with one of the casino pit bosses in Las Vegas during the Super Bowl? Somebody's gonna have too many drinks in the
You haven't
casino and
named
get
Bobby.
kicked out.
Bobby's voice carries, and he's talking super
That's a
fast.
great point.
And you're just like, this seems like trouble.
I hadn't thought about when Bobby gets drunk. He's very loud and obnoxious.
So I'm going with Bobby, but you can change it to somebody else.
I think I might be implicated in this too, perhaps.
I think you'll be all right.
Okay, we vote Bobby.
Bobby's the correct answer.
How many are left?
You'll
One,
walk away.
two,
Bobby ain't walking
There's only
away.
one?
I got 4 left.
Okay. Who are the 4 remaining? Can we establish this before we continue?
Oh, this is good.
Because I think it might be different for different people. I have me, Reggie, Lucius, and KG left.
Okay, all right. Who's most likely to walk around downtown saying, "How about this heat?" to everyone they see?
And who's left?
I have me, Reggie, Lucius, and KG.
We've already thrown Chiafalo on here?
Yeah, Eric
Yeah,
was the
he was
first
the
one with the
person who would
72
eat
ounce
this.
steak.
The steak.
Because this is so Chiafalo.
I don't know. I feel like Lucius might just say that. Like it starts a conversation up, right?
We vote We vote Lucius and Eric because he had a different vote.
Good answer. Good answer, everybody. Good answer. I like that one.
Okay.
I can see Lucius doing that as a bit. It'd be funny.
Heat.
He's just sitting there just doing like, God, this shirt weighs 1,000 pounds. All right. Who's most likely to drive a Hummer?
We have who's left? KG and who?
Reggie and me. I feel like it's not Reggie.
Yeah, but it's not you.
I don't.
Hummers cost money.
Mark that. I don't know if we can use that again. But you should consider marking that. I don't know.
Cars are. He's talking about cars.
No, I know.
Although you haven't bought a lot of cars recently.
That might win, and that was a total accident for Friday.
I'm gonna vote. I vote KG.
KG.
Yeah.
That's the right answer, guys.
Reggie, is that really the right answer?
Oh, I wasn't given the answer ahead of time.
And remember, out of all these questions, since y'all have answered them, they have to come true. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Who's most likely to buy the entire bar around because the Rangers won the World Series? There are only 2 left, right?
Man, I'm super cheap too.
Yeah,
It's me and Reggie. Reggie doesn't have that money. He can't afford.
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
That's true. I vote Reggie. I vote Reggie.
It has to be Reggie out of the 2 left.
Oh man, Reggie, if they win the World Series, just stay home. That's the right answer, though. And then lastly, Kevin is the most likely to go to a musical and complain about all the singing.
Oh, I do. I like musicals.
You love musicals, actually. So there it is.
Yeah,
that
all you have to do
is.
Sing Beatles, though.
I just got an important text. Did you also get the same text?
No, I got an email from my wife.
Okay. I got a text from Kevin Gray that said, I do have 10 jobs, so I can't afford the Hummer.
Yeah.
We should, Reggie, mark yourself
He has
saying
10
that.
jobs just for that.
Mark yourself with that.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. What an entertaining segment that was. Coming up next, get you back up to date on all the Cowboys cuts. Plus, does this shocking Josh Young thought change your opinion of the rookie? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
All right, guys.
brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Does this audio change your opinion of Josh Young at all? And by the way, obviously the Cowboys, and the same as every other team across the NFL, they have to make a lot of cuts today. This might be one that surprises some folks. Brock Hoffman, the offensive lineman, is being waived per Michael Gelkin, and the thought was that he would be the primary backup to Tyler Biotish, but you can add Brock Hoffman to the list of Isaiah Land, Sean McEwen, Malik Davis, Jabril Cox, Quentin Bohanna, and Dennis Houston, all of which have been cut today. That are maybe some of the more marquee names, and in some instances, maybe somewhat surprising. I always think it's a good sign if you feel like the players that you got rid of were better than like you usually feel like they are. Because I feel like we've had a couple of players that you're like, I thought they might have made the team.
I'll ask you an impossible question, but just have an opinion on it. All the players that have been released, what players most likely to get put on another team's 53-man roster? Within the next 24 hours, who's the person you just named most likely to be on another team tomorrow because they're like, we're cutting another player because we're adding that Cowboy?
I think it's Quentin Bohanna.
Yeah, because there's just a lack of bodies like that, big size bodies. And they have a couple replacements for him.
Exactly. So I would say Bohanna, but I'm really curious what happens with people like Isaiah Land and maybe Sean McEwen. But I would go Bohanna on that front.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Any from those names that we listed off, Corey, then any surprises and I'm sure there's always going to be a person or two given the nature of cut down day.
No, I haven't been like too terribly surprised. Like it is still surprising that Jabril Cox is gone considering the position, but after the ACL injury, he never really quite, I guess, either trusted his body or looked like they could trust him to do the job. And the big thing was this guy can do some things in coverage. I think, when you saw DeMarvion Overshawn get drafted, you saw what they wanted. They wanted a guy that was a dynamic, fast speed guy that they could put in multiple areas, and that's what they wanted Cox to be.
And I see multiple people saying him. I just, this is a position.
He didn't do anything, though, so it feels like it's not that much of a surprise.
Yeah, no,
But it's just because they were so light. Once the injury happened, I was like, well, I feel like he's probably there, but they just went ahead and moved on.
Now, I wanted to throw this clip out, and actually, Corey, you brought this up. This is Josh Young, who loves Star Wars.
Yes.
But he had an answer in there that, I don't know, I thought was pretty surprising about what's the next spin-off series that he would want to see.
I would hope to be a Jedi and then create my own lightsaber with a cyber crystal. Would be pretty cool. Oh, gosh. I know I'm a nerd. It's fine. I'm going to have to go Mandalorian. Blue. That's my favorite color. I want a Jar Jar show. That would be awesome. I feel like there's a lot more to Jar Jar than we know.
Okay. Your eyes got kind of big when he said that.
It's amazing because he probably is the least favorite character in the history of the Star Wars series.
People hate Jar Jar Binks. Yeah. I think he's fantastic. He's wonderful, and I think he's a secret Jedi. There's a fan theory out there.
Secret Sith is what I've heard a lot.
That's what it is.
But yeah, so you would not want to see a Jar Jar Star Wars show.
I was excited about Ahsoka. I had no clue who that person was for the majority of my Star Wars fandom until, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. I'm trying to guess when the Rebel show came out or whatever, all the cartoons. And you're like, wait, who's this person? They made up that Anakin had some person underneath him. And so, but I was really interested in it, but so far it hasn't really kept my interest through 2 episodes.
Oh, really?
I think it's okay.
I haven't seen it yet.
The first episode I was interested in. I haven't watched the second episode, but the first one I liked. But you kind of were like, second episode.
It's okay. I'm not knocking it. It's just so far these Disney Plus, Star Wars, kind of on their own. I loved Obi-Wan Kenobi, but my favorite character of all time is probably Darth Vader. So it is this kind of a lot of Darth Vader along with Obi-Wan. So that's probably my favorite storyline in the Star Wars world. But this one I want to be interested in. It's just not really holding my attention like I wanted it to.
Okay, interesting.
But I don't think I would be interested at all in a Jar Jar.
It would very much be driven to the kids. Like if it's going to be Jar Jar, Kevin, I feel like that's what he was originally kind of put in for, with some comic relief and for kids.
Let's talk about that real quick. I think people forget about the Ewoks. Like, I think all the people who are grizzled about the kid aspects of Star Wars forget that the Ewoks were there for comedy.
Yes, exactly.
For kids. And so
so they could grow up and be Chewbacca's.
No. And so they tried to recreate that with Jar Jar Binks, and they're like, what's this stupid kiddie crap? And I'm like, there's actually a pretty lengthy tradition of kid stuff in Star Wars movies.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, it's the whole concept of Muppets. Jim Henson really liked that as well with George Lucas.
Yeah.
He did say though, if he was gonna be trained by a Jedi, he would he would want Anakin to train him. I don't know if it was in the audio, but he said that. So Anakin turns bad though,
but then he turns good.
Darth Vader.
Pretty much at death. I mean, it was like, screw it. See you later.
That is
See you
one
later,
part.
Emperor. And then he kind of doesn't die. We find out 3 decades later, which is weird.
He was trying to be a good dad, the whole time. That's all. He was just trying to give his daughter
What about
the world.
before he had kids and he murdered all those other kids?
He was just trying. Well, that's yep.
You know what they say? Kids change you.
Yeah, and he looked at his baby mama and choked her with his
what? I mean, that
feelings.
is
wow. He was an abuser.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Somebody said they would like a 3PO storyline. Like, would you follow a C3PO just to see all the
I feel
random
like they kind of
crap?
did that in that cartoon, that Saturday cartoon thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
All right, so I got a couple other things
Probably
for you.
shouldn't nerd out too much on Star Wars.
Probably not. All right, do you guys want to talk about ratings or
our ratings?
Our ratings are
Ratings
great.
are really
Thank
good.
you guys very, very
So
much
you
for
say-
listening.
Prove it.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll show you the data, but it's interesting that you say that. This is wild to me. So I was reading an article on Awful Announcing. Nielsen plans to incorporate Amazon's internal data for Thursday Night Football to help them figure out those ratings. Because
This is wild.
There was a game like last year, for example, is the Wall Street Journal was talking about it, is the ratings for that came out, there were 7.8 million viewers. I think it was a Cardinals game, maybe the Panthers. And Amazon was like, no. There's 8.9 million viewers because they have their own metrics and everything like that. So supposedly Nielsen is going to start incorporating data from streaming corporations to help them figure out the ratings. As you can guess, ESPN, Fox, other networks that carry football are like, what?
Yeah.
The hell?
So can ESPN and Fox do that now? Can they?
Nope.
They can't step to the. Why? This doesn't seem right.
Because Nielsen measures linear ways of watching television, and they don't totally have down the streaming viewership just yet. And they're like, we'll take your help. Okay, what do you think's going to happen? Amazon is going to be like, hey, we said 9 million people watch our football game. And they're going to be like, it's actually 8.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think it's more likely they're going to be like, our numbers showed 9.8. So if you can just
1 billion people watch.
Yeah, if you
every
could just
game.
go ahead and bump those numbers up a little bit, we'd really appreciate
That doesn't make any sense. That they're like, we have it with this way, but not with this way at the same time. And why couldn't Fox or ESPN walk in and say, well, here are the numbers that we show. Here are the extra streaming numbers that we show that y'all haven't accounted
Nielsen's
for.
like, now we got that down.
And I also
Don't worry
wonder,
about that.
How much does that matter? I am curious. Are they selling that to their clients as well? I can feel like when you're buying NFL on Amazon and Fox, you kind of you understand you're getting the biggest thing. How much more do you need? Well, we got an extra 1 million view. I don't know.
Do you know how corporations work? They're like, I could turn that into more ad buys and more dollars.
Yeah.
And I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's
but
interesting.
they're like, no, I'll just go ahead and take all of the money. And then, Mike, did you see the story about the Red Sox prospect who originally missed his call up to the majors because he was playing PlayStation?
No.
So, Sedan Raffaele, I believe, is
Ninja Turtles.
he's a top 5 prospect in the Boston system. And he said when he was talking with reporters, he missed the phone call from his minor league manager because he was ignoring his phone to play PlayStation. Now, clearly he's a great player and like they went ahead with it and everything.
On PlayStation?
I meant in baseball. I am not sure about his PlayStation exploits, to be fair.
Please do some more reporting.
Okay, I'll investigate that further. You know what? You're right, Reggie. I did not anticipate that question. Can you imagine if clearly there's not going to be like bigger repercussions, but if they're like, nope, we had to go with somebody else.
That would really stink. You would feel like if you're the general manager and the Red Sox they're on the outside looking in, but if they get hot enough, they can make the playoffs. So I don't think they just screw it, just call somebody else up. That feels like an Oakland Athletic thing. My dad was watching Oakland the other day, and he was like, that's not a major league team. And I said, Dad, I've been doing this for a long time. I think if they released all 26 players on that team, I only think 10 of them, maybe 10, and I might be high on that, would get picked up by the other 29 teams. I think 16 of them would have to go to AAA.
Wow.
Sheesh.
I think you're seeing, if you ever wanted to know what a good AAA team, I'm going to give that to the Oakland Athletics. I think they would be a very good AAA team. They might win the Pacific Coast League. They might win the International League. Those are your two big AAA leagues. I think they would. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they would. I think you're seeing what a good AAA team would do in the major leagues, and they would win about 45 games.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings, and they've got over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing well. I wanted to know, and we were kind of having this conversation right before we went on, are there any names on the list that either you were really hoping made the team or you're surprised have been cut by the Cowboys thus far?
I'm surprised about McEwen. I thought McEwen would make it because of the fullback versatility there. He's a really good blocker. And he's a guy that I think he can kind of do a little bit of everything. Maybe it is Lipke. And then the name that we had talked about a lot was Isaiah Land. And we like him. I think he's got a lot of good upside as a pass rusher. But I felt like he would be the guy every year you're worried about. Maybe you got to keep this dude. He's not going to clear waivers. I think that's the guy. I think he does clear waivers, and he ends up being a perfect practice squad guy.
Yeah, I think the ones that were surprising to me were Land was one I thought they would try and keep.
Yeah.
And then I'm not surprised with, because I had Lindstrom and Hoffman off, but I also had the other center off. Farniok as well. So, yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to see how that one plays out. But some of these guys, they might be holding back to try and trade.
Sure.
So that's why you don't have but Jabril Cox is on that list too.
Yeah.
So,
I thought he was talented enough that they would keep him, but I think it's a testament to how good they've been at acquiring young players. A lot of guys that I think other teams would be hanging on to and giving a chance to develop. It's just, it's a numbers game now.
Am I reading too much into Wanye Thomas is in? Because they put a whole big article out about him this morning.
No, I had him on.
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep. I think they're going to go long at safety, and just for the reason of playing the sub package stuff that they do.
Yeah.
They play so much of that nickel and dime where they have that extra linebacker, and so I kind of feel like depending on where you put Parsons, I personally put him on the linebackers just because that's the position. I know he's an edge and all that, but I had him keeping 4 linebackers. And I think the position that they might go where they might claim some guys might be at linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them. This roster's not going to look the same on Thursday, Friday as it is, because I think that we're already seeing that Sieg, the snapper,
he'll be back. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a veteran cut, so that gives them an idea. I thought Josh Ball was another one that they might keep on. Josh Ball, and then Israel, my guy from my other corner there that they have, 25. Why do I?
Nashawn Wright.
Nashawn Wright, yeah. So that's, I think that him and Ball might be the two guys they keep on for a day and then put on injured reserve.
I also think Marquise Bell was 100% safe. I mean, with the
Is it
linebacker flex,
Is he
no
off?
doubt.
Is he off?
No.
Oh.
He's a guy that and I saw a lot of other people kind of keeping him off of their 53 man. I think he's 100% safe, and I know that's a guy that you like quite a bit as well, Eric.
No, Eric, yeah, absolutely.
Of Land?
No,
Marquise Bell.
Marquise Bell is, he's been a stud. He's been a stud. He was good last year, and he's been a tackling machine. And I'm excited for him to get a little bit more of a role. It's obviously a bummer that Overshone's out because he's a more, much better athlete.
Yeah.
But I think Bell's kind of the real deal.
When making some of these, like, let's say last 2, 3, whatever it is, cuts, do you have to look at it from the perspective of, well, let's cut this person because this other person ain't making it through waivers, and we think this person will make it through waivers, and we can practice squad him or whatever?
I think Farniok just got released.
Yeah, but they don't have a backup center right now.
And I predicted this, believe it or not. I'm going to pat myself on the back.
Nice
what
job,
I'm
You
doing
did
right
predict
now.
that.
Yeah.
And I thought you were a fool, sir.
Yeah.
So Zach Martin's your backup center right now?
No. What's going to happen is I think they're going to play the game where one of these guys, and I should have done that. That was stupid on my part. But I think they're going to try and get one of these guys to the practice squad and be that 3-game yo-yo where you don't have, you could keep on the practice squad and then you could bring him up as a backup guy.
So Chuma Edoga is doing the team a solid. So he is being released right now, potentially per Gelkin, potentially to keep Josh Ball with the understanding that they will bring him back.
Okay, so yeah, I felt like that there were a couple of guys that they're gonna keep on the active roster. Edoga was a guy I wasn't sure, but is he a vested veteran guy?
I think that's the case.
Yeah. So it's not. There must be something going on with C.J. Goodwin because C.J. Goodwin I think has guaranteed money, and I don't know how to explain the money thing, but I think if you let him go, there would be some kind of trigger that they would have to. It would be more expensive and. So maybe maybe Edoga is the I'm leaving, I'm going to be on waivers for a day guy.
Yeah.
And then instead of CJ whose money is a little bit more murky.
And then Ball could make the roster, and then you switch him over to IR.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are all teams in the league playing this kind of game too?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
If not, they need to get other people there that
Yeah,
can
I
help
didn't
them
know
play
if the
this
Cowboys
game,
were like
right?
way out in front here. And
No,
they're like thinking,
it's a great way of doing it. If you could get the vested veterans to agree on that. But again, you have to be a little bit careful about the money and what you're doing there.
Now, one of the things we were kicking around, Mike gave us a Kiki Vandeweghe Dallas Mavericks history lesson, and then I saw that Peter King said
He's a better general manager than he was a ball player, right?
That's true. And then,
he ended up in that he was the second best player in that whole draft. Kevin McHale was the best player in 1980, and Kiki Vandeweghe had the second best career. He played 14 years in the NBA.
Yeah.
You might have remembered him as a trailblazer, right?
I remember.
But
Kiki.
much
Yeah,
better
good score.
GM than a player, was he?
No, he was a good player. Yeah.
I just remember.
he scorned us. So that's what kind of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Keeping sports grudges, because then Peter King said Bill Belichick hasn't talked to him in 17 years since Spygate.
Who? Pumpkinhead?
Is that what you call Peter King?
Yeah.
Yes. Then yes. He said that's just the price of doing business. I know Mike still hates Dwayne Wade to this day. Is there a sports grudge that you're like, no, I'll boo him every time?
Sports grudge. Or just somebody you won't talk to.
Yes. Or it could be that too, which I'd count as a grudge.
I met David Stern, wouldn't shake his hand. I was like, I'm not shaking your hand.
I
say that
didn't.
to him, but I was like,
I
I'm
didn't
not-
shake the hand of.
You fixed the NBA Finals in 2006. I'm not shaking your hand ever.
Replay McGee when he came up there. Dean Blandino.
Oh, yes.
I wouldn't shake his hand.
You called him McGee
because of you.
You didn't call him a
You're not supposed to say mean names, Mike. Is there anybody like that for you that you'll still boo every time, or you're like, if I met them, I'd say pass?
Yeah, man. I think the first thing that came to my mind was the referees, whoever those referees were on the Des play. But Dean Blandino ultimately.
No,
is
the one
that
ref
takes
who
the
made
shot on that.
the one ref who made the initial call. I was standing right there. That side judge.
He goes catch.
He goes catch.
Well, let's send him
Yeah,
some scotch.
yeah, he's catch.
Otherwise, like locally, I think like Rondo, is he the one that's like you probably just can't stand him?
Hamilton.
We got a Kelvin Joseph trade.
Yes, that is big.
Where'd he
got
go?
something for him?
Yeah. They got another corner.
They got a first-round pick for him.
Noah Igbenogany.
Former first round.
Who was also
who's
going to be
also
released.
been-
He was
first-round
also
pick.
going to be released.
Yeah,
right?
he's been like the
okay, that's fine.
Well, no,
the
that's-
Kelvin Joseph of the Dolphins,
Was he
except maybe just not the
Northwestern?
gun issues.
Northwestern. Where was he?
Auburn.
Oh, yeah, he was
Auburn. Good call.
He's our Dolphins insider.
Yeah.
Look,
Tell us what you think about Noah.
these kind of trades make sense to me. Hey, we're going to cut him. Hey, we're going to cut him. Do you want to swap the players we were going to cut?
Just make sure you don't go watch. I believe it was last year's or 2 years ago, Dolphins Bills game, because what Stephon Diggs did for 4 quarters to Igbenogany was it was disheartening.
So Joseph's going to Miami?
Sounds like it.
Do you think the
it's gonna be a great
Cowboys?
fit.
Man,
you think
live
they
it up.
should tell him
What about
immediately,
Evaldi over
or
there?
wait like 30 days and then go alert him that something has happened?
Yeah, that's probably the move there.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for
More
asking.
confusion.
I have I've just been informed pitcher John Gray is going to join us at 3:20 for the Rangers Player Show.
He's great.
Delightful. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. $1.2 million. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk still looking for that Evaldi update as we open up a Tuesday broadcast with you. And we're off and running here, guys. It's a big sports Tuesday with you, with Cowboys cuts happening as we speak, and the Rangers are maybe turning it around a little bit. What do you say? Do we have signs of life here? General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexanders of the Pimp Cup at Master Control, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. There is a lot of Cowboy stuff going on. We did just talk about a number of those talking points in Crosstalk, and the news has been refreshed. It's coming in pretty fast and furious. We'll get back to it here in about 5-6 minutes. I do want to talk baseball with you at 877-881-1053. You were in a heavyweight bout, and it was like George Foreman against Michael Moore for the title. For 7 rounds, Moore was badgering Foreman, and all of a sudden, bam, there it was in the 8th inning. The entire world might have changed as Foreman became the champ once again on that fated evening at 45 years old. This season getting long in the tooth. And here come your Texas Rangers. They've now won 2 of 3, gentlemen. It would be a 3-game winning streak if it wasn't for that crazy 9th inning in the sequence of events.
Yes.
We got a pulse.
Woo! World Series is back on the table, boys.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
It was like everything that they had failed to be doing, they were able to come up with clutch there in the 9th. Like 0-2 hitting had been terrible over the 10 days. Here's Ezekiel Duran. Boop! Let me get aboard. And then Nathaniel Lowe, the big go-ahead. 2-run single in the 9th. The first time they've been able to win a game by trailing by runs in the 8th or less. I mean, this is amazing today. My Rangers confidence is back on the table, fellas.
Oh, did you hear that? It's back on the table.
Not all that's on the table.
It was off the table yesterday. It is now back. And thank you, Martin Perez and Jose Leclerc as well.
Yeah, how about Martin? Good for him.
How about Martin? Get a little confidence booster. The problem is like if we're in the same scenario in 3 days, how much confidence do you have in both of those guys?
None, but it's okay. Today we're feeling great.
It's about today. It's about today, and it's about Nathaniel Lowe.
I think they figured out how to get a clean 7th, 8th, and 9th. You give them as little notice as possible, preferably with Perez. And we're probably going to lose this game. Just go out there. He's a machine.
Mm-hmm.
Leclerc, no time to think about it, no time to warm up. He's up, and he picked a heck of a time to have a clean inning. It is fascinating to me how when pitchers know the game is on the line, they're totally different people. Like if you look at Leclerc's numbers, you'd be like, well, this is one of their better pitchers. The same with Brock Burke earlier in the year. I know his numbers have changed a bit, but I mean, these guys, like, hey, that's impressive. Why isn't this guy capable of, pitching high leverage situations? But it's just because, you put 30,000 people in the stands and it's a big league game, and, now it's on the line and they just get psyched out. Yeah, that's what's even the best and the brightest, the big leaguers, the 1%ers that make it to that level. The pressure's too much for them there in those closing moments, but not last night. And you mentioned Nate Lowe. He's back to being productive. How about Jonah Heim? Didn't have a ribby or a run, but he was 2 of 3 a day after hitting the granny. So maybe Jonah's turning the corner a little bit. Garcia had a big ribby, even though he was 1 of 4, and his numbers aren't great since the All-Star break. So maybe he's getting it turned around a little bit as well. As now, we're in this place, and we'll know more in 4 to 5 days. Sometimes your season is tanking, and you get a couple of wins against a team that didn't have a good day, and you're like, is this it? And then you go right back into the slide. Sometimes it's it. Sometimes it is it, and that's what we are hoping for here is nobody's going to be doing you any favors. You're going to have to go out and take this. I got that MLB package I've been telling you about since the Rangers got in contention for this thing. I went ahead and added that to my cable streaming service.
Quite the package.
And thank you. Watching the Mariners last night, I don't know if we're fully grasping how well this team is playing. And I don't know if they're just hot or if they figured it out now, but dang it, that looks like the best offense in baseball right now. They're unstoppable. And this dude, Julio Rodriguez, is out of this world right now. I looked up his season stats. I was like, what's this dude doing? Hitting like 420 with an OPS over 1,100 or something? It's not, It's pretty standard star numbers. But over the last 10 games, this dude now has 5 4-game hits.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
He entered August as the 14th hitter, 14th in hits in the American League. He's now leading the American League in hits.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like this
dude.
month has just been unbelievable. Since 1900,
yeah,
he's just the third player to lead the league in hits after trailing the leader by 35 or more hits at any point in the season.
So
he's made up all that ground in like 3 weeks.
They've won 4 straight again in 12 of 13. They have 20 wins in August, which matches the most in franchise history, and they still have 2 games to go. So we need the Dubs to keep on piling up here for these Rangers. The pregame again tonight coming up at 5:30 with the first pitch at 6:05 once again. And yes, we have John Gray coming up on the show at 3:20. I think you're about to get that baseball package too, aren't you, Brian?
I'm doing my best right now. I mean,
I don't blame you.
I'll tell you what,
it's worth the money.
I was listening once again to Jerry. And by the way, have you guys ever had a problem where you have like water in your ear and you can't get it out?
Yes.
I can't hear my right ear right now.
Was it a shower or did you go swimming?
I don't know. It was one of those things where I put drops in there because I have a wax problem. Trying to clean
Have you
the wax.
ever had the wax cleaned out of your ears?
Well,
one of the best experiences ever.
When
wax doctor?
When I worked at the Cowboys, I did.
Dude, it's amazing. I had to go get that thing flushed out.
There's a lot of things
regularly.
I had done for me when I was working with the Cowboys. I just walked down the training room and they would take care of me. I don't have that option anymore.
Bob Kraft style?
But yeah, no.
Parcells make you do that?
No, not that.
Get your ears cleaned out, bro.
No, but yeah.
Is that too far? Let me rein that back in.
That's all right, man.
I made the mistake with the whole Q-tip thing. You know?
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
Oh, went too far.
You just kind of like, you just kind of went a little too far, and all of a sudden I just can't hear out of my right ear, so I'm using drops to try and clear. No, it's not worked at all. So if we're doing interviews and I don't hear like Woolchuck did yesterday, that's the reason why.
Well, I don't know.
That's the reason why.
Broadus can't hear right now, but we're all hearing that excuse machine get cranked up right now for a brain fart moment. Good for you, Broadus. Get ahead of it.
I'm just trying to get ahead of it. But yeah, the whole thing. I'm looking forward to getting that major league, the package thing, and all that. I'm excited.
You have to
about
turn the volume up.
Yeah, I do. I do have to turn it up.
What's that?
But no, I've been listening.
We all turn into our dads.
I keep saying this, but the happiest guy in the world last night was not in a Ranger uniform. It was Jared Sandler.
It
was Jared Sandler.
Congrats,
These games, when Garcia made that catch, I could see Hicksy one of those things, with the whole thing.
But you knew Sandler's pants just went flying off.
Like Sandler is standing up and, he's kind of jumping up and down and,
hoorah,
hoorah, and all that.
Doing a little dance.
So
he started truffle shuffling.
That's Jared in the booth. Like,
I know what he feels like because you're sitting there and they get 2 runners on last night, no outs, and it's like, okay, Simeon comes up. Whoa, what's he doing? We're not supposed to be striking out here. We're supposed to be knocking these runs in, and so
exactly how Sands feels, just a foot taller.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Maybe 2.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 foot
Jared.
taller. But yeah, it was. I'll say this. I think this is way over bounds, way out of bounds. Nate Lowe saved your season last night.
That's right. Yeah, he's back.
I'm going on record as saying
that's a good take right
Nate
there.
Lowe saved your season last
He's a
night.
beast.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind talking with him at 3:20 either.
Yeah.
We will have John Gray, who was pretty dang good last night. Just a questionable second inning. Did anybody else think the other night that Sands was kind of annoyed that we cut him short to talk about the Trey Lance breaking news?
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, he was.
Absolutely.
He broke the news.
Yeah, he did.
I went on national radio and they're like, well, hey, how did you find out? I said, we were in the middle of a crosstalk with our Rangers play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
And he broke the news.
Our
and
Rangers insider broke
our Rangers insider broke the Trey Lance
you
news.
think Trey Lance can come pitch for us?
I think he was. I think he understood, though. I do. I think he understood that.
I think he understood in the sense that he didn't understand it all.
But he's...
He was offended.
He needed one more baseball question. And he needed to give at least one more baseball answer. And we did not whet that appetite.
Dawson gave him no shot.
No.
Dawson's like, Jared, thanks for it. Have a good call.
Have a great call. Great
was
weekend.
like, oh, really?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, Trey Lance, number 3 overall pick. I know, but nobody made the wrong decision in this talk booth that day, did they? No.
I think
it was time to move on.
I think you did.
You think I made the wrong decision?
I think you did.
You think I should have stayed with Sands there?
I think that we were committed. We were committed
You're
to
trolling
Ranger
me.
baseball.
Cowboy
You gotta work on
crusty,
your trolling, Brian.
We were
and you're not
committed-
going to be hyped up about a third-string quarterback
Oh,
being
man.
signed? How dare you,
I had
sir?
a good question lined up, and Dawson threw it away. He just like, oh, no, we got to talk
This
about
is one
Trey
of the
Lance.
biggest third-string quarterback moves in the history of the
gotta
NFL.
talk about
And look
third-
at you
third
to
overall
just crap
pick.
all over that right
My
now.
best bleeping
Football
friend,
guy,
guys.
my ass.
By the way, I think you guys are horrible to Jarrett myself, but that's just me.
Well, yeah.
Why don't you try traveling with him?
What?
We only had 2.5 minutes left in the segment. I knew if you asked a question, Jared only have 20 seconds to answer it anyway. So we had to go one way or another. Kelvin Joseph traded to Miami. What do you guys think?
Hey, Boss Man's Fat is wrapping his way down to Miami now, ain't he?
Yeah.
He can go ahead and line up offsides for them. I'm pretty excited about it.
That's unfair.
It's not.
It is unfair.
I was pretty done with him 2 years ago.
Yeah, why'd the Cowboys hang on to him? I guess they were. I guess they just reached the end of their patience, or because what they got for him isn't a good player either.
Well, they swapped really contracts for contracts is what they did. I mean, I know.
Was Joseph on the last year of his deal?
This is year 3?
Year 3, right?
Yeah, so he's 4 years old.
So he still had.
Yeah,
he
they
had
have a fifth-year option
year.
on the guy they traded for, though, because he is a first-round pick.
That's true.
And there's no chance they're going to jump at whatever, accepting the 5th-year option or opting onto the 5th-year option.
I'm just saying you do, but the contracts. I mean, where you're kind of thinking about player for player, and both guys are getting a fresh start.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to Kelvin Joseph down there in Miami. I mean,
You really don't mean that.
If you're traded away from the Cowboys, no, I hope it's not another player going somewhere else and all of a sudden he blossoms into greatness. I don't anticipate that's going to happen.
Have we had that happen in a while?
You move on, and then he ends up being a stud.
Certainly not Tristan Hill. He just got cut by the Browns.
Okay, but I'm just trying to.
Not Cedric
my
Wilson.
memory's not good. I can't hear on my writer. I think I've told you guys that. But
Do you have an update on Evaldi?
What?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that was an iconic moment.
Watch those bullpen sessions, by the way.
Yesterday with Chris Young, I asked him about
and it was
Josh
a really
Young
good question.
and
I had water in
Evaldi.
my damn ear. I couldn't hear anything.
And it was tense. It was tense
was
because
really tense.
I'm firing fastballs at CY about not getting enough relievers and how much the team's under pressure. And I asked him how much is the team buckling under pressure a little bit, or is pressure contagious? And he was like, "What are you talking about? Just being in big league baseball?" I'm like, "Bro, you've lost 9 of 10 and you've lost first place." And he's like, "Oh no, we're fine. There's no pressure at all." And so things were getting tense. And then Wolchuk, by the grace of God, gave him the double up from heaven, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And it was amazing.
Broke the ice.
Yeah, because sometimes you'll get that where a question that was asked a few minutes prior and you didn't catch it, and now we're circling back on something. But this was you asking, how's Evaldi, him answering the status of Evaldi, and Wolchuk saying, so how's Evaldi? And it played out perfectly. And him saying, like, in my playing days, I would have gotten after you. Makes it even he's like, I've matured from this. I've bettered myself. I've learned sort of to calm down. But generally speaking, I want to kick your ass right now. You better listen to damn well listen to what I'm saying.
So sorry, CY. That's me.
What were you doing? Can you remember what you were doing?
I think I was reading about Josh Young, and I'm thinking, well, okay, this is good. Gavin's asked about Josh Young. I'll follow up with Evaldi. Little do I know. And then as soon as I asked, I saw Gavin's face, and I'm like, damn it, he just asked about Evaldi.
I'm glad you didn't look at me.
I'm an idiot.
I didn't know how CY's response was going to be.
I was prepared to just be like, I'm so sorry, and just
guys, I got to go.
Which I did. Hey, it's fine.
I don't have time for this, guys.
It's
I mean, Stress
He's
Jerry,
a sweetheart.
Stress Jerry might have taken a run at you a little bit like he did Majors back in the day.
Deserved.
Am I embarrassed? You'll hear that coming up with the G bag of the day at 2:30. Best audio. Okay. Cowboys cut down day. There's a number of names. I mean, Jabril Cox, Quentin Bohanna, guys that we thought when they were drafted had a chance to be a significant part, especially Cox with the modern linebacker being a guy that could run and cover. We thought, maybe he's not the best tackler playing through trash and stuff like that, but maybe it's something that could develop. They're cutting bait on him, but hoping they could get him on the practice squad. Bohanna's out of there. It's an interesting day because it's fringe guys, but they're also, people, and, you don't want to disrespect them, especially they might be jumping in their car and heading home and listening and people they care about. And, it's a tough day for them.
Yeah.
And sometimes the team accidentally cuts a guy with great potential. So, you have your pet cats.
Jimmy Smith.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Jimmy Smith, and there's guys, so for a lot of these guys, I think the players, maybe it's time to be honest, think about other options, maybe going into coaching, maybe, pursue something that you studied in college, something like that. But there are a number of players out there that are going to get picked up, and I wouldn't be surprised if, a number of them can figure out a way to make a pretty good career of it. And that's an interesting thing right now for the Cowboys. They could use a veteran linebacker, could use a veteran offensive lineman. Okay, NFL news of the day is coming up at 3 o'clock. You'll get details on a number of stories around the world of the NFL. McCord's going to replace Stroud at Ohio State. That's amongst the stories. Von Miller is hurt, might miss the first month of the season. That's a story out of Buffalo. The Yankees cut Josh Donaldson amidst his career worst season. And that kind of gives you an idea of a snapshot of the world of sports here as we open this thing up. Okay, little G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 with that double up from Woolchuck. But before we get there, Sports Hodgepodge with the Chief. Where are you taking us?
Let's play a little game of Name That Trash Talker next right here on The Fan.
coming up in 8 minutes. It's time now for a Hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. Free consultation. It's 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
Okay, so we'll get to name that NBA trash talker here in just a moment, but I'm seeing in real time here, it looks like Burger King has lost its bid to dismiss a lawsuit that accuses the burger joint of exaggerating the size of its Whopper. And so it is now going to, it got past a federal judge in Miami, and he says there's something onto this. Burger King depicting its burgers looking 35% larger than they actually are. The suit claims that in reality, Whoppers have left less than half the meat as advertised. So we're gonna keep you updated on this. We just saw it from Taco Bell as well, dealing with the false advertisement of like you put a bunch of meat in the Crunchwrap Supreme. When I see it on the commercial, looks nice. That beefy 5-layer burrito looks legit. When you give it to me in my drive-through window, not the same.
I think we could sue McDonald's in the Big Mac advertisement. That burger looks bigger than it actually is as well.
I'm just telling you this, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to throw these guys into the fray along with the others. Red Lobster.
Size?
Yeah, no, just their pictures.
Just all the food.
Their pictures look just so much better than when you get the plate and you're kind of like, no. I saw the commercial for this.
Yeah.
It's the all you can eat seafood fest or
the
whatever.
Presentation is supposed to be
and
much
it's like this.
better.
No, this is not what I signed up for.
Well, maybe a lot of these places are about to start getting popped for this, because we've all been duped a little bit. This might be an industry-wide situation.
They use fake food in the commercials. Yeah. I remember learning about this. I took a class in high school. Yeah, the fake food class, obviously, and you can't actually eat the food because I tried to do that once. I walked right in there, tried to take a bite of this burger, realized this is not real. So, hey, that's what it is. They're not using actual food.
I don't know. Where's the food industry getting in here? Where there's a high-power lobbyist, they got to shut this down. What's wrong with a little exaggeration here? What's wrong with getting my taste buds thinking we're going for a 10 out of 10 roller coaster and it's only a 6? I got no problem with this.
No, I got no problem if it's going for. If I think I know you're selling me 10 out of 10, I better still get that 8.
Okay.
Don't come at me. Don't come hit me with a 6.
Okay.
So I think it's less to do about like I get you how you want to commercialize your stuff and you want to advertise it like it's the best thing in the world. We as human beings have to understand. Hey, it's not going to be
it's a commercial.
It's not all that we expect, but
it's got to be within reason.
Within reason here.
I get you. I'm pro marketer. They got things to sell. We got an economy going on that depends on this stuff. Everybody's exaggerating a little bit. Why is fast food under fire?
Well,
for this.
Yeah.
Now I do think fast food should be banned. Period. It's so unhealthy.
Yeah, it is.
Like if you want to do something, let's do something. Not get mad that it's not twice as unhealthy as what it really was.
All right. Here is Paul George on his own podcast talking about an NBA player. And I want you guys to guess that player at 877-881-1053. Here is Paul George.
His game is just way older than what he is.
Right.
Like he's tough, man. He's a problem.
I agree.
And he talked that shit too.
Does he?
What? Yes. All of it. Like he talked all that shit.
Big shit.
Big shit. Like
like disrespect. Like I'm curious. Like what kind of trash talk does he do? Because I wouldn't really. I know he has his moments.
Do he scare
but
you?
You're saying like consistently he's letting you know.
Yes. If you talk to him, he gonna talk that shit to you.
He's cold, man.
He not backing down. He not backing down. I'm not gonna say what he said just because that don't need to get out.
Right.
Some of the shit that I've heard him say.
AP. Don't do that.
But he a cold killer with some of the shit that I've heard him say.
He a cold killer.
LeBron James.
It is not LeBron James.
Luka.
Yeah, it's Luka. It is. Did you guys see the clip?
No.
I've seen the clip. It's fine. It's cool.
No,
but you nailed it.
No,
Kudos to you. Brian Broaddus. You win the day.
It just sounded like that because Luka seems like he's always pointing or talking.
He's chirping, man. Luka
Always,
chirps.
Yeah.
You've seen that from him.
There's one thing about seeing like a high volume trash talker, but now knowing that, okay, there's some details here that he's not going to reveal because it would be a little bit too scathing.
Yeah.
Like Luka he might be one of the like legit trash talker in terms of the quality of the trash talking.
Absolutely.
Look
no further than him with Book.
Yeah.
In the Western second round,
Yes.
where they're at the free throw line, the Mavs are up 42, and he's just smiling in Devin Booker's face.
Yeah, dude.
He didn't even have to say anything, and you could just see in his eyes and his smile the quality of trash talker that he is. I love his style because the guys get all mad. And he's like, what are you doing? You're a P word. You know, you can see him like almost with complete contempt. Like, I'm a giant man and you're this guy. You know, what are you doing? You're embarrassing yourself.
Did he do the thumb and index finger thing to make an inch at like Patrick Beverly or somebody?
Too
smaller guy trying to guard him. So,
and I don't know if he can actually fight, but his confidence and his facial expressions are a 10.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't need your fighting ability in the NBA. We know how that goes. As soon as it starts, it's gonna be over. So the fact that you're trash talking at that high of a level, we know what type of ability you have on the court as well. That just it makes me like him even more. Like as a Mavericks fan, this makes me so happy.
I do love some of LeBron clapbacks, like because he'll let players get away with it, but he'll draw a line in the sand, like with Dylan Brooks. Like, no, bro, you're just not going to keep talking to me like that. You're 100% trash.
100%.
You know, get a shot up or do something before you can even imagine that you're on my level.
I did think that we just found a great limited fake here from General with Luka.
Oh yeah,
that impression is gold.
We might have, dude.
You call me a P word, you're a P word. What are we doing here?
Good observation there. Heck yes. All right, now quickly here in less than 90 seconds, what do you guys find funnier about week 0 bleeps in college football? Because there was 2 plays made by quarterbacks that you've never heard of. One of them is a left-handed quarterback who is about to be sacked, and the referee is like 4 yards in front of him, and he zings a spiral ball right into the referee's face from 4 yards out as he's being sacked into the pocket. It was amazing. It was like longest yard, but instead of right to the crotch, it was to the dude's face.
And he's staring right at him.
And it's just like, did he do that on purpose? I feel like he might have done that on purpose.
You mentioned a roughing the pass earlier, Bleep Hole.
And then there's another play earlier in a different game where a quarterback gets his helmet completely turned around.
I like that and made the completion without seeing where he was throwing the ball.
I don't know if he made the completion.
I think it was completed.
I only saw the pass attempt. He gets his head turned around as he's running, and he doesn't immediately throw the ball as he can't see anymore. He's got like 3 more steps in him before he makes the decision to throw the ball down the field.
Like, where am I?
He
Where
hasn't
am I?
been
Where
able
am I?
to see for the last 3 seconds, and he's throwing the ball. The video I saw didn't allow for the angle. I didn't see if it was an incomplete. For all I know, he's throwing it out of bounds. It was hilarious, though, to watch him where he clearly, like, if you're looking at him, his body language is like he's scanning the field, but his helmet is completely turned around, and he still makes the attempt. It's just like, it's amazing. And college football chaos, it's back.
Next level awareness right there on that kid. Can't wait to see his S2 score. Thank you, Chief.
Same.
There it is, a sports hodgepodge time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Our winner and still champ is Pro Football Focus's John Owning. He's a 420 friendly man, he is. He joined the nation and let it all come out.
Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well. Just after the Sam Williams news, very happy I don't live in Texas right now. Seems like I would be a wanted felon.
Yes, very hot. Yeah, John's Cali proud. Okay, yes. Yeah, you know how those laws go. I appreciated Jerry's response to it, though.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. I mean, he treated it with the amount of respect that it really deserved. I think, the fact that he had what is reportedly be like a THC pen with less than a gram on him. I mean,
wait for it.
I have more than that on me right now.
I have more than that on me right now.
It's fantastic.
Let's see what else we have for you boys. Wolchuk unfocused yesterday during GM Chris Young, GM of the Rangers, Chris Young.
Attitude and effort, Wolchuk. That's all we ask for.
Bringing
Attitude
it.
and effort.
Never said
Team's
anything
still
about
not
focus.
healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Well, obviously a huge impact. I mean, those are 2 critical pieces to our team. We lost time for a period of time there, and then Josh shortly thereafter, and Nate as well. And so those are, 3 big pieces to our group. That said, I believe we have the depth to sustain or withstand injuries like that and sustain our performance. And we're excited to get both those guys back. Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Eovaldi?
Oh, God.
Well, that was the update on Eovaldi, is that he's he had the little side tightness, and he's coming back and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY. I heard Josh Young, and I thought that was a Josh Young focused question.
There was a day I would have called you out on that.
Nope.
Hey,
I'll call myself out.
I would have called you out on that.
That's on me. Sounded even worse.
Yeah, man.
So you opened with Young. I'm thinking I'm good. I got the Eovaldi question in the back pocket. And you snuck Eovaldi in. And, God, that's cringe.
It's really, really good. He's trying to be nice. He's like, that was the update on Eovaldi. So I don't know what else you want from me.
What a sweet man.
That was great, man.
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, guys.
Is that the best one ever between the two of you? I mean, the Stephen Jones question.
The Stephen Jones question.
But that wasn't a double up.
No, the double up. I did a double up on Nadell, actually, in Oxnard last year. But I don't think we pulled it, and so I've been safe from it. But the most cringy one would be the one with Tony Gwynn that I had a couple of Tony Gwynn Jr.
Thinking that it was
a couple months ago or whatever.
This was him and not his dad.
Correct. Yeah, that was a tough.
But in terms of the double up, that's the worst.
That's the worst.
That's the worst it's ever been. That's bad.
Hey, do you guys remember the reporter with Tourette's? Her name is Sweet Anita.
Yeah,
she's a streamer and everything. For the audience who doesn't remember, I'll play a little clip of her.
Can I tell everyone what you smell like?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
He doesn't smell. It's not. You smell like a perfume. Do you know the name of the perfume you're wearing?
Oh no. Yeah, play that back in I think June or something like that. Well, she's back. Big props to her. Big props. She was at the Streaming Awards and she presented an award. Big props.
I'm here to swear at you for a little while. I figured it'd be funnier if I didn't tell you why. So, I have the best content in the.
Does she?
The best content organization. Yes.
Yes.
Love you too. So we have Energy. We have OTK. We have 100 Thieves. And offline TV. You're all sluts. I hate you. That's not. So the winner is OTV.
Oh man. Good for her, man. Big props.
Yeah, I want to sub to that. That's awesome. She's horny too, isn't she? Wow. Never know what's going to pop out of her mouth.
Yeah, not his words.
I'm a big fan.
And we got a little warning and some motivation from an alleged meth head. I say alleged meth head. Clearly dealing with some substance issues. But it's a nice little warning right here.
You got a second?
What's up?
I need to talk to you.
What do you need?
There's a complete emergency going on and you don't believe me. And you need to go home, put on your air conditioner, keep your family safe.
Are you
Tell
safe?
everybody you know.
Are you
and
safe?
Call the news station.
Are you safe?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Go. I gotta hurry up.
Yes.
All right.
Pray
I
for
need
Jesus.
you, buddy.
We need
I'm
Jesus.
counting on you.
I'm going home.
You've been called.
Yes.
Your mission is now.
Thank you.
Go.
Let's go!
You've been called. Your mission is now.
She is on the side of the street up at some random dude's car window, and she's wearing her 7-Eleven employee uniform. And she is definitely, you said meth? I think you're on to something.
Some type
Sounds
of
like Andy Milonakis.
I like Andy.
Big Andy
Remember
guy.
that guy?
Great show.
Yeah.
Andy Schmilishmakis.
Yeah, Andy Schmilishmakis.
The man.
Well, that's it, fellas.
Alrighty.
Voting.
Man.
Is it our champ, John Owning? Probably 3 times at this point. 3-time champ, I think. Yeah, we were out there last Thursday. He's looking for 3 right here. Is it Woolchuck with the double question there for our guy Chris Young? Is it the Horny Tourette's reporter there presenting the award? Or is it the alleged meth head there at 7-Eleven with the warning and motivation? I'm going to go with Woolchuck, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I'll go with Woolchuck.
Lucius?
John Owning.
We're at 2-1, Bully.
I'm going with the Tourette's girl.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Woolchuck.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. He cannot run from it. It's Zach Woolchuck. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, there's some players that have been released, and I've got some scouting reports for others. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers for the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bank Nation here on The Fan. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Pitcher John Gray of your Texas Rangers is coming up at 3:20. It's a big day for the Cowboys. They're cutting this thing down and getting ready to play some NFL football here in about 12 days. Here's Broadus with the latest.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Man, I got a lot going on in my life right now here. So we're going to try and get it all together. Actually had somebody asked me about Christian Kirksey, the linebacker from the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
And so I got a scouting report on that one as well. Hold on one second. If I got to find that.
He was a starter for them. I did also see that the Broncos just traded one of their tight ends, Alberto, to the Eagles.
Guy from Missouri who nobody can pronounce his name.
But he ran an amazing 40 time.
Yeah, exactly. So
the Eagles just got him.
Oh, the Eagles just picked up Alberto. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. All right. Here we go with Kirksey. Good leader, bad in coverage, inconsistent against the run, but will give you decent stretches and make occasional big plays. So, and one of the reasons, too, that they said the Texans cut this guy, they saved about $5.2 million on the cap.
Oh, wow.
Was another reason why that he did that. So
Cowboys had a similar opportunity with Jordan Lewis, but decided to keep him.
Yeah, they sure did. Okay, the player that we traded for, Zach, the last name is, how do you say the correct way of saying it?
Benogany.
Okay. So that's, I want to go back. I got a report on him just a second here from Gang of Seven.
And this is just a player trade. Just
this
Joseph
this is just a straight player.
Corner for corner.
Yeah, straight player trade here. So I asked about this guy, any good? And my guy says, good, no. Functional, though. Athletic, but instincts hold him back.
Sure.
Good dude, wired right, more of a fourth or fifth, can play on special teams.
So more reliable than Kelvin Joseph, but not the upside.
Yeah, it sounds like much more reliable. But, but there you go. The trade-off with the special team stuff and all that, maybe that's something that you can deal with as well. But anyway, that's. I mean, who do you trust more to play? I will say this about Joseph: he played better this summer.
Mm-hmm.
His tape wasn't terrible, but I think that maybe some of the instincts, things like that. But
did they have turnover around him with any of the coaches? Because it seemed like they were so patient with him last year and wanted to go through
I don't think
all
so.
of that.
I think
he was, and now 12 months later, it's so different.
Yeah, that was Dan's guy.
Yeah,
that was Dan went to Lexington. And matter of fact, him and Quentin Bohanna no longer here. Those were two guys that Dan worked out. Will was there in Lexington for that workout, and they ended up drafting these two. All right.
That whole draft was bad.
Yeah,
I mean, outside, obviously, Micah and then Osa, but otherwise, you're going down the list of that 2021 draft, and I'm not sure how many of these guys are going to be on the team.
Okay, I went back and I looked up my college notes. This is just from the 2020. Maybe these are some things that kind of give you some clues about Noah. I said this. Good-looking player physically, has ideal size and movement skills. Former high school track athlete. He shows the ability to stay with his man. Foot quickness, speed is not a problem. He plays with some start-stop quickness. Can be a hard guy to shake in coverage. Played the ball well in the air versus Alabama, but struggled some against LSU. Again, this is 2020. He has some balance issues. Didn't feel like he tracked the ball well enough in that game. Ability to carry receiver across the field, which I always love those guys that can do that. Do not see a great tackler here. Effort is good, but times results are not. There's some bad angles when he's trying to tackle, and that hurts him in trying to finish plays. Can see the athletic ability in his game. Can be good, but not great. That was my notes from. Do you remember anything about him?
Yeah,
yourself?
a lot of the, length. I thought he was a physical player. I didn't know that. What round did you have him graded in?
I had him in the third,
In
and
the
he
third.
went, and he went in the. And
I thought he went a lot
first.
higher than I
Yeah.
thought that he would have gone with Miami. I was surprised to see him be a first rounder. But hey, this makes sense. I think he's a true outside guy, and they were trying to work Joseph more inside, which means Jordan Lewis isn't going anywhere. I mean, they already basically have said, hey, he's going to be active for the 53-man roster. But I think John Owning made a great point on Twitter or X now that, moving from another inside guy and you draft a guy that purely is an outside player, they feel good about Jordan Lewis and Deron Bland now working inside.
Okay, I'm getting some reports or some guys filling me in on some things. It looks like that and some of the cuts, it looks like they're going to put Josh Ball, in fact, on the injured reserve. I felt like that he might be a guy that they keep for a day and then put him on, put him on injured reserve the next day. It looks like he's going to go straight to injured reserve.
So does that mean he's out for a longer period of time?
He's out for the year.
Oh, that's the whole year.
Yeah, the whole
Okay.
year. David Durden.
What was his injury?
He was the soft tissue hip injury. Is what he was
Is
dealing
that like
with.
a hip labrum? Is it significant, or do you think they're stashing
there
it?
sounded like there was a tear in there.
Yeah.
It sounded like there was a tear. As also on injured reserve is going to be David Durden, the wide receiver. That they gave a pretty good signing bonus to the rookie. Overshown, we know about the knee. Stevens, we know about the knee. Okay. As far as Will Greer was officially released, Malik Jefferson will be officially released from what I'm gathering here. We said Trent Sieg, the long snapper. That's with the thought of bringing him back. Him and Adoga would be those vested veteran guys that you would waive, and then it allows to make some moves. They'll sign those guys back. Quentin Bohanna was mentioned as a guy. We talked about Jabril Cox. Malik Davis is another one. Matt Farniak is a guy that got Simi Fehoko is going to be on this list as far as when they do the cuts. Simi Fehoko, is any surprises there with Simi Fehoko at all?
I felt like Jalen Brooks, if they went 6, had taken that spot, but I do love you, Simi.
Brock Hoffman, we mentioned. Dennis Houston, we mentioned. Isaiah Land, that was a guy that I kind of felt like that maybe he was playing maybe well enough to kind of sneak his way onto the roster. I guess that's not going to be the case with him.
Yeah, that's a bummer. As long as he clears waivers, it's no big deal. But I think that's a guy who could be a legit pass rusher for you at some point.
Brian, do you agree that this roster is talented and they're letting guys go that are going to continue and have careers?
The ones that I wonder if a change in scenery will do, because I think Quentin Bohanna was starting to come around.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's one of those, he goes somewhere else. I really do like these coaches here, these defensive. I like AD and Dan. I think they do a really good job.
I think is a good addition.
Sharif Floyd, I think they all do a really good job. He might be a guy that goes on and does well somewhere else. I'm interested in what Jabril Cox might do if he's claimed, because I think the ability is there. He just didn't show it enough. I think the injury got Malik Davis, I think, is another guy that could go to a team. The only thing I saw that was a problem with Malik Davis really was pass protection. Other than that, he catches the ball. He runs the ball tough. Maybe he goes on with somebody else and has an opportunity. Farniak, I don't know. Like I say, there's some teams that are dying for offensive linemen. Do they think enough of Farniak as being a possible guard, swing guy, center guard combination to make a claim there? Played plenty of snaps for people to get evaluations of him. Actually played when Zach Martin went down and during the regular season.
Yeah, thought he did a decent job last year. And then didn't they use him as a fullback too at times? Wasn't he in the
Exactly.
Yeah, he swapped in for McGovern.
Yeah.
When McGovern got hurt.
I'm okay with Brock Hoffman being released. I mean, I could see them wanting him back. There was a lot of talk about him coming back. A lot of talk of him making the roster.
Well, you could tell they wanted him to. He was getting a lot of the looks early on, but it was never impressive.
Yeah, I think Archer mentioned he could be one of the guys they bring back, to your point, if he clears waivers, and that he might even be elevated for week 1 as your backup center.
Yeah. So, and also too, I'm getting kind of word that we talked about Ronald Jones. Remember, he's on a list. You don't have to waive him. He's on a suspended list, is what he's on. So. You don't worry about that at all with him. He goes to immediately that list, so he's gone for 2 weeks. if you want to bring him back in week 3, say you have an injury, something happens with one of these running backs, then in fact, he can come back. And then also too, I've got word that Alex Taylor-Palou, the big long tackle, the number 72, that I felt like that there were some things that he did were pretty well. It probably needs a little bit more strength for him as a player.
I know what time it is then.
Yeah. But he's going to be
like, hey, why don't you link up with Ronald for a couple of
sit you up with Falco.
Hang out with old Rojo for the weekend.
Yeah, and, hang out.
We'll see you back in a couple months.
But we'll see how this list. Like I say, these are guys that I was kind of hearing about that they were going. But like I say, there's I gave you a little report on the new player with the Gang of 7 things, and again the linebacker Christian Kirksey. Some people were asking me about that guy too.
Krusty's Corner every
you,
afternoon. Thank you, Brian. At 2:40 here on 105 through the Fan, you hear from the former Cowboy scout, whether it's roster cut down day, a football Friday, a Cowboy Monday, he's got you covered. When we come back, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Chuck, where are you taking us?
All the latest cuts and trades from around the league. Jimmy G on Trey Lance and a beer deal of a lifetime. That's next.
It's still time to get an Immense Tea Clinic, though, here, guys. The summer of
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Pitcher John Gray of the Rangers is coming up in 20 minutes. Had a nice start yesterday that allowed the Rangers to stay in and ultimately get the win in the 8th and 9th. So we're excited about them getting back after it tonight in New York against the Mets. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch shortly after 6. Time now for the NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
We got cuts. We got trades happening left and right in the NFL. Cowboys involved in that. Brian broke most of it down there in Krusty's Corner, but if you did miss it, maybe you're just now jumping in the car. The Cowboys did trade Kelvin Joseph, basically player for player, to the Miami Dolphins for Noah Igbenogany of the Dolphins.
I got to learn that name.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. It's certainly not. So he'll play a corner, be a backup, outside guy, play some special teams. The Giants are releasing veteran wide receiver Jamison Crowder, according to Ian Rappaport. They also released former Cowboys wide receiver Cole Beasley.
He's washed. Yeah, that's it. I think the Bills and Tampa had him and then let him go last year. Now it's the Giants.
I think did he leave Tampa early? Didn't he decide he didn't want to play?
I think he was only there for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think he kind of said, I'm not interested in doing this anymore, kind of a thing. But yeah, that's why he went back with Brian Daboll, right? Because he'd played for him in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. That's why he went back to the Giants.
Seemed like a good fit there.
Yeah.
I saw it might be one of those vested veteran situations as well.
Oh, really? Bring him back?
So
okay,
there is a chance of that. And it doesn't look like Jonathan Taylor has been traded.
No,
so.
Jonathan Taylor's still not traded yet.
Is that a nice vest they get, Brian?
For the vested veteran?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
actually
a green jacket?
Yeah, it's kind of it works with a lot of other jackets too.
No way it's nicer than your LSU Tiger vest that you got.
No, but I wish I had a really nice vested. I'm vested though in the National Football League.
Heck yeah, you are.
Definitely a vested veteran.
But I don't have a player. I don't have a player vest. I have a administrator vest.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Pocket protector.
Suits vest.
Yeah, suits vest, yes.
Our guy Ben DiNucci also got waived by the Broncos. Sean Payton didn't want him anymore. What the hell?
Needed a spot for that kicker.
Hasn't he made so much money on these hats, though, he could just retire at this point?
Probably.
Everywhere you go, there's one of those hats now.
He could just keep playing the XFL, right? Isn't that what he could do?
He could.
Yeah.
Just keep
go
playing,
back to the
man.
XFL.
He's like a hero in that.
He was very good there.
Yeah.
Dolphins are also reworking former Cowboys wide receiver Cedric Wilson's contract. Miami's lowering his base salary to $2 million, giving him a $3 million signing bonus, which equals the $5 million in guaranteed salary this year. Incentives can push salary up to $7.25 million, and the contract will now
I'd love to have him back
after 2023. So yeah, we talked about that. Is that a guy that maybe you'd want to go trade for? Dolphins move some money around to keep him.
Well, good news is Michael Gallup looks to be back to himself, and Jalen Tolbert made the strides that you wanted to see. So you didn't really need him anymore. From a Dolphins standpoint, I thought a lot of people were wondering, okay, are they opening up a little space to make that move for Jonathan Taylor? And then that has yet to happen. The Colts put this deadline on it, though. In theory, the trade could still happen at any point.
At any point today. Yeah, it really could. Or just throughout the rest of the week. I mean, there's no need for it to immediately happen today. But, yeah, and I was seeing, the amount of carries that Jonathan Taylor got while at Wisconsin, the track record for a player with that many, plus how many he's already had.
You're sounding like Eric right
over
now.
Over 300 touches. Well, I mean, look, Melvin Gordon got cut again today. By the Ravens. That was a similar guy. Wisconsin running back.
He's complimenting you when he says that.
That's a mistake.
He's basically saying you sound like a genius.
I'm not.
I don't think so, Eric.
I'm not against the running backs, but yeah, I agree with Eric. I'm not trading for Jonathan Taylor on this one. Isaac Alarcón has been waived by the Cowboys as well. For those that text about Isaac Alarcón, I don't believe he's eligible anymore as part of that program.
He's going to have to make the practice squad, and the reason why you would bring him back is because he can play defensive tackle and he can play guard on the scout team. So he's kind of a
two-way player.
He's a two-way player that could help you with practice. So
there you go.
That's one of the reasons why I think that Dan Quinn wanted to try him at tackle, because he saw him last year jump in there and get some reps. So I could see him coming back.
The Panthers have also cut Deion Jones.
Moves the needle a lot, doesn't it?
There's a Dan Quinn player.
Yeah, it is. And that, I've already been asked a lot about that on Twitter. And we've discussed Deion Jones.
Brian's looking at his phone and saying, what are we looking at
We
here?
haven't heard good things about this one.
Yeah.
No. He if he had it at one point, he's breaking down and just, not the kind of player that obviously that Atlanta or Carolina wants. I don't know how much he can help your room.
The Eagles signed Isaiah Rodgers, the cornerback of the Colts. Now, if his name sounds familiar,
it does.
He is the one who's been suspended indefinitely by the NFL for betting on games. So I don't know when he's ever going to play. Maybe next year.
Next year.
But the Eagles have gone ahead and brought him in as a corner. They also traded for Alberto, as we mentioned previously, the tight end.
I think that's
of the
actually
Denver Broncos.
Are these guys that get suspended, are they allowed to even be anywhere around the facility?
Man,
because if they are,
I struggle with that question all the time.
I like the idea of having that guy there just to be just standing right outside the front doors of your facility.
I don't think Calvin Ridley was.
Just as a reminder.
Calvin Ridley wasn't.
I don't think so.
Ronald Jones was allowed to be, but I don't know if he is during these 2 weeks. Is he allowed to be around?
I don't
the
think so.
facility?
I just think having one of these guys who's been burned by the gambling policy, having him standing outside the front of your facility every day so the players, are reminded every day, what not
Why
to do.
Isn't he out here,
what
guys?
not to do.
Just so you know. Giants are trading for Boogie Basham, the defensive end, in a trade with the Buffalo Bills. They've also cut O'Shane Ximenez, who was a third-round pick.
That's a funny name to look at, Ximenez.
It is, right? It's Ximines. But Basham, a second-round pick out of Wake Forest in 2021, and brothers of Terrell Basham, former Cowboy defensive end, who's also been cut today. So a lot of news for the Basham family. As, you got one still in the league, one kind of trying to stay in the league. The Vikings are fielding calls for Waxahachie's own Jalen Reagor. That was after he was a big bust in the same draft as CeeDee Lamb. The Eagles took Reagor over Justin Jefferson, then traded him to the Vikings. Now the Vikings are thinking maybe we can flip him for a pick or something. But I don't know. Maybe he ends up getting cut if they can't trade him. Vikings are also working on a record-breaking extension with Justin Jefferson that could happen at any moment. They want to get this done before week 1, and that's big because we need to look at that because CeeDee Lamb's probably going to be eyeing what that number looks like.
Yeah. I think if you're CeeDee Lamb, whatever Jefferson hits, you're going to maybe take 5 to 10% less, so that's...
There you go. That's where I think if you take the same approach that Diggs took with his contract, I think you play right into Stephen Jones' wheelhouse. If you don't try and reset the market, I think they work with you a little bit easier on that.
Yeah.
Just be cool. And if you're 5 or 10% lower, hey, we're up for that. Because
there you go.
if we do all of those, it's fair to you. You're not the best wide receiver. You're getting like the second or third best wide receiver's money. And if we do a bunch of deals like that, maybe we can save enough money to actually, sign some free agents like they were able to or make trades like they were able to for reasonable contracts.
Trey Lance is going to be on NFL Total Access, or Jimmy Garoppolo is talking about Trey Lance. He said, quote, he's got a bright future in this league. He was also talking to Sports Illustrated. They asked him about the trade, his thoughts about Trey Lance moving to the Cowboys.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Jimmy G, maybe some bad blood there still with the Niners. It's
absolutely. I mean,
interesting how
didn't
this
sound
is
too
going.
happy, did
No,
he didn't. I don't think they. I mean, they kind of strung him along there a little bit, but he kept getting hurt. And in the Super Bowl, it was obvious he was a problem. Like he was not good enough to keep that ball moving. I don't blame the 49ers for how they handled it. I think it's weird to give up what they gave up to go for an unaccomplished player like Trey Lance. That was maybe the weirdest thing they've done. And then you get dealt the weird thing where Mr. Irrelevant is better than your third overall pick, and you got to move on because it's creating a distraction inside the room. So, I don't know. I think obviously Shanahan would love to have one player that could stay healthy and run and be accurate, but they've had bad luck happen to them. Like if I'm the 49ers, I'm feeling like just it's been bad luck to us. We haven't been trying to be unfair to anybody. Heck, we tried to trade Jimmy Garoppolo a year earlier. Nobody wanted him. Nobody wants a guy who's mediocre at best and is always hurt, Jimmy. That's what I'd say back.
Yeah, and for him to be pointing any fingers at the Niners, it's like, what other team could you have been on, Jimmy, and been the starting quarterback in a Super Bowl? Not many.
Yeah.
So thank God that you were on that team because it gave you another opportunity for more contracts and more, I guess, respect.
And if it weren't for Tommy B, maybe the Patriots, the team that he was previously on.
That's a good situation. That would have been great for him. I love Bill today, by the way. I know it's NFL news of the day, but he's having to take that it's unsustainable to do what the Rams and Niners and Eagles have done. Are you getting to that? I mean, it just kind of goes. Bill Belichick is in the Cowboys land where he feels like you manage the cap year to year and you don't take any big risks. And he's deluded into thinking that's a winning plan because he had Tom Brady.
Yeah.
That's not going to work with Mac Jones.
No. You can't have Joe Schmo, Kendrick Bourne at wide receiver and expect it to really work for you.
But Shanahan figures it out one way or another. I'm just so disappointed in, all these teams that are struggling to run the ball. How are we not just copying what the Niners do and doing that? Like, that would be my first question as an owner. Oh, my offensive line isn't good, Mr. Owner, man. We can't run the ball. Oh, really? How do the Niners do it? Oh, are you running those same schemes? Are you coaching in the same way? Is there a guy that's been over there that knows how to teach those techniques we can bring in? Because he doesn't have a great offensive line either. But he's running the ball and figuring out a way to make really average quarterbacks look great. That's, to me, there's a lot of things going on at San Francisco that are conversation worthy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trey Lance looked so good under him. Now he's with the Dallas Cowboys, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, that system does work. I mean, it works with the Dolphins. We'll see how it works with Houston, with Slowick over there. Certainly it works with McVay in the Rams. So, I mean, heck, let's call Mike Shanahan up and get all the tips that we can, because that has certainly worked very, very well, that type of running scheme. And I don't know, is Mike Solari's not off that tree at all, is he? He had never spent time with Mike or...
Trying to think, because he was in San Francisco for a bit, but that was with Mike McCarthy. It wasn't.
And then Harbaugh, maybe?
Yeah. That's the thing about the whole thing. It's the Shanahans know how to run the ball, because they used to do that where they cut the backside, where they
it's always worked.
Yeah, that's that, like the zone.
The history of football is guys have something, you go study it, or they even teach it to you.
Steal it, yeah.
Steal it, yeah.
I mean, even, I know they traded for Christian McCaffrey, but you've got the Raheem Mosterts that are having success. The Dolphins, I don't know why the Dolphins would want to trade for Jonathan Taylor. I feel like that's a system where they've seen it work with Jeff Wilson. They've seen it work with Mostert, who's there now as well. I don't think they really need an elite running back to come in there and be able to run the football. It's a little bit strange.
But it's the same thing why San Francisco made the deal for McCaffrey.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he put him over the top. There's no question.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, but McCaffrey is a much more versatile and better player than Jonathan Taylor.
When he gives you in the passing game...
Well, you can throw the ball to Taylor.
He's not the type of receiving weapon, though, as McCaffrey. You can throw the ball to him as a check down, but McCaffrey can run routes out of the slot, much like we talked about with Bijan.
I kind of feel like that. I feel like that if that coach down there in Miami got a hold of Taylor,
you'd see him do that.
Maybe.
Yes.
Hey, you could be right.
Yes.
You could be right. Because McDaniel's off that same tree. He's cut from that same cloth. So maybe
he knows how to run. He knows how to run the ball down there.
I think the thing with Solari and Schottenheimer, both of them that are interesting, is they worked in Seattle when they had a bad offensive line and they kept running the ball.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the direction that Jerry and Mike are trying to get the team to.
We had a Dolphins trade as veteran lineman Dan Feeney has been traded to the Bears for a 6th-round pick. So there's another offensive lineman that maybe the Cowboys could have been looking at.
Talked to somebody at the Bears. That was more about he's like a center. They're struggling. They're struggling inside at guard and center. So this was a center move, is what this was.
Zappy Hour has officially ended in Foxborough.
They moved on from Bailey Zappi,
according to Ian Rappaport.
Wow, maybe that was for Mac Jones.
That is a surprise.
That could have been a Mac Jones
Who
deal
was
right there.
the second quarterback in New England? I could look this up.
Isn't it always Brian Hoyer?
I feel like Brian Hoyer is always available. Just if you need to call him.
Brian Hoyer's he's somewhere else.
Yeah, I know he's not there, but it's Brian Hoyer.
I
feel like he was in Houston for a little bit. Brian Hoyer's been bouncing.
I thought he was with the Raiders.
Maybe he was with the Raiders.
He's with the Raiders.
Is he still with the
He's
Raiders?
with the Raiders. Only when he's not with the Patriots.
With McDaniel,
which I think he is.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is with the Raiders right now. I have no idea who the backup would be for. It might be
Damon Heward.
Is it Damon Heward? And then they drafted Cunningham, the Louisville quarterback. Damon
Heward. It's not Brock Heward.
That dude's like 10 years old. Damon Heward, former Chief.
Damon Heward, man. I don't know how that name came into my mind, and I'd like to apologize for even
He very
saying
well could be the backup there. Maybe it's one of the McCowns.
Yeah,
still floating around.
God, we could look this up, boys, but I mean, we don't have to sit there.
You got the same Googles we do.
Well, the point is, it's a question that is
text
irrelevant.
messages while we're doing
There's not a person in the world who cares who the backup quarterback is for the.
It is okay. 817 says Malik Cunningham, the guy that they're also trying to make a wide receiver from Louisville.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
He is he's a multi-positional dude. He was a quarterback. He is a wide receiver.
Like their new Julian Edelman.
That's what I remember when they were doing Troy Brown
Yeah.
When he was a wide receiver,
Yes.
making pass defense moments happen as a corner, I believe.
Man, the Chargers did release Max Duggan, former TCU star, so he's out there on the market, and I think that opens up a move for Will Grier to sign there. We talked about that in the postgame show. You got the correlation of Kellen Moore over there, Doug Nussmeier's over there. They were big Will Grier fans. Maybe he ends up there. And then Von Miller, DeSoto zone. He's going to stay on PUP as he recovers from a season-ending surgery a year ago. He's going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. Sean McDermott feels like, okay, he'll be ready to rock after that 4 weeks, and hopefully for the 34-year-old he is, because they missed him. And we wrap up NFL News of the Day with this bar in Milwaukee. According to USA Today, Jack's American Pub, a Milwaukee-based bar, claims that every time Aaron Rodgers starts the game for the Jets and loses, they will pay whatever your bar tab is.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
That might be the best deal. Quote, the covered tabs must be opened at least 15 minutes before kickoff and don't include food. The offer only applies if Rodgers is starting and the Jets showdown doesn't coincide with the Packers game, something that's scheduled to happen only 4 times this season. You also have to be present the entire game to cash in on the offer. But I like this offer. Good gimmick here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great party. That'll be an awesome crowd, and if you win, everybody's celebrating double. I bet they're marking up those drinks right about now, though.
Probably
before
are.
the season
Are we
starts.
losing money on this, though? Are we going to lose money on this thing, you think?
Well, if the Jets end up coming away with more victories than they do losses.
I know, but your gut feeling, are we going to lose money at this bar?
No, I think they'll be all right.
I think they're going to end up making money.
Yeah.
I think this is good, yeah.
All right.
Might happen a couple of times, but they'll make up for it on the other days with some huge, like $30,000 bar
And if
nights.
food's not involved, at least the people would have to pay for the food.
You don't
get all this
understand. Like,
marketing.
their food up there is not great.
They're just not eating.
No,
They're just drinking.
If you could put as much crap on a plate, they're happy with that.
They're like on the soda
There's
diet
this place,
permanently.
Yeah,
We're
there's
drinking
this
our
place
meals.
called the Old Country Buffet. They just hand you a wheelbarrow
of cheese.
Seriously, you walk in there, it's like Ron Wolf, my boss, like when I first started work up there, he goes, hey, let's go to this Old Country Buffet. We went there. He goes, man, never again. We're not coming back. Never again. But it's a place like literally you could put as much S on a plate and pile it as high as you want, and these people love it.
And by plate, you mean a gardening utensil that you use to push around dirt.
Yeah.
A wheelbarrow.
Yeah, literally the people up there, the food is not great. I'm sorry. It's just not.
There's a lot of like restaurants that in some of these depressed northern towns. I don't know if there's the equivalent in Texas, but a lot of these restaurants are damn near like cafeterias. You know, that's the quality of food, and it's just it's people lined up trying to eat cheap.
Yeah, but let me tell you this though, and like if you're comparing to like Luby's and places here, man, Luby's is a freaking
Luby's way better.
Luby's is 3-star Michelin compared to what's going on up there.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's brutal, some of those places, and it is. It's got that same smell like you walked into an elementary cafeteria.
Well, they encourage you to go into a bar area first and sit around and have 3 drinks before you actually eat your food. Seriously, like here you could table for 2. You could wait in the bar. And they make you wait in the bar, and it's a 3-drink minimum. You sit in there, drink, and then your food, like, oh, this food's great.
Yeah.
Bunch of crap.
I mean, Dallas is literally like one of the 5 or 6 best places in all the country to want to go to be hungry in.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible. Okay, college football super segment coming up at 3:40. Pitcher John Gray of your Texas Rangers had himself a good outing last night. No decision, but the Rangers got the dub. We'll see how he feels about that and what's left of the schedule here coming up next with you on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show. It's brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Oatly Oat Milk Soft Serve. Try it. You might even like it. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. It's presented by the Frankels. Yeah, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel. It's 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Rangers pitcher, John Gray, here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Oh, doing well. Thanks for having me.
Right on. Thanks for coming on again. It was good watching you last night. How do you like being in New York?
It's fun. It's different, It's different from where I grew up. It's always fun to see, but good experience, but also fun to play.
Now, do you like getting out there into the town and trying out the New York pizza and the coffee shops? Do you have your little places you like to go check out from over the years?
No, I haven't. I haven't gotten out a lot, but when I do get out, I usually go for a walk at Central Park or something like that. I don't really go in and eat and all that, but I do get pizza. I just don't have a favorite spot yet.
Yeah, right on. It's John Gray here with you on The Fan. Now, are you okay with the no decision if the team still wins? I imagine a team player like that, you're okay with that kind of deal?
Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah. So, for me, when I'm out there and I'm competing in golf now as a middle-aged guy, I'm just trying to break 100. And under that, it's a good day. Do you have a number of innings and runs or hits or something like that where you're going to be satisfied if you come out of the game and it's below that?
Not so much. Not so much the line. Sometimes the line doesn't really match how you do, and baseball's kind of hard to stay focused on the positives a lot whenever things don't go your way. So I really try to think of what I can control and really focus there.
Because I'm thinking of a game a couple of weeks ago where you were great. I think you gave up one run or something, and maybe the team got shut out, and you're sitting there in the clubhouse saying, "Yeah, I got to figure out a way to be better than this." And I'm like, "Wow, man, that's a guy that's got tough standards on himself."
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I expect a lot for myself. I know what I'm capable of, so I get a little ticked off when it doesn't show up. But just trying to leave everything out there, and that usually satisfies me whenever I leave everything out there and really compete well.
Do you feel more pressure as a starting pitcher to try and go deeper into the game when you see maybe the struggles that the bullpens had? I know, not the results that they're wanting, and they certainly have a high standard for themselves, but for you being out there when you have the ball, you're like, man, I want to try and maybe pitch a complete game here.
Oh, for sure. I'm always trying to get into the, 8th, 9th inning for sure. But, no, I mean, I don't really think about it that much. It's usually just me just wanting to get deep into the ball game rather than thinking about the moves. So I'm trying to go CG every time.
How different is it pitching when we get down closer to the end here and two teams in the division within just a game and a half of each other?
Well, it'll be pretty exciting because we've seen each other this year already a few times. So we have a couple more series left with them, but it'll be really interesting. We've already had so many battles, and it'll be interesting to see how much those game plans change. So ready for it.
John Gray with us here in the G-Bag Nation. John, when you're in New York and Max Scherzer is being surrounded by all the media and he gets booed, do you still just stay away from him, or do you like, hey, he's not pitching today, so he's approachable, right? And you can go say, hey, man, it's all good, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. Not on a start day. At the end of the day, you're good. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough. But we're glad to have him. He's thrown the ball great for us, and it's really been fun to watch and learn from him too.
Do you happen to know what's on his pregame playlist?
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's on there, but I would imagine it's something really intense.
Can you confirm no country music in the weight room though if Scherzer's in there?
For sure, yeah. That's the only beef I have with country music. Is sometimes it's kind of like a sad feeling.
Was there like a team MO that was sent out before Scherzer arrived to be like, hey, when it is game day, just stay away, or how did everybody just know?
By the way, he carries himself for one. If you didn't have any clue and you just kind of saw him walking around, I don't think you would really want to approach him anyways on a start day because he's like a man on a mission. But he does a pretty good job of letting people know. And explaining things the way you want to. So
if he's the 1 seed for intensity, who's the second guy that comes to mind, maybe on this Rangers team or throughout time in baseball for you?
Oh, intensity-wise, probably I'm going to go with Arenado. I mean, he was intense, super intense guy.
But John, hey, by the way, thank you for pitching your ass off last night and keeping us in these things where we have an opportunity to win. When I'm asking you these pitchers, when there's a little bit of a rough patch with what's going on in the bullpen and stuff like that, the conversation between the starters and the bullpen, does that ever change, or is it just like, do you leave those guys alone, or is it more encouraging? How do you guys handle dealing with each other maybe when there's a little bit of a rough patch going on?
Yeah, I mean, I've had lots of good talks with relievers and the guys in the pen. Because there's a lot of things we do that are similar. With sliders, I've talked with Jonathan Hernandez a lot about those, and I think we help each other out. But it's good to be really like reinforcing and just really I don't know what the right word is, but to just be confident behind each other. Because we know what kind of arms we have, and we've had a rough go lately, but we knew we were going to show up, and we're excited to see it.
So there's no division really. I mean, it's not like you sit at your locker and like, damn, I can't get any help. It's more encouraging than it is anything else, right?
Right. Yes, exactly. Like we all know how we work and what we do. And a lot of times for myself, I get in my own way a lot of times. So, a lot of times less is more. And like, sometimes I have to think a lot less about pitching to pitch well.
It's John Gray here with your Rangers pitcher. Not only a big leaguer, was also very accomplished at Norman there, the University of Oklahoma. Do you get fired up for college football?
Not lately. I feel like every time I watch them, they lose. So
yeah.
I've just been kind of like keeping up with the updates. I haven't really watched many games in the last few years. I've kind of jinxed them, I think.
The last year was kind of rough. Are you a football fan? Are you a fan of other sports?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I played all sports growing up, and definitely a fan.
So when you were growing up, what was your second best sport?
I would say football.
Uh-huh.
Football or wrestling. Wrestling was fun when I was younger.
Were you a quarterback in football?
I was a backup to my brother. My brother was a quarterback. I was a tight end and D end, and my brother was the quarterback and linebacker.
Oh, that must have been fun. Now it is cut down day in the NFL. Have you ever been cut? When's the last time it happened?
Oh man, I don't know. Probably like some backyard party volleyball or something like that. I don't know. It's been a little bit.
Well, I saw a story today about a player who was getting promoted for the first time from AAA to the majors, and he missed about 3 different calls from his clubhouse manager because he was playing PlayStation. When you go back to your first time you got the call, like, hey, you're going to the show, what was that experience like for you? And I don't know if you have any equal funny stories that are random like that.
Yeah, I remember being in, we were in Fresno, and I remember doing the chart that day. I was in the stands doing the chart, and after the game, everything was going, normal and everything. And the manager wanted to see me in the office, and I thought that was kind of strange. Like, man, I screwed up the chart. He's gonna, So I messed up the chart or something like that. So I get in there. I thought I was gonna get worn out, but he gave me the good news, and man, it was a happy time.
We discovered last week that Roger Clemens used to put Icy Hot on his downstairs because he liked being uncomfortable on the mound. This was before every game. If you knew, John Gray, that you were going to have the same type of pitching acumen as Roger Clemens, but you had to put Icy Hot on your downstairs before every game, would you do it?
Oh, my gosh. I don't think so. There's got to be another way.
In this hypothetical, John, no, man, this is it.
It's a man that believes in himself right here.
It's a man that hates Icy Hot.
If it's the only way, I guess so.
Hell yeah, John Gray, baby. Now, okay, what about Jorge Posada? He was talking about how he had to toughen up his hands in spring training so he would actually urinate on them. Is there any chance, John Gray, have you ever seen anything like that? Because Jorge Posada confirmed it.
No, I mean, I've heard that myth. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, if it was in a situation where it was the way, then I'm doing it.
Yeah.
This is the way.
Heck yeah, John
Mando
Gray's
guy,
doing it.
Mandalorian guy, John.
I haven't gotten around to that one yet.
Okay. This is the way plays a big part in that. Now, I did want to bring up the fact, along with Chiafalo's question there, back in June, you got scratched with the blister. If you would find out little action like that to take care of that, would you be willing to make that compromise?
Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. I don't think that's we can clean up afterwards. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it will be fine. And you said you've heard that myth before, but we did a full-on investigation in baseball or butt crack last week, and we confirmed it, John. That's true, man. If you need to toughen up the hands, just go ahead and pee on them.
It was just as surprised as you were.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes, it is, man.
Well, John, thanks so much for being a good sport and going out there and taking care of business for this baseball team and give them hell there in another 5 days. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
Salute. There he goes. Big John Gray here of your Texas Rangers. Brian, what's he get?
Yeah, he gets a $100 gift certificate from Pluckers. They got 8 of those in the DFW, so you can go by and grab him some wings and enjoy that time.
All righty. Rangers back in action tonight. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch, 6 o'clock. They've now won 2 of 3. And I feel like that could be the start of something fun. College football super seg coming up, right, Wolchuk?
Yes, Sark claps back at the Big 12 Commission. A podcast hopes he poops his pants.
Oh, no. Oh, wow. I saw that, actually. Can't wait to talk about it. But I also want to tell you about my friends at
year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find the road.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for a college football super segment. Now, here he is, Wolchuk.
All right, we'll have to do a G-Bag. You make the call on this. Notre Dame podcast host potentially crapping himself mid-segment. But we got some good audio here for you. Last week, Brett Yormark of the Big 12, and Eric, you gave us the quotes, but I've got the audio for you. He was at Texas Tech, and he was, rallying the Red Raider fans, and he talked about Texas and OU leaving the Big 12, and in doing so, really fired a shot at the Longhorns. Here's Brett.
In addition, candidly, we were able to get Texas and Oklahoma out a year early. That was a big deal for us, and I think all of you, okay? And Coach, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, but I'm going to be in Austin for Thanksgiving, okay? And you better take care of business like you did right here in Lubbock last year.
Woo! Everybody's getting pumped, right? Joey McGuire, he's smiling. I'm going to try and do that. This game's in Austin. The tickets are going to be pretty pricey. This is another thing, gentlemen. We were just talking off air about my relationship. My significant other is a Texas Tech Red Raider alum.
Okay. Yeah.
And she's like, maybe we should try and get tickets. Do you have a way to get tickets to go to Austin for Texas and Texas Tech? I'm like,
how many months will she be pregnant by then?
Sorry?
How many months will she?
That would be.
Are you planning on knocking her up tonight, Chuck?
I don't know. Maybe about 9. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Let's do the math on it from today. I guess it'd be 9 months.
Be about 18 months. Yeah. Who the hell knows? I don't even know how long those things take. But
I don't think God is going to trust Wolchuk to be a dad right now.
Probably not.
He'll
that would be a terrible situation, wouldn't it? But no, she was looking at that because her brother also went to Texas Tech. So this would be like a family thing. I'm like, I don't know if the tickets are ridiculous. The tickets for that game, yes, it's the last time that Tech and Texas could be playing for a long time. The tickets for Bedlam, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. We talked about this with Carter on the BetQL show. Holy crap, those tickets are expensive.
Yeah, dude.
Because it's the last time these are going to happen.
Yeah, they're gonna build these games up to be monstrous, not only from a ticket standpoint, but also from in the locker room standpoint. That's why I think no chance Texas is running the table. All these teams more than ever want to beat the crap out of Texas because they can feel like, we got the last laugh.
Yeah.
So it'll be a bigger target on Texas's and OU's back.
Good God.
than it really ever has.
So I got a little bit of advice here for you, Wolchuk. Not a lot, but how you played in general as a guy that's been in the broadcast business for 25 years now and been in a relationship the majority of the time. This is my work. I'm willing to go to some sporting events with you, but not many. So if this Texas Tech and Austin thing is a huge deal for you, we're going. Okay. But it's not something that I have the resources or the interest in doing a lot.
Right.
Okay. When I walk into a stadium, everybody's having a great time. I'm reminded of work. You know how I mitigate that is I watch it on TV from home while I'm relaxing. Okay, that's typically how I manage this kind of thing. But no, I'm happy to take you to probably a meaningless Big 12 game if that's your one that you want to do this year.
I think it'd be a lot of fun, but my gosh, I don't know that I have the ability to necessarily just get a bunch of tickets for you here. We're not getting tickets every day for these kind of events. That's people.
I'm sure Joey's listening. Joey will get you a pair.
Joey, yeah, that's true.
Maybe Broadus is onto something.
Joey McGuire, friend of the show.
You get her, you get her pregnant, and then she can't drink any beer out there at the game.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
That's going to save you.
That'll save you. It's honestly a good business decision.
Yeah,
Brian, we're working on it tonight, sir.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling like that maybe you could have done something like that.
I knew that's where you were going.
Forward thinking, Brian.
Well, if she was like 9 months pregnant, maybe she can't make it to the game. It's hard getting up down the stairs at
That's a good point. Well, and it's like $100 for the nosebleeds.
Yeah,
which, look, I'm for the nosebleed seats, but you're right. That's going to be a lot of walking up and down.
A lot of walking. You're not going to be able to park near the stadium.
No.
So a lot of walking there. I was kind of thinking that
problem solved, man.
Maybe some pregnancy might help you there.
All right. Yeah. We'll work on that.
Sage advice, Broadus.
Now, Steve Sarkisian, he fired back at Big 12 commissioner.
I don't know if that was very good advice.
Brett Yormark, it might be. It'd be an expensive game all the way around, and that would make it more expensive, but I'm not opposed.
The more you know, right, guys?
I'm not opposed. So here is Sark replying to Brett Yormark.
Jokingly aside, but not. I got a letter from the commissioner about sportsmanship the day before that speech. And so I'm trying to figure out, about what are we promoting to our student athletes and then to go say those types of things. So I'm not guessing he's going to have his Thanksgiving dinner with us the night before that game. But the reality of it is, a lot's been made about that. A lot's been made about a T-shirt being made. Let's not make this more than it is, man. This is about us. We're focused on what we get to do and why we get to do it. We're proud to be part of the University of Texas, okay? We're proud to represent the burnt orange and white. We're proud to represent 550,000 living alumni. We're proud to represent 4 national championship teams. We're proud to get to go do that. And we know who's behind us, and that's okay. Now let's go play.
Yeah, I think like the sportsmanship things kind of go out the window when you talk about a team leaving a conference. You're trying to appeal to your new partners. It's just a different time, and I think if you're leaving a conference that you've been a part of for a long time, you got to expect that some kind of shots are fired. And I think reading between the lines, Sark kind of understands how complicated it is.
Yeah, and they're embrace the hate. That's their whole thing. Like Chris Del Conte was on with KMC yesterday, and that's what they're trying to do this year. They know that everybody's going to be going after them. Oklahoma, it's their last year in the conference. This is their last chance to go ahead and beat them. They're embracing it. We did have Kyle McCord. He's going to be the starting quarterback. We talked about this yesterday for Ohio State. Ryan Day went out and announced it. Now, he did say he's going to start this game, and Brown, their backup quarterback, is going to play some as well. So we'll see how Kyle McCord looks. He's going to get the first shot at this because he's the veteran. But there is a lot of optimism about Devin Brown there in Columbus at Ohio State. So Kyle McCord, if he doesn't look good, it could be a similar situation like we saw last year with Michigan, or it was Cade McNamara who started the season. Then J.J. McCarthy eventually ended up being the starter there, and Cade McNamara has since transferred. We now get to the really viral video of the day. This is from the podcast Irish Breakdown. It's hosted by Vince DeBario and Brian Driscoll. Now, during this podcast, Brian is talking, Driscoll that is, and his co-host Vince all of a sudden just gets up. You see him make a face.
Well, first, before he gets up, you see him sort of seizing up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like something just shocked him in a way that we've all experienced.
It's almost like he dropped down and lifted a cheek to try to get a good push out, and the push surprised him. That's what I see, Wolchuk.
I agree. It seemed like a don't trust a fart situation. Now, he then got up and then bolted off of camera. He comes back, he sits down with his co-host Brian Driscoll, and this is how the interaction goes.
To see. I was happy to see that. So, Vince, are you ready to get back with us? You all right, man? We had double trouble because you took off and I was muted, apparently. And there was like all the people at home were going like this, but I can't see any of them.
Well, I'll be honest. I got out of nowhere, two massive cramps in my quads. And I was like, I'm dying right now.
Man, I thought you were going upstairs to like lay down some fire and brimstone on the children.
I don't
the way
know
you
what's
jumped
wrong
up.
with me. Oh my goodness. I felt like I got sniped is what it felt like. So I was like, I need to stretch a little bit down here real quick. I can't even take myself out.
You didn't have time to take yourself out of the thing. You just left the whole show.
Anyway.
Now, I have quote tweeted the video and I tagged G-Bag Nation in it. The rest of America feels as though this guy crapped his pants.
Absolutely.
And I think so as well. You're not able to stand up and leave the camera if you're dealing with a double quad cramp attack.
And if you notice this video, when he gets up, he doesn't plant his keister and then stand up. He lifts his keister off because there's a mess down there. He doesn't want to smash up against his butt.
Yeah, avoid the smush.
He's at home, though, right?
Yeah, they're both at home.
This is open shut case.
Yeah, this is, but, we need to go back and see, was it changed shorts maybe when he came back?
Ooh, we need to study the film. I like this.
We need to study the film. Yeah, study the film.
Well, he might have just tossed the undies and kept the shorts,
It goes back to an old theory of mine. If you got to go number 2, it is very, very, very rare, in an emergency situation like that, someone will cop to it. They're going to make something else up. Actually, the only time people will tell you like that in an awkward situation is when they're going to do something that's way worse. Oh, I got to go to the restroom, man. I got the bubble guts. They're running off. They don't got the bubble guts. If they're running off suspiciously, they're embarrassed by it. They actually got to poop, and they're coming back with a crazy excuse.
Yeah, this guy definitely crapped himself.
He definitely crapped himself.
100% he did.
Why
Does he have different shorts on when he comes back?
I know, because he's embarrassed about
This
it.
guy crapped himself big time.
Was there any audio of like a...
No, so I thought about
there wasn't a Chris
there was a
Christie
reverb.
situation.
No, there was a reverb.
It sounded like there was something there, But it's such
there was panic in his face.
There was panic in the
bit.
face. It's
Yeah.
such a visual, the first piece of audio. I didn't think it was worth playing, but that's why it's on our Twitter. We've gone ahead and posted it. You can make the call, but I think the whole cramp excuse is BS.
Wait, so
100%.
if we want to watch a guy crapping himself live podcasting, we can just go to the G-Bag Nation Twitter account right now? Fantastic.
We maybe need to get this guy on.
Man.
Okay, we have an hour and a half of show to go before the Rangers resume. Winners of 2 of 3. They're in New York once again against the Mets, who are sitting at 60-72 on the year. And the Rangers are trying to turn the corner. When Chris Young said it yesterday after Sunday's defeat, at first I was stunned that he was still finding so much positivity and confidence. But after hearing that entire interview and then seeing how they pulled it out last night in the 9th inning, for the first time all year, they win a game when trailing in the 8th or 9th. And it came then? I don't think that's a coincidence. I think they're on the comeback trail, and Andrew Heaney's going to go out there tonight and have one of those performances that he has about once a month. Football's finest is coming up next. Where are we going with that, Chief?
I believe for the first time ever, the NFL has one of these.
Okay, I want to chat Twin Peaks, though. We have 11 of them in DFW thanks to that Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and now under an hour and a half from Rangers pregame. They're in New York against the Mets tonight, trying to keep the excitement rolling after last night's unbelievable comeback victory. You know, you figure going into the 8th now, Martin Perez is on the hill. You're like, heck, this is going to be 8-3 games over. Bam! Lightning struck once, and maybe that's the turnaround they need. You know, those one-score games in Major League Baseball, total flip of a coin. Maybe they're due for some good luck in that department now, and I'm here for it. It's time now for a little football's finest with Eric Chiafalo, and here he is, the Chief.
This has to be the first time in NFL history a guy with these measurables has made a football team, an NFL football team. Wide receiver Jake Bobo. He ran a 4.99 40.
Yes.
At the combine.
He did.
4.99 40. He's basically a 5-flat 40. He's a wide receiver.
Seattle, right?
He is in Seattle. He has made the Seahawks roster. I can't fathom that there's ever been a slower wide receiver to actually make an NFL football team, at least not since, when Broadus was in his heyday.
Mm-hmm.
Is he 6'10" with peach baskets for hands? What's going on here?
No, dude. He's just one of.
He had some catches against the Cowboys.
He did. He's not a bad player.
No, he's shown up consistently throughout the preseason, scoring touchdowns. He's finding ways to get open, and it goes to show that there can be more. There's things that are also important, and it's not only just the speed. But 4.99 is offensive line, 300-plus pounder slow. And at that position, I would have to think, can anybody tell me a slower person that's ever been on an NFL roster at that position?
No, and you'd like to think that was just like the worst 40 he's ever run in his life.
Maybe it was, but even if it was bad and he's usually a 4.9 flat guy. I mean, we used to always talk about like Anquan Bolden. How is Anquan Bolden? He's a 4.7.
Yeah, that's
4.7.
That's the one I would
we've heard.
Well, and 4.7 is pretty dang slow for a wide receiver, but okay. But we're talking about basically a 5 flat.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's as slow as we've ever seen at the position. So congratulations to Jake Bobo. You, sir, have made history today as being the slowest wide receiver in NFL history to make a roster.
I bet you he ran. He's UCLA, right?
Yeah.
I bet you he ran again. I'm looking for my ATP sheets that will, usually like when sometimes the ATP sheets are these workouts. So when they go to the school, like the UCLA, they post all, so these guys, he probably had another pro day. He might, 4.99, he might have ran 4.75 or something like that. I mean, I'll try and get the time for you.
Yeah, ATP me if you can.
I'll ATP you. I'm going to try and find him right
I mean,
now.
I'm Googling the Bobo and looking for 40 times at pro days or anything, and everything keeps coming up 4.99.
It's going to be a badge of honor for him. It's going to be like the Tom Brady 6th round thing. Like he's going to wear that and be like, despite that, I'm still
I ran
here,
a 4.99 and I'm kicking ass in the NFL.
Brian, his shuttle was 4.40. His 3-cone was 7.09. Are those decent times?
Would you say 4.00?
4.40.
4.4.
That's not that great.
That's
bad
not
shuttle.
Yeah.
So his
looking
excuse
for like a 4.1,
was
4.2.
that it might have been artificially slowed a bit since he ran it on a wet field. He says he usually runs a low 4.7.
So wait. Is it the combine? This is at the combine?
I think he ran his pro day.
Fantastic.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Mr. Bobo. That's pretty exciting stuff right there. We also have Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, who are clearly tanking. Has Kyler Murray played his last game in a Cardinals uniform?
It's a great question, and it could happen.
I think there's a very real possibility that happens.
And he's officially not playing week 3 against the Cowboys because he's going to be on the PUP list, so he's not going to be available there. But I think that it's very possible, especially if they're in a position to do what essentially happened when he was drafted to Josh Rosen. If they can take a Caleb Williams #1 overall, I think they do it and they say bye-bye Kyler.
Yeah. Is this a real injury?
Yeah, he suffered an ACL, I believe, last year, right?
Yeah, last year he blew the knee out, and so I'm sure there's a time where he could come back. But if it's middle of the season and they're going to be very likely the worst team in the sport, who's obviously tanking, trading away guys and cutting a quarterback who could potentially win them a game in an effort to bring in guys who likely will not win them a game so they can go get their new guy in Caleb Williams. I think there's a chance Kyler Murray's never playing another snap for the Cardinals again. But nonetheless, Jonathan Gannon, their head coach, despite the fact that they are clearly tanking, he won't give the name of their week 1 starting quarterback because he wants to maintain a, quote, competitive advantage. So I admire that from Jonathan Gannon right there. He's
Such a
like
competitive advantage.
He's steering you in a different direction. Oh, you think we're tanking? No. We're actually doing things to make sure that we have as much competitive advantage as possible here.
I think he's still going to have a good career. I know he's not like the ideal personality, and people have been talking about the intangibles and everything. He was an MVP candidate 22 months ago, halfway through the 2021 season. Kyler Murray was playing great, and it's not like he had amazing surroundings. He had a nice team. So I'm looking at especially like the NFC South. If I believe 3 of those teams, I kind of want Kyler Murray. There's a great arm talent in there. There's escapability. He's nifty with his runs. You play well around Kyler Murray, I think he can win you a Super Bowl.
Well, and if you have a coach who's a little bit more buttoned up and an adult in the room compared to what he's dealt with with the frat star,
Got to be a good fit with the head coach.
Maybe he ends up in New England with Belichick.
And I don't think it's an authoritarian. I just think it's somebody that Kyler Murray respects. I don't think he had a lot of respect for Coach Pro.
No.
There's got to be the perfect coach out there that can speak his language, can understand his challenges, and inspire him to be the best version of himself. That's all he needs. And by the way, even with playing video games all the time and being quiet or surly or whatever he is, he's good. He's very good. One of the best 15 quarterbacks in the NFL, no doubt. I think if Arizona lets him go, I would understand it because they're going through a rebuild. Maybe you can find somebody better in the draft and go cheap and all that, but I'm still a big believer in Kyler Murray. If I'm, Tampa, Atlanta, New Orleans, I'm like, this guy's better than the dude we got. If he is going to be available, we're going to take a shot at this.
There's no question he'd get another opportunity. I wonder about Sean Payton and the Broncos, even though Sean Payton wanted no part of the Cardinals' job. And I don't know if that was because of Kyler or just the dumpster fire that organization is. But when Russell Wilson eventually doesn't work out, that could be a place. It's funny because it's like, are you going to start Josh Dobbs, Clayton Tune, or David Blau? Tune, by the way, of Hebron High School, and then Blau of Carrollton Creekview. It looks like Blow, but it is Blau.
It's Blau. Well, don't forget to always set high standards for yourself and chase those dreams. If you'll remember, former NFL quarterback Blake Bortles, before he got into the NFL, he sat down during an interview and he was trying to sell himself on being the face of a franchise. And somebody asked him a question about, if it wasn't football, what would it be for you, Blake? And before his NFL career, this is what he said.
What would you do if you weren't playing football?
If I wasn't playing football, working construction, ripping cigs.
Okay, so not just working construction or just ripping cigs, but he likes the idea of doing both of them at the same time. And that's a man's man. And that's a guy who was dedicated to chasing a dream. And it looks like reports out of Florida are confirming that he's landed his dream position as he has joined the construction crew that is building his house in Florida.
He's so bored.
He's in retirement right now, and apparently he shows up every day with the crew with a hard hat and a heater, and he's like, "Man, put me to work."
Hey, maybe they could hire Miles Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
The construction be your plumbing guy.
Yeah, once Bortles gets that house built, he'll bring in Miles Jack to do the fine tunings with the plumbing and the electricity and all that kind of stuff.
Working construction, ripping cigs there. I love that. And before that, he gets asked, "Hey, what's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?" He just goes, "I don't know, pee."
Yeah, that was the kind of guy he was and is, man. And I'm proud of him. He's doing what he loves most.
Legendary.
Now, I also heard this sound, and tell me if the first few seconds of this sound is like just great drop material. If it was out of context, you're like, what the heck is going on? Here is Howie Long sitting on part of my Takes podcast talking about his son Chris Long and the weird thing that happened to Chris Long at birth.
I had 11 fingers when I was born. So here we are at the hospital in Santa Monica. Diane had just delivered Chris, and the doctors, you could see they were kind of, they take the baby and they take Chris over and wipe him down. And I can see there's something going on. And, your biggest concern always as a parent is health. And, that's number one. And Chris had the 11th finger, and they tie it off. There's no cartilage, and, it ends up kind of dying off, and they cut it off. But we have that in common.
Okay, so I'd never heard of something like this before, the tying off of the 11th finger. I wish that he would have given more context as to what finger was duplicated. Was it 2 pinkies? Was it 2 ring fingers?
Extra thumb.
Middle fingers, extra thumb. And is there any way that you consider, like, being in a football family, like, I want the 11th finger. Yeah, this is pass catching opportunities here.
Okay, most often that 11th finger is more like kind of like a pinky toe that's coming off of your real pinky, and it's just like a little nub.
Oh, okay.
Usually it's not like a full-on badass finger with all the ligaments and bones.
Gotcha.
That would maybe give you an advantage of like a 6-finger dude. It's just kind of like an extra little nub that's hanging off there. Like you have Antonio Alfonseca, the former Cubs pitcher, most notably.
Yes.
Yeah, you see that one on the right there, which is just that little nub that's coming off there. It's not functional. That's not helping you.
Okay.
It's just kind of a cool, piece of trivia about you.
Yeah, it's just like technically a finger, but it's not really.
Yeah, Mother Nature was like, oh, no, we forgot. We're not supposed to do 6, and like called it off a couple weeks in.
Now, Lucius, could you play the first just few seconds of that clip? Because I believe just Howie Long stating the facts of having 11 fingers at birth and his somber tone is just great drop material.
I had 11 fingers when I was born.
Like I think that's just a wonderful thing to throw in at any point. That's a fun fact for life. If you're playing that game of like 2 lies and a truth or whatever, or 3 lies and a truth, like that's a home run. That's getting the crowd going on the first day of high school when you're starting to get to know everybody, right?
I think so.
I think it's a great fun fact.
I think I'd be bragging about that more than I would feel down about it.
Yeah. No, you feel down about it when you're like the Petty John gentleman who I went to high school with who had the 4 fingers, and that's probably. You'd rather have the 6th than the 4th.
Then miss one.
And everybody always wanted to shake his hand, and it just felt like slightly different, just slightly different. And he was cool about it. He was a great guy. We mentioned Devontae Smith last week about how the Eagles wide receiver doesn't get enough sleep, or he gets enough sleep for himself, but for the average person, he only sleeps 4 hours a night. And if he gets more than that, he feels like he's like a zombie the next day. He's worthless. So he's only doing 4 hours of sleeping. And apparently, at the peak of professional athleticism, not only is he barely sleeping, he also is Mr. McDonald's guy. Not quite Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco style, but before every home game, he says, man, if it's a home game, I'm going to McDonald's before the game. Not going to lie to you, I'm getting a McGriddle, 2 hash browns, and orange juice for sure. I got to have it. That's his pregame meal. I'm like, dude, if I have something important going on, now obviously you build up a sort of a tolerance to these things, I would imagine, where McDonald's isn't affecting him in his tum-tum the same way it's affecting me or that podcaster we were listening to earlier. But the idea that you could just house some McDonald's and then go be a legit wide receiver a couple hours later, that just seems crazy to me. Like as a pregame meal, McDonald's, any fast food really, is a little bit insane. But at the same time, the best player on our team in high school was hitting Chicken Express 2 hours before every game.
Yeah.
Just crushing on mashed potatoes, fried okra, and chicken tendies with the serendipity. You know how Chicken Express does.
Oh,
That's
definitely.
incredible.
That stuff's delicious. I played basketball with this kid, and every day he would show up with a supersized McDonald's meal, like the quarter pounder with the giant fries and the giant soda, and crush it all. And he'd be like, I have to be full in order to play. And I'm like almost uncomfortably full. And I was like, man, that's weird.
It is.
I'm with you. I think a lot of these players that do this are compromising themselves. Is it 2%, 5%, 10, 15? I don't know. I feel strongly they're not the best version of themselves. They're just good, Like I'm talking to my team about hydration in this heat. You notice it when you have a headache and you feel like you want to throw up. Well before that, it's affecting your brain's ability to think clearly. You're not playing your best. You just don't feel bad yet.
Yeah.
So these fast food eaters, I don't feel bad. I'm still good. There's probably another 5 to 10% in there at least that you could get to if you clean your diet out, because water, it conducts electricity. Our body's energy are just giant electricity pathways. And if you get a bunch of crap in there and sugar and fat, it just blocks the signs firing. Why was I late to that play? Why didn't I recognize it was a curveball? I think a lot of it, that day-to-day, variation a lot of it be mitigated, I think, by consistent health and sleep.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm crazy on that. But some of these dudes are just like 21 years old. It doesn't matter.
Right.
They could do 3 hours of sleep and have the worst diet. But definitely as their 20s progress, they got to get that dialed in.
Well, I saw the stories about in Green Bay with those quarterbacks. They would slam down chili dogs at halftime.
Yeah.
And go play the second half of a game.
Hell, Lynn Dawson was smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing that some people can do that. Eat a po' boy sandwich, slam down a chili dog.
I mean, the White House Cowboys, that might be the most legendary example. And I think to that point, only really a few of them were so super powered and so totally, dominant that they could party all night and show up and still be the best player on the field.
What an amazing skill set, though. Where you're just genetically, you can get away with doing things that 99% of human beings couldn't get away with.
People can't even show up to work. Is McDonald's. I mean, it's insane, man.
Well, it's like if you redo Chad Johnson's career where it's no McDonald's and it's being dialed with a personal chef, does that change anything? I have no idea, but I would love if we could experiment with that. I'd love to know what that would look like because he was still a super badass, and Devontae Smith is as well. But shout out to him. No sleep, pregame McDonald's, and you're a stud.
Thank you, sir. There it is. Football's finest with Eric Chiafalo. All right. Now we are coming up an hour and 12 minutes away from Rangers pregame. Sands is going to join you in just over an hour to preview that pregame and give you everything important. Have we heard about Evaldi yet, Wolchuk? Serious question.
No,
There's a bullpen
I'm
today.
still trying to figure out what's going on with Evaldi.
Okay.
Chris
Appreciate
Young,
that.
do you know?
Do you know what the top 10 yet?
Yeah,
Where are you going with that?
I know what the top 10 is, and it's not Nathan Evaldi related, but I am asking about Nathan Evaldi.
The top 10 things we'd most like to have happen to Nate Evaldi today.
What are your top 10 Evaldi things? It would have been Michael Jackson's birthday today. I've got a list of the top 10 greatest singers of all time. Do you agree? And who do you think is the greatest singer? That's next.
I cannot wait for that. Can't wait to get off work and jump into my new truck from D&M Leasing. You might be asking yourself right now, should you? be alive. Need a quality outing here from Heaney, and to keep this momentum going. And when you get that sign of life, that sign of hope, if it is immediately extinguished, it's hard to find belief. We're all human. I know they all say the right things, but it's a very emotional scene for these guys. It is competitive as heck. Segment's brought to you by Soda. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. If there was just some way to get a little bit more help. Here he is. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you. We will get to the top 10 best singers of all time and a list that I found that is a solid list. And I think this is going to be a good debate on what would have been Michael Jackson's birthday today, as you know, we lost him several years ago. And I love Michael Jackson. My dad raised me on Michael Jackson songs and his music. I think he is. Him and Freddie Mercury probably are the two greatest entertainers, that, in my opinion.
Greatest entertainers of all time?
Musically.
Shoot, he'd have a hard time finding anybody better than Michael Jackson, dude.
Man.
I mean, you know, the king of pop, obviously.
Sure.
And the way just everything all came together, and the way I understand it, you know, he was the architect of a lot of those songs and the harmonies and the rhythms and the melodies and everything that comes along with it. So it's one thing to be a great singer and dancer, but then to have the big picture view on how these songs come together.
Incredible.
You know, it's just, yeah, it really is. I don't know how you power rank the Michael Jackson and Prince. You know, I think it could go 1-2 in a lot of different ways. Obviously, Mick Jagger is up there as far as being a great showman. Johnny Cash.
Robert Plant.
Yeah. Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Yep. We got 972 Cobain or Robert Plant. Got to be the greatest rock voices. Got a lot of love for Sinatra, Elvis. 214 says The Weeknd. I like that text from the 903. That's a good one right there. 682 greatest singer ever, Steve Perry of Journey, and then Lou Gramm of The Foreigner.
Isn't it amazing that Steve Perry's voice, there's a gentleman that's Filipino.
Yeah, I got to see them live here a couple of years ago with Def Leppard.
Yeah, that it sounds just
incredible.
Like him.
It really does.
Yeah.
The big news, though, that just happened in the sports world and that might have some, you know, the Rangers could be looking into this. But the Angels, according to Jeff Passan, have placed starter Lucas Giolito, relievers Matt Moore and Ronaldo Lopez, and outfielders Hunter Renfroe and Randall Grichuk on waivers, sources tell ESPN. Now, they just traded for Grichuk and Giolito at the deadline. Those are huge potential playoff implications, says Passan. All can be claimed by teams for free on Thursday. For the Angels, this is a salary dump, because there are no longer any August trades. All they will get from transactions is salary relief. Teams that claim the players will need only pay their salaries for the rest of the season. Who gets the players will be determined by reverse order of record. The team with the worst record that puts in a claim on a player will receive them, and there are going to be plenty of claims to be put in for playoff caliber teams from these players that have been waived. I mean, Randall Grichuk was a guy that was having a good year. Matt Moore was with the Rangers last year and was a really good reliever.
I don't think he's pitched this year, Matt Moore.
He
gets hurt a lot.
He's 3-1 on the year with a 2.3 ERA.
Oh, okay.
But he has, I don't know how many games he's played this year. And then Lopez is a guy that's got 6 saves. His ERA is just under 4. So, I mean, you're not talking about like all-stars here. But for a Rangers team that definitely needs help in the bullpen, I think you've got to kick the tires, see if at least put in a claim if you're interested in either one of these guys. Who knows if they get them? But those are some players that are now available.
At least you'll be ahead of the Mariners and the Astros if y'all all want the same player.
It's true. All of a sudden, that record looks a lot better now, doesn't it?
Shout out
Clutch
to that
losing streak.
Let's go.
Dude.
All right, let's slide into the top 10. And
43 innings pitched, by the way, for Moore this year, so maybe you can trust him.
When we get into this, it'll be the top 10, and let me know if you guys like the list or you don't. And LA, I know that this is one where I was talking to you earlier about, but when I say best singer of all time, who comes to mind?
Aretha Franklin and Whitney Houston.
Those are the top
both will be in the top 10.
Yep.
Okay.
No question.
Absolutely. Number 10, we've got Stevie Wonder. Solid.
I can see it.
Solid. Okay.
Oh, Stevie Wonder's legendary.
I agree.
Yeah.
Number 9, I do think this person has a tremendous voice. Was very popular for a long time, and around Christmas time, she might annoy some people.
Oh, Mariah.
It's Mariah Carey. What do we think about Mariah being in the top 10?
From a pure voice standpoint, didn't she like break a record for like the highest note ever hit or whatever?
Yep.
That was
first album top the Billboard chart.
Top 10 though.
I mean, if you're breaking records with your voice,
And she's 9. So I don't know if
it's
you
subjective though. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she's not 9th on my most desired listen playlist. So if that's how you want to slice
this
it,
is
but
top 10 best
just
singers.
Pure voice. I think she certainly deserves a mention, and the fact that she's at the bottom of the top 10, I think it's fair.
Number 8, we got the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised Elvis wasn't higher on here, but he comes in at number 8.
He was a savage, apparently, from some of the old clips that we've played from his throwback concerts and stuff.
He can put on a darty.
Where he's talking to the crowd,
no doubt,
talking about some wild stuff.
How about the drugged up Elvis, like the latter part towards the end of his?
Maybe that's
days?
the clip that I have.
Yeah,
somewhere
where he was like
here.
kind of like he really didn't fit in that suit very well, and he had a scarf, and everybody was kind of Elvis and all that. He was like the Hawaii shows. He's sweating profusely.
He was just going on rants like between songs,
yeah.
and it was pretty intense.
Number 7, we've got Ella Fitzgerald, known as the First Lady of Song, Ella Fitzgerald. Recognized not only for her entertainment value, but her vocal skill set as well. 14 Grammys for Ella Fitzgerald.
What was she known as?
The First Lady of Song.
See, I think if you're known as something, if you have like a patent king of pop, king of rock and roll, whatever it is, that should be part of the standard.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a whole thing named after you, if she's the First Lady of Song, my gosh, heck yes, she should be in the top 10.
Number 6, we've got Frank Sinatra.
Shares a birthday with
me and Bob Barker. And I think Diana Ross is also involved there, who can sing in her own right.
Star-studded, man.
Yeah.
Can you believe this?
At least a few of those names.
If you thought Aretha Franklin sold a lot of records at 75 million, Frank Sinatra has sold twice as many.
Yeah.
He's possibly the most popular and influential singer of the 20th century.
Had a long career. Had a really long career.
And you still hear him in basically every single Italian restaurant you go to.
Yep.
He is still being played.
You can listen to his stuff live from the Meadowlands. It's really good. Yeah, with his band.
They called him the Sultan of Swoon.
Really?
Yeah. He's a crooner.
He was a
crooner,
swooner.
whatever they call it.
Swoonatra.
And again, this is a reminder, and shout out to LA for giving me the recommendation, but watch The Offer. It's a great show. And Frank Sinatra, you find out a little bit about the making of The Godfather. He was not a fan. And they had to find a way to get over and make Sinatra a fan of the making of The Godfather. Great show. 10
Did
episodes.
he not want to be involved publicly? Did he not want people to know?
Well, they thought that it made the mafia look badly, and they were also like, the mafia, there is no mafia, and this is essentially like glorifying it, right? And Sinatra was in with the mafia, so he was not a fan of it.
Sensitive times.
Number 5 is Freddie Mercury. Again, a little surprised that he's only 5. But
I'll tell you what, I really appreciate YouTube for what it's done throughout history, because I was trying to show young Bennett Broadus one day, like I was talking about great singers. I said, there's this guy named Freddie Mercury. This is before Bohemian Rhapsody, the movie. And I showed him on YouTube, like from Live Aid.
That live,
and
people
he goes,
say
"Oh
to
my
this
gosh."
day it's the best live performance ever.
Yeah, ever.
Live Aid.
You know, and the guy that played him, Rami, is
Rami
that how you
Malek,
say it? Yeah. Unbelievable job by him. Unbelievable job by Brad Pitt doing Jim Morrison. Like, these actors, I guess they're talented for stage and they can sing a lot. That's in their background a little bit, but it's unreal how closely they can match the tones in those vocals. Mm-hmm. I'm like, are you guys doing some computer stuff here to make it seem like that's, because it sounded like Jim Morrison at times during that damn Doors movie.
Was that Val Kilmer?
Oh, that was Val Kilmer.
Val
not Brad
Kilmer,
Pitt. Yes,
yeah.
thank you. Good pickup there. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to throw you there.
Dang good pull from the non-movie watching Brian Broadus.
But if it's about music, he's going to watch it.
I enjoy music. I
Sure
will watch
you just enjoy Val Kilmer.
I'll tell you what, any documentary about, like, there's one I saw about Muscle Shoals, like this recording studio down there in Alabama. Fascinating. So anything about music, I'll watch.
Speaking of docs, I watched the Balco one, The Untold Story, last night. Solid. All right, here's your top 4. Marvin Gaye at 4. Number 3 is Whitney Houston.
Oh, gosh. Yes.
Number 2, Aretha Franklin.
Yes.
And number 1, greatest singer of all time, Michael Jackson.
There he is. Thank you, Wolchuk. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, coming up next, we're going to get you an early edition of LA Live since we'll be in the pregame coming up in 1 hour. Lucius, where are we going?
It's a Toxic Tuesday here in the nation.
Alrighty, I want to chat Window Nation with you before we get to LA Live. Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys.
Up for an amazing cause. The Fan, along with the on-time experts, are proud to support the 22nd annual Guns N' Hoses boxing tournament. It's police versus fire going at it in the ring Saturday evening, September 9th at the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Hurry into Classic Chevrolet for once-a-year Labor Day savings. Over 400 Silverados with their best offers of the year. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't miss your chance to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Evaldi bullpen tomorrow. Wolchuk has the details on that and more coming up in a proper round tripper at 5. Rangers pregame 5:30. Time now for LA Live. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, it's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's do it.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My first time that I've ever performed without any cocaine, without any pill, without any ecstasy.
Yes, LA Live for Tuesday, August 29th, 2023. It is a Taco Tuesday, so my question for the Tolos, name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like boiled okra. Now, isn't that in a gumbo?
Gumbo.
So, man, you got to have that okra in the gumbo.
Yep.
Yeah. Sets it off.
Slimy, the better.
Yeah, slimy. I don't want no slimy, sloppy eggs. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Sushi.
No.
You're missing out.
No.
I know. That's what I keep hearing.
Yeah, I don't know how to eat
that,
it.
Gavin? Oh, we'll go for sushi.
Yeah, I don't know how to eat. I had a California roll before.
Yeah, you count.
There you go.
Is that sushi?
Sushi.
I don't think it was sushi, though.
You're good.
I think it was like the fake sushi. Like,
Yeah.
you're almost sushi.
It's the most basic of rolls, but it's also the most popular.
I'm a basic bitch.
That's why I love you.
Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Liver.
Oh, that's
I like liver.
Yeah.
Want some rice?
It's
some
got
gravy?
It's got a very unique flavor to it.
I've never tried it.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'll ever do it.
My dad's a big fan.
Does your dad like chicken gizzards?
Yep, liver and gizzards.
Oh, me too, bro.
Gizzards, bro.
Yeah,
Chicken Express, you can dial it up.
Does Grandy still have it?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, they
Hell
do.
yes.
They do sometimes, but like, oh, we're out today, sir. You get that a lot, but you never get that from Chicken Express.
Because all the smart people showed up and got them all.
Had a run on it.
Apparently, liver, though, I mean,
It's
one
good
of the
for
most,
you, right?
most nutritious things
Yeah.
you can put in your body.
Yeah, it's like eating a placenta, basically.
Yeah, and you really like the people that eat it every day. A lot of people will eat it raw, or they'll freeze it and eat it that way, raw. And it's just you're only taking a little piece of it. People take supplements, like liver supplements, like beef organs and stuff. It's supposed to be highly nutritious.
Yeah, we have some of those supplements, and I've never had them, bro. My girl takes them. I've never had them. I see it in there. I should take them.
That happened to me like a year ago. I'm like, what are these? And she's like, yeah, I take beef organ pills. I'm like,
what?
All right, dude.
Wow. Yeah.
Might need to get on
pills,
this.
what?
Yeah, it's beef organs,
beef
liver,
organ. I
and
said
all that other
organ.
kind of crap.
I'm sorry.
Nah. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Somebody does not like sweet potatoes.
Butter? Cinnamon?
You're missing
Brown
out, Playboy.
sugar?
Or
Yeah.
brown sugar? Yeah.
Name one. You're missing out. Oysters.
That's another one.
Oysters are cool sometimes. You're not supposed to eat them like now is not the season. It's supposed to be like end with the ER or something like that. December, January, October,
September. We're
September.
a couple of days away.
Couple of
Just wait
days
a week.
It's too damn hot for me though.
I could doll them up. I could doll them up. You
can make them pretty?
I can make them pretty for you.
Saltine cracker and a little something.
Oh,
Or-
hot
Tabasco
radish.
or something on that
Tabasco.
joint.
Radish, Tabasco.
Yeah, I could doll them up for you.
Name a food you flat out refuse to eat.
Cow
Pig
tongue.
feet. Cow tongue?
Oh, tongue's delicious.
I had some cow tongue. Yeah, it's different.
It's different.
I mean, it looks muscly. Like if
Yeah.
it came from a different part on the cow, I'd be like, man, I want
If
to
you
try
went
that
to
out.
a deli and
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
it, you wouldn't know.
When it looks
Sliced
raw,
up and everything.
when it
You see
looks
the
raw.
taste buds on it.
It's all cut up. Yeah. Don't look at that part.
My buddy James Kluka, every day in elementary school, he'd have a beef tongue sandwich. He loved it.
It's delicious.
He lived on a beef
James
farm.
High T levels.
James Kluka.
Oh my God, James.
Out there in the country.
Name a
child.
food you flat out refuse to eat. Pig feet. Mac and cheese.
What?
Yeah, somebody tripping, bro.
It's offensive.
That's a troll.
Lobster and most shellfish, bottom feeders, and they're ocean roaches. Okay.
No one said black olives yet, Lucius.
Not
What?
yet. I kind of like the olives. I dig olives.
I love olives.
Yeah, I like the olives. Caviar, someone's not a big fan of caviar.
Just a little salt.
I get it.
A little egg.
Chitterlings, that's pork chitlins.
Pork chitlins.
AKA booty noodles, if you know anything about chitlins. Booty noodles out here in the streets. Green peas. Somebody's not a fan of green peas. I love green peas.
How are you going against that?
The little mushy peas?
Mushy peas.
Oh, my God.
With
Those are
fish and
fantastic.
chips. Fish and chips and mushy peas.
Yeah, bro.
No,
There you
I
go.
see the picture of those plates, and they look awful.
Oh, you'd like
Stop it. Goulash. Somebody's not a big fan of goulash.
Whoa, we're talking about like
But I feel-
hamburger helper kind of
I
stuff?
feel like they can be anything goulash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's to me it's the little macaroni elbows with like spaghetti sauce. Some beef.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's like
Really?
a good pasta
I thought it was
dish.
like a little bit of everything thrown into a pot and
Yeah,
boiled up. Like, all right, here's what we
It's
got,
the
boys.
Leftovers.
Italian
Yeah.
version of gumbo is what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Onions. Somebody's not a big fan of onions.
Okay.
Anything banana flavored. Gonna miss out on good shakes, man. Good protein shakes.
real, dude.
Yeah,
Banana
bro.
nut bread.
Yeah, banana nut bread is amazing.
The muffins.
Yeah, the muffins.
Banana pudding?
The muffins. The muffins. The muffins.
muffin.
The muffins. Let me get some vibes for you boys.
The muffin man.
Yep.
The muffin man.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. My pops used to drive a Eldorado Cadillac. Looked like Ace Rothstein's car, you know what I mean? Right,
Is this
boy.
Al Green? Would he be playing?
It'd be super cold in that joint.
Those cars back in the day had the best.
Cold,
They
bro.
had the best air ever.
Let's go see what your uncle doing, boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Cottage cheese. Somebody's not a fan of
That
cottage cheese.
is a absolute yes. I agree with that.
Ham. Somebody does not like ham. What is that about?
Just anti-pork in general?
No, ham. The carbon station ham. The fire one.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's what I said. Anything mustard, that's offensive. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. This man does not like mustard. Ass. Somebody's not like eating ass. They refuse to eat it. I believe them. You gotta really, really, really trust somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta. So it is clean. You sure? Can I give it a little test real quick? I got a baby wipe, bro. I got a baby wipe. We'll clean it off.
What do you have for lunch?
You see this right here? You told me it was all good. Look at that spot. You see that?
Jump in the shower.
Get in the shower real quick. I got you. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Somebody does not like raisins.
I don't like raisins unless they're on Raisin Bran for some reason. Then I love them.
Do you like ants on a log? No. The celery with the. He said, "No, really?
No.
That's so good, bro."
My mom, bless her heart, she tried to get me on that because she knew I needed some kind of vegetable. She was like, "Look at this, Gabby."
No thanks.
Open up your mouth. Mom, I'm 21. Let's see. Name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Food for thought. Somebody said food for thought. They're not eating any of that. Beets. Blood pudding. What is blood pudding?
It is.
It has an awful name. It needs to be rebranded.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know what blood. I know it's English.
Dang it! I've seen it. Yes.
I'm seeing black pudding.
All right. Well, maybe that was
Black
it.
pudding. You can make it with black pudding goes with a proper English breakfast.
Blood sausage.
That's different.
With a portion of oat and barley mixed in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like a sausage oatmeal.
Whoever
almost.
you are that said you didn't like that, you are absolutely correct, sir.
but on a proper English breakfast, it's not terrible.
They don't have good food in England.
No, they surely don't.
Fish and chips.
Illegal to serve here.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips is all right.
I had fish and chips so many times when I was over there, and Jamaican food. What you want?
Really?
What
Jamaican
you want?
food?
What do you
Yeah,
want?
a lot of Jamaican
Yeah.
food over
I
there.
knew
What you
Indian
want?
food was popular.
A lot of beef patties. A lot of beef patties.
Delicious.
Yeah, it was.
That's a blessing. A Jamaican restaurant. Do not sleep on that.
No,
They
it's
got
fantastic.
Hell
unbelievable
no.
food in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Just when they run out of food, bro, don't be asking them no questions.
No.
So you don't have that anymore? Yeah, we said we don't have it, yo. What you want? It's very good. Let's see here. Pickles, Supreme Pizza. Somebody's not a big fan of Supreme Pizza. I love Supreme Pizza. I like pickles, especially fried. I don't get it.
Yeah. me
Ranch.
too.
There you go, Dawson. That must have been Dawson.
Yeah. The last three really could be me. Pickles.
Those pickles are good.
I'm missing out. A lot of good stuff out there. in the
Fried
11.
pickles out there. Where were we? At the
Pickles so good.
I won't touch a pickle. I can't even stand the smell
Twin
of it.
Peaks.
Twin
Fried
Peaks.
pickles.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
pickles.
Are they spears or are they cut like?
The chips.
They're diced.
Chips.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
That's the way to do
Yeah, the
it.
spears, I'm like, I'll eat it, but they're not as good.
And name a food you flat out refuse to eat. Anything with helper behind it there.
No.
The hamburger helpers, the
No.
tuna helpers.
No.
I like the helpers.
I love the helpers.
Me too.
Yeah, I was inspired when I seen Shaq on Cribs.
Yeah.
He had a whole chef that cooked them hamburger helper.
Yes. There's nothing wrong with that.
He
Yeah.
gets my hamburger helper together for me. I was like, what?
That's great.
That's what I'm talking about.
I love all the helpers except the beef stroganoff one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of all of them joints. Sometimes I get a little funky with them. Go get some extra ingredients and add it to it.
Yeah, it's a
Doll
good
it up.
base.
Doll
I haven't
it
done
up.
that in a while.
LA in
though.
the kitchen here.
I haven't done that in a while. G-Bag of the day. We do it every day on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. G-Bag Nation. Man, that's probably where you need to go. Go to Twitter. Go to G-Bag Nation. All of us are right there. And you can't find me anyway because I've been blocked on Twitter, been shadow banned. So that's probably the best place to find me is right there.
I hear you, dude.
Yeah. Got shadow banned.
That algorithm.
No.
Yeah. Let's see. Wooly Bully. He was unfocused during the Chris Young interview. Here's what happened right here. Oh, Wooly.
Team's still not healthy. We saw Josh Young earlier on MLB Network, and then there's Evaldi. What kind of updates do you have, and what kind of an impact could those guys have when they return?
Well, obviously a huge impact. I mean, those are two critical pieces to our team. We lost time for a period of time there, and then Josh shortly thereafter, and Nate as well. And so those are, three big pieces to our group. That said, I believe we have the depth to sustain or withstand injuries like that and sustain our performance. And we're excited to get both those guys back. Josh is probably a little further behind, simply just based on the timeline with the surgery. I think we're looking at really the last, 10 days, maybe week of the season. And Nate is making progress. We thought we were pretty close with Nate. He had a little bit of a side tightness after his last live batting practice, and but that's calmed down in the last day or two. So we're going to continue to build him up, and hopefully he'll be back, here at the beginning of September or shortly thereafter. And those will be two huge additions for us, hopefully at a time where we need them most and help propel us for a strong finish.
What's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Evaldi?
Jeez, bro.
Well, that was the update on Evaldi. He has a little side tightness, and he's coming back, and hopefully be back here early in September.
That's on me. That's on me, CY.
Damn right it is.
That's on me.
It's hilarious. Well, would you look at the time, fellas? Holy crap. I'll be here tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll play some of the audio that I had laid out for you today and some of the stories that I had laid out for today. I'll just move over to tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you, Lucius. LA Live most nights, 5:40 in the G-Bag Nation, #1 rated segment in all of Afternoon Drive Radio here in North Texas. Tomorrow, the pregame's going to be at 5. Okay, pregame coming up here in 30 minutes. Wolchuk has a proper round tripper coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
A historic night in the AL West and a promotion for this fan favorite. That's next.
Okay, if you're hurt and it's not...
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30. Zach Wolchuk takes us now on a proper round trip around the bases. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much. We will ask Jared, of course, about the Angels' moves as they play starter Lucas Giolito, relievers Matt Moore, Ronaldo Lopez, and then outfielders Hunter Renfroe and Reynold Grichuk on waivers. So we'll see what he thinks about whom the Rangers maybe would have interest in among those names. And really just the tank job that the Angels are now doing after they went all in a month ago and now are regretting it. And not only did they decide to keep Shohei Ohtani for really no reason because they were never going to make the playoffs, even though they thought that they were, now they're going to let him walk for free in free agency. And all the moves that they made to acquire these guys, they just said, bleep it, bye-bye. We're moving on. We're punting on the rest of the season.
What a terribly run organization.
Yep.
You know, it just goes to show you in sports, it's not enough to have all the money. It's not enough to be the smartest. As you know, there was like a 15-year period where the Oakland A's were drafting and developing their balls off, and a couple of times had, you know, really good playoff runs, but couldn't keep it together. You need both those things. You know, you see what the Yankees have done post 2009. You know, really, it's been a disappointing last 15 years for them. You know, so it's great now that I feel like the Rangers have the brain power and the financial backing to get the job done. And they might be the best prepared in all of the division, maybe in all the American League moving forward.
Feels great having confidence in your own squad, your own organization that way. I do think we need to start talking about the Angels, though, the same way we've talked about like the Browns in football or something, where it's just they are below the barrel. Like when you talk about the worst organizations in all of professional sports, I think it is now time, and maybe it's overdue, but this trade deadline, certainly with what they elected not to do with Ohtani, what they elected to do with all these other guys, the way they've sucked so bad as a team win-loss wise since the trade deadline, I think we have to start talking about the Angels as being maybe the worst run organization in all professional sports.
To have Ohtani and Trout and not get more. They were coming off a good decade too, from 2000 to 2010.
They were.
You know, they had a lot of good momentum. I think it plays, and somehow they've managed to get enough good players to remain somewhat competitive, but they cannot make the most of their resources.
The big contracts. I mean, they signed C.J. Wilson and Josh Hamilton. Then you add in Albert Pujols, right? I mean, it's just, my gosh, the list goes on and on.
Pujols might have been the worst signing of the century.
Yeah, it's so bad what they've done, and I'm happy to have them in the division. It's Dan Snyder-esque.
And there's a number of players. I can't wait to see what Sands tells us here in about 15 minutes about if the Rangers can get a couple of these guys.
Evan Carter is getting the promotion to AAA Round Rock, and it is his birthday today. He turns 21 years old, the number 8 prospect overall in Major League Baseball in their top 100 prospect rankings, according to Baseball America. Happy birthday, Evan Carter, and congratulations on the promotion to AAA. Of course, he's been just tearing it up in AA with the Rough Riders, 12 homers, 22 stolen bases, 62 RBIs in his first full season last year with the Rough Riders. He's been doing a fantastic job this year, and I'm excited to see what he's able to do there in Round Rock with the Express as we continue to monitor maybe a September call-up for Evan Carter.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be warranted. Maybe they want to get a look at him at Round Rock to see, okay, get a couple of outings under his belt there, make sure that he's still crushing the same way he is in AA, and then boom, get that September call-up.
Now, this was a sad story that happened on Friday night. There was a shooting at Guaranteed Rate Field in Chicago at the White Sox game that injured 2 women. Today, ESPN Chicago reporter Peggy Kaczynski, who's been on the show, we had her on last year to preview the game with the Bears, said that the gun was snuck into the stadium by one of the women who was hit. The shooting was an accidental discharge by the woman whose injury was previously identified as a graze wound. She reportedly snuck the gun in past metal detectors, hiding it in the folds of her belly fat.
In the folds of her belly fat. Wow. And it didn't hit the metal detector?
Yeah.
Did not hit the metal detector.
There was so much fat that it was able to block the metal from being detected.
I knew you would have fun with this one.
Maybe it hit the detector, but they were like,
not having fun at all.
If you have something else like a metal button, they'll be like, oh, we got to frisk you, but it's tucked in the fat.
Yeah.
Man, that's tough. Are they going to have to unroll all of the fat rolls for the fans now?
Dude, they might have to. They're going to start
Lift your
peeking.
shirt up.
Yeah, they're going to have to start peeking under a couple of.
Found this to be a shocking development in the store.
So she's wiggling around in there trying to get the pistol out at some point and accidentally hits the trigger.
Yeah, she accidentally discharged it.
And I've always said, if you're going to carry a pistol in your fat rolls, you can't put one in the chamber.
No.
You just can't risk it.
You got to leave that thing.
Is there a reason why she had the gun in the stadium? Do you know that?
I have no idea. That was not followed up on. Maybe we'll get more reports on that.
Maybe she forgot it was in there.
I was going to say, maybe she forgot that, she had lodged it up in there and then she just forgot it was there.
I wonder if it's a deal where she was like very fearful of walking home after a game.
It could be.
And having protection.
I'm sure it was for safety or protection
Walk
reasons.
to your car, I mean, some of these games can't get to your car without getting, maybe some threats.
Well, I feel like if you don't feel like the NFL game is safe enough to go to without a gun, maybe, you could do something else.
That home viewing experience is pretty impressive.
It's pretty good.
Dawson's all about the home viewing experience. Though.
I do love
I'm learning
that. Yeah.
Well,
I just told the fiance wife, hey, listen, you're not going to any games. Even if the Rangers make the playoffs, you're not going to go to any games with me because I'm going to sit at home and watch them.
I think, for a lot of ladies that get to dating a sports radio host, it is in their mind that they're going to be going to games constantly.
Yes.
And I just simply advised young Wolchuk that if he's going to continue with this relationship that seems like true love, it might be a good idea to send a shot over the bow.
It sounds like she's
looking
really
out for my guy.
Damn good advice.
It sounds like she's really interested in going to these games.
She is.
She sounds like she wants him
Yes.
to go get tickets.
And that can get
stuff.
very expensive and very time consuming.
Damn right.
In your 1 or 1.5 days that you get off a week, would you like to drive to another game after consuming 15 games that week and your 1 day off?
The issue
I
is
don't know. Maybe
she's
you do.
now getting very bougie and feeling herself because we've now gotten the opportunity. We took the fan day. The boss took us to the Rangers suite. She's like, now she expects every time she's going to a Rangers fan, it's going to be a suite. It's like, no, that's
you tell
not
her about
the case.
Section 133. Is that where we're going to?
You know what? I'm not even going to bring her to the 133 game. I'm going to bring a friend that's going to appreciate it because I don't know that she will.
Wow.
Most family members.
And I'll probably end up bringing her because now she's probably heard that. And I'm going to get a mouthful of that.
Have you told her
You'll
about
bring
the
her.
stacks and stacks of concert tickets that we have laying around?
Yeah.
Like any concert that's coming to town, we got stacks of them. She
Please-
knows that, right?
Please do not say that.
The Jonas Brothers and
She's
stuff.
already taken me to the Jonas Brothers on Wednesday, and
Let's
she
go.
wants me to try and get her backstage. I'm like, do you think I have any of what? Do I have any ability to get you backstage? Well, don't you do stuff with the Rangers because it's at Globe Life Field? I'm like,
Boom.
that's not happening.
Exactly. Well, Chuck, get on it, dude.
Jeez.
Why are you holding out on this young lady? Seems special.
Trust
I thought
me.
it was true love.
Should have held out more.
Hey, we got to run, though. Sans the man, Jared Sandler is set to join you. We're talking Rangers baseball with him. Giolito is now available to get claimed off waivers. So is former Ranger Matt Moore, another reliever, 2 outfielders. The Angels put some players out there. Do the Rangers want to jump in on it? We're next in the nation.
The only place to go to get that all new.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Jump online at truckwreck.com. Here he is now, Jared Sandler. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter and brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Good evening, Jared. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
Well, you know, I'm feeling good here, and we got some news last hour. There's some new Angels players coming onto the market. Giolito, Matt Moore, another reliever, a couple of outfielders. How interested do you think the Rangers will be in putting in claims, and how likely is it that they could get one or two?
Yeah, and, you know, some others as well. Carlos Carrasco, Mike Clevenger from the Mets and White Sox, respectively. Jose Cisnero from the Tigers. I mean, a lot of teams are doing this to try and –